And welcome back to Hazard Analysis, episode number 13, the lucky 13013. I am your 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, quadruple distilled, non-chill filtered, Tony fucking G. You can find me on TikTok at Tony the Rod, Instagram at Tony the Rod, and I believe on the X, formerly known as Twitter, at Tony the Rod. Very on brand, very on point. And yes, I am not just solo tonight. I promise. Phil is in his house, starting the computer, gonna be on any minute. I think, I hope, fingers crossed. Steven says, I love the 2000s porn jazz intro. I do too. Like, I felt the vibe. You know, like, it's kind of rock, but it's kind of subtle. It's a little bit of like rocking the boat, rocking the motion of the ocean. I wish we could just play that throughout the entire episode because I think we'd probably get down to the brass tacks a lot quicker. We wouldn't have nearly as much interruption. We wouldn't have nearly as much back and forth of Aiko and Phil ignoring everybody else in the panel for 20 minutes at a time. But I digress. It is Thursday. We are live. It is September 14th, 2023. And the news has essentially fallen off the fucking map. We're going to get into it. We've got Biden impeachment. We've got Biden possibly jail, probably not, maybe, fingers crossed stuff. And we've got what we're going to start out with, extraterrestrials. Yeah, that's where we're at. This year, this timeline, it fucking delivers, folks. We're on the cusp of being, a year away from another election cycle. Like, we're right there. We are right there for about a year out, roughly. We pretty much know at this point Donald Trump's going to be your nominee for the Republicans unless something crazy fucking happens. The Democrats, as it sits right now, Joe Biden, could that change? Maybe. Things could change very quickly. Maybe. Fingers crossed. Or do we? Do we want anybody else? Because if it's not Joe Biden, who's it going to be? Michelle Obama, Gavin Newsom. Because we know it's not going to be RFK. So yeah, we're on the cusp of an election cycle coming up real soon. Year away. Shit's getting crazy. And we've got another impeachment. But this time it's not Donald Trump, possibly on the horizon. Joe Biden could be getting impeached, possibly. His son could potentially go to jail for like a decade. Possibly. It's all possible. These are all possible things. Nebraska football could win a game this Saturday. It's possible. These are all possibilities. These are all things that could happen. These mummified corpses could be aliens. That's possibility. We're just talking endless possibilities here on Hazard Analysis right now. So many things, so possible. Bandit, please run Nancy Pelosi. I would love to hear you elaborate on this, Bandit, because I don't know that I love this idea. As funny as it would be, watching old Nancy take a debate stage and go toe-to-toe with one Donald J. Trump, I'm almost afraid that she would actually have enough support to do some damage. And I think, God, she would probably run this country into the ground harder than Joe Biden if she fell into a win. And that terrifies the shit out of me. Nebraska needs a plane crash in order to win a game. Oh. Wow. Too soon. Too soon. Actually, like, you could take that a few different ways. But either way, too soon, man. No, Nebraska football, yeah, it's pretty rough right now. Pretty rough. 0-2 start here in the Cornhusker State. Got Northern Illinois coming up on Saturday. First home game of the year. Probably not going to be with the starting quarterback, and that might be a plus because he's accounted for 6 turnovers. The team as a whole has played 8 quarters of football, and they have 8 turnovers on the year. So we're averaging a turnover a quarter. Yeah, that's not good. That's just not fucking good. Steven says, what What's this about a plane crash 3 days after 9/11? That I don't know. I don't know. This one's news to me. This one I haven't really kept up on, so I'm all ears. You guys tell me. You let me know. The only difference, says Bandit, between Pelosi and Biden is she's a lush. Well, to be fair, Joe Biden's kind of a lush for whatever adrenochrome they pump into his body to keep him, moving and somewhat coherent enough to try to talk. I mean, Nancy just gets it out of the bottle. Speaking of the bottle, tonight I am sipping on Redemption High Rye Bourbon. This is a really nice one. This was in the KOE Sweet 16 Bourbon Tournament this year. It's pre-prohibition rye revival. This is straight bourbon whiskey, just has a high rye mash bill. That's 60% corn and 36% rye, 4% barley. Really good stuff. Really surprising. It's 46 ABV, 92 proof. Really nice stuff. I was really surprised. I love rye. I love bourbon. This is a good blend of both. So big fan of this one. And Bandit says, but adrenochrome isn't 100. No, it's not 100 proof. I believe it's just 100. It's straight 100 all the time. That's like 200 proof. Oh God! Like I don't.
No, I like this better. Leave this shot. This is amazing.
I don't love this.
Bam! There we go.
There we go. That's more like it. Yeah. That was the greatest intro for Phil to ever show up in a live stream ever.
That was amazing. But I had to get on for this
Phil
comment.
Wandering onto a stream just manages to just plaster himself all over my face. That was incredible.
Yes, nope. Just who needs to look at Tony G? There's Phil K. Like I wish
that Tony G shit. Phil's here.
I really wish, Tony, that's how I could be introduced every podcast. Just my screen comes over whoever's speaking's face, and then bam, I'll have to grab my stuff here in a minute. And we might have to discuss. There might have to be some interesting things that happen here in the future because we're taking all these gin shots. But folks, before we get into that, it is I, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands himself, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, your king of extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter, folks. And we are here at Hazard Analysis Lucky number 13. And it is I, also the prince and potentate of punctuality, and like Bandit is noting here, Bill Gin for being brutal.
That's a double, bud.
Fucking brutal. Because what I was planning on drinking was Woodford Reserve Double Oak, whiskey for a good cause. Very but nice. Since my palate's going to be ruined anyways, I'll probably just grab something bottom shelf here in a little bit. But first I need
drinking something good on one of these streams. Like, I don't know why you do that to yourself. You know it's not going to happen.
No, I hold out hope though. Bandit, adrenochrome isn't 100 proof. No, you know how Everclear is 95 no, it's 195 proof.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Adrenochrome has to be more pure than that.
So it's got to be 200 proof.
Pretty much. It's I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the stuff that, is all on the islands everywhere out in the Pacific now.
Yeah.
Before I go grab all that, there's there's something we've been kind of bantying back and forth a little bit about. It's not what you think, but there was a headline out of Mexico. Are we going to touch on that tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna open with that because I want to talk about that, and then we've got a double dose of Biden, and I don't know if we've got anybody else showing up. You said you maybe have one or two.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got to send some StreamYard links out.
Do that,
folks.
But I'll be here for my allotted normal time, and then I'll probably have to skedaddle in case if you do get some other guests because it is a Thursday night, folks, and I'm trying to be all healthy these days. I'm doing really good. I got my old Fitbit back on. I've been getting up in the morning, like 4:30ish, going for like a 3-4 mile walk every morning. I'm kicking ass, trying to stay healthy so I can be around, for you. folks.
Ew,
It's a big
healthy.
fucking empire. I know, Phil. I
All right.
know you're
And while
anti-health.
No, I'm not anti-health. Actually, strangely enough, Tony, my day one started about 7 days ago. I've gone on a walk every day now for 7 days. It's a short one, but like it's a little route I do.
Good start.
And I do some shadow boxing on the way, do some Thai knee lifts, and with different, because I do knife reviews. Now I take different ones and like, how do they work with harness techniques and all that kind of stuff. It's the one big hole in my game was I was never into Kali as much as I wanted to get into, and so yeah, that's just one thing I'm getting, trying to get back into shape a little bit because I've talked enough shit that eventually I'm going to be in a boxing match with somebody. So our one shot goes to Tony before he manages to Bandit. You're my hero, sir.
I don't even have a shot glass down here, so I'm just going to have to go old
just
school.
rip it. Rip it.
Yeah.
I got to see this.
Oh, it's like rancid, wet cardboard. I cannot stress this enough. Millet whiskey is the worst shit I've ever tasted. It's just, it tastes like wet, rancid cardboard. There's no other description necessary. Oh. Oh, God, literally. Oh. Dump a really shitty whiskey on a hunk of cardboard. Put that hunk of cardboard in your mouth and just suck on it. That's what millet whiskey tastes like. I'm not kidding. I'm not making it up. Swearsies. Oh. Oh, that's fucking terrible. Let's get the Redemption High Rye Bourbon back in here. Oh, much better. Much better. Phil, you get your gin shot ready, and yes, we will open with the X-Files for the night, and we will riff on that, and we will go from there, folks. But yes,
what was that, sir?
After you get your gin shot, we'll go to the X-Files.
Oh, God. Now, Engine Gin, just for you, Steve. Great time.
Enjoy.
I think I overpoured that. I think that counts as a double.
That's okay. You'll be fine. Yeah,
abysmal in what way? Like, that could be taken a lot. Like, yeah, it's looking real abysmal right now.
Fucking all of them. Ew.
The 2-finger fucking pour a straight engine turpentine gin to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're gonna fight, may it be for a friend. If you're gonna steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're gonna drink, by God, I hope it's with me.
Yeah. How was it?
You know how, like, when you go to swallow and there's 2 parts to it?
Uh-huh.
The first one kind of like went down, and then the second one, like, no, why? Like, it was just like kind of like the reaction of a body rejecting poison.
Well, to be fair, it kind of is. It kind of fucking is poison.
No, because I got a bottle of it here. Don't care. I'm actually going to now pour some Old Forester 1870, which me and Tony look forward to some more Old Forester content coming down the pike soon.
Love me some Old Forester.
Now, apparently, Tony doesn't like the way I do round robin, so I'm going to let him conduct the round robin.
Jesus Christ. No, this Phil's idea of a round robin is so fucking convoluted. It's not like, it's just not.
I got it edited properly, and they're going to be dropping real soon.
I don't know that I'll be able to watch those, Phil.
Oh, it'll be beautiful.
Hurt my brain.
It'll be wonderful.
Your body knows it's turpentine, Phil.
Yes, Bandit.
Grow the farm up. Too many 5'3", 300-pound corrupt, over-petrified human fudge rounds. I dare them to bring their food stamps to Jason Aldean's small town. Mike drop bomb. Wow.
You
managed to, like,
piss off everybody. Well
he
done.
went after everyone there. Wow. Damn.
Well done.
Yeah, well done.
It's kind of like I was kind of joking around about the Oliver Anthony guy. It's like, don't get me wrong, I love the song and I like the message, but you always got to remember, creative types are sometimes not the most financially literate. He charges $120,000 for a concert, then he's wondering, why are they charging $200 a ticket at a 1,500 seat arena? I'm like, if you do the math, that is break fucking even. They're just wanting to have the show.
Look, if you know that you're not going to be like a megastar for very fucking long and your window's closing,
apparently he doesn't.
Probably do that too.
No, apparently he doesn't. Like he thinks I'm gonna be around forever. Like, no.
I'm just saying, I think I would get it while it's hot, and yeah. Now I don't have to do anything. Cool.
Exactly. Cool. 'Cause, like, don't get me wrong, like, you can go one of two ways with it. You can either be AC/DC and your musical style just goes forever, or you're Lou Bega and you're Mambo Number 5. And I'll never like
Mambo Number 5 is still my jam.
Well, Chris Rock said it pretty good. I'll never forget this. Like, he was on stage and he was roasting Ricky Martin, and he went.
And then Ricky Martin's wife got up and punched him square in the mouth. Right? That's how that went?
No, not quite. Oh. No. Ricky Martin was a well-adjusted adult and just kind of took the insult. But no, I'll never forget Chris Rock. He's up on stage like, everywhere you go, living La Vida Loca, living La Vida Loca. Ricky need another hit bad. Ricky need a hit worse than a crackhead need another hit. Like, I was like, yeah, that's
yeah. Like, I knew when I said it, like maybe I mean,
actually, I think
mean nothing. So
I think he's out of the closet now. So I don't think we're
breaking
any great revelation.
Let's not discriminate here. Steven says Ricky had Menudo, Chris Rock had a slap.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, does it count as a one-hit wonder if like he was in Menudo, which was actually in its era not a one-hit wonder, and then as a solo star had one big break? Like, I don't like that's one of those.
Look, Chris Rock had a really great one-hit wonder at the Oscars too.
Yeah, from Will Smith's. Yeah. Well, okay, Tony.
Produced by Will Smith.
But I'm going to be honest with you. Like, there was anger in it, but like at the last minute, he must have pulled back or something because like there's just like,
yeah, like he had all the intensive purposes of like knocking a motherfucker out with a slap, and then mid slap realized
what he was
doing this. Yeah, and it looked like shit.
Now, Chris Rock, like I could see it. You know what he was doing? He was trying to like give Will like an out. He had his head out there. He was offering it, not to get a punch, but so Will Smith could like headlock him and like give him the little noogie, you know, like get on top of his head. So like give him something to get back there. But then he get like, what the? Now again, like, that guy acted as Muhammad Ali. How did he not like? How that's the best you could do. Like I know somebody trained him to at least act somewhat like Ali, but yeah, that was disappointing. But now, Tony.
Speaking of Ali, let's add an EN to that.
No, that's a 5-star transition.
All right, thank you. I didn't know if it was going to land or not, but we're going to go with it. Yes, Ali, from Ali to EN, alien. And it's is it appropriate that this is in Mexico?
No, like, okay, Tony, I'm gonna read read the headline and then read 3 paragraphs from the article, and then I'm gonna give you a thought here.
All right, that's totally fair. This is from NPR. A ufologist, I assume that's how you pronounce that, ufologist, a ufologist claims to show 2 alien corpses to Mexico's Congress. And here you see the mummified remains of the original Yoda puppet. Okay. Mexico City. Mexico's Congress heard testimony from experts who study extraterrestrials on Tuesday, and the hearing started with a huge surprise. Jamie Mausman, a self described ufologist, brought 2 caskets into the congressional chambers. As Mausman spoke, 2 men uncovered the caskets to reveal 2 bodies. Now, I'm going to leave it muted, and we will just play the clip here while Phil gives his thoughts.
This gets unveiled and they're like, oh, alien corpses? All right. Just show us the Epstein list already. Okay, it's getting a little ridiculous. The things you're willing to make up to just not show us the Epstein list, okay? Like, now we're getting down to paper mache ETs. Okay, like, come on, you're not even trying anymore.
I mean, what
I'm not wrong here. Like, they will, like, yes, apparently ufology is the study of pinatas. And
Yeah.
like, so they're not even trying to, like, obviously, like, these are just like, hey, look over here tactics. Grow the farm up. The aliens have been watching since we split the atom. Then they barred us from the universe when we used it to blow up 10% of the planet we lived on. So they just make sure we don't bomb space. The zookeeper theory. That's one that a lot of people hold, is that we're the Oort cloud around our solar system is actually something that the zookeepers of the universe, if you will, put there. Which, don't get me wrong, if it keeps us in for a while, that's okay, so long as it keeps other shit out. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, you know, until we get the technology to break that, I'm fine. But yeah, so that's so Tony.
The reason the zookeeper theory holds so much weight with people is because there's a sense of safety with that, knowing that yes, there's life out there, but it doesn't want to harm us. It just wants to let us, you know, be in our natural habitat and exist. And I
It's
think that
benevolent.
Yeah.
Like, it's
people like
comforting
that
to think that we have some benevolent overwatcher. I don't think that's the case. I think we're like in a part of space that is so isolated that we might like it. Bandit goes, still better effects than the first Michael Bay. You take that back. Okay.
The last Michael Bay movie.
Oh, okay. What was the last one?
Not the first. I don't know. Had to be terrible.
Well,
they're
yeah,
all
nobody goes to movies anymore. What? Bandit.
Anal probe isn't harming. Well, okay, but let's look at this thing. Look at this thing. Like, it's not even that big. Like, this thing's tiny. How bad's a probe gonna hurt? Like, I could get on Google right now and see a Twitch streamer shove something way worse inside of herself on her own volition. Like,
Now, here's something to keep in mind. What if all the alien anal probes in the 90s was from the alien equivalent of Harvey Weinstein, who, like, just some real creepo who got out and like really like probing people, and like in 1999 they caught him, and now we haven't heard about any anal probes anymore, just conveniently around the time that cell phones had readily available cameras.
See, I think that's what Stanley Kubrick was really trying to tell us with The Shining.
Yeah, obviously.
Anal probing is becoming one with the Force.
So, Tony, continue on with this article, but that was my first thought.
Yeah.
Was like, okay, what else are they going to show us instead? Because it was a meme I dropped on Twitter, and this is something to keep in mind. It was a picture of Jeffrey Epstein's face looking, and it says, they'll blow up the entire planet before they show you my list of friends.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, of course they're going to
Pretty
make up
much.
aliens.
Grow the Farm Up says, so you're saying alien anal probes are appropriate. Exactly what size, Tony G? Like, you got to start with a pinky.
I go with the George Carlin rule.
Where you go from there is up to you.
George Carlin has pretty objective rule set here. There should never be anything inserted in the human anus more cumbersome than a fist and less loving than a dildo.
Yes.
I mean, like, that's pretty, like,
That's poetry.
The man could speak such poetry. But yeah,
So continuing,
it's continuing on.
the corpses looked white and like stereotypical depictions of aliens. Big head, little body, 3 fingers. Yeah, that's it. Mawson said they were found in Peru in 2017 and are estimated to be 1,000 years old. One of the bodies had been pregnant, he claimed. These are not mummies, he said. These are complete bodies that have not been manipulated. Speaking under oath, Mawson claimed that the bodies were non human. Mawson and others have presented similar claims about alleged alien remains in the past. Scientists have dismissed them as either ancient Peruvian mummies or manipulated mummies. So on NPR, and there is a link on dismiss them as. So obviously, this is something they've tried before. During Tuesday's hearing, Jose de Jesus Zalce Benitez, a forensic expert and military doctor, walked the Congress through scans of the alleged alien bodies. I didn't watch this. I don't know what we're gonna see on the highlights here. Oh wow, look at that. Like this looks like something I would have pulled up on like Windows 98 Britannica CD-ROM. Like,
and here's the thing: like, why do we assume that their physiology would even be remotely similar to ours?
well, because that's the like,
It's a weird form of anthropomorphizing.
If you're gonna pull this on the public, you have to make it so their brains can comprehend it. Like that's why aliens have always been like, okay, they're different, but like, yeah, there's still a head, 4 limbs, and a body. Because people want to comprehend what they still don't understand. So you have to put it in a way that their mind can at least relate to it to a certain degree to make them scared of it. Because if you explain something to someone and they can't make up the image in their head, it's hard for them to get scared of it. So I think that's why the body of the alien has always been so consistent.
Because yeah, like the best possibility, more than likely, an actual alien creature, if you were to unbox it, would in some way, shape, or form, and this is going only by statistical evolutionary likelihood in our own biosphere, but it would more than likely look like some sort of crab-like creature because everything evolves into a crab for some reason. Grow the farm up. If they're sitting us on fire hydrants, F the aliens. If it's a pinky finger-sized probe, we can work with them. We got to have a solid probe treaty with alien abductors. Wow. Stephen Alexander, aliens may be way beyond anything we can perceive. They may not even be corporeal. And then, now, here's something before I get to this comment from Bandit. Not necessarily corporeal, but like, let me ask you something, T. What if I actually do believe that in the end, AI could potentially be the next stage of human evolution. And in a way that we don't want, because the thing that gets replaced in evolution is never like, oh, this is fucking awesome. Absolutely, this is great. Like we're evolving, guys. Isn't this great? Because
evolution tends to erase something. People forget that.
Because keep in mind, this is almost in a strange way AI. If it were to replace humanity, and I hate to get all deeply religious and philosophical, but it's almost like it is a mental creature created in our own mental image. And it will be a reflection of us, and it will have not only a greater computing capacity, but it'll also have our delusions. It'll have our ideas of conquest. It'll have our aspirations. And if we encounter an alien creature out in the universe or an alien probe that replace, or like basically an AI and a robotic life form that replaced the previous life form, did we encounter alien life?
Not in the sense
I say we did, but that's
well, sure, but not alien to what we understand as life as you know it, because what you think of, like, because the term alien is not 1000% handcuffed to the idea of, like Bandit says, little green men came out before Mass Effect. Not little green men or little ETs coming from outer space. That's not exactly what alien has to mean. It's alien to me just means it's different than what I formally comprehended or understood to be. So alien is not necessarily. I understand where you're going with that, but we like to think of the idea of aliens being tied to the word extraterrestrial.
Well, then that really kind of like begs the question: is can only organic things be life? Which is a completely different
Right.
question, but it's also like
Well,
is one worth
it boils
examining.
down to where the organic comes from. Now, if we're talking about an AI program that exists in on a computer screen via a phone or tablet or whatever, there are organic components of that. How it was created is irrelevant. If extraterrestrials descended upon the planet and encountered an AI and interacted with it on a laptop computer, they and having no prior knowledge of what the life forms on the planet were until they see this, they would assume that this is the inhabitant of the planet, and they would just go, okay, this is. If they could understand mechanics, obviously they would. How else would they get here? This was a mechanically organic creature. How does it reproduce? That we don't know. Oh, it takes other creatures to assemble it. So when you
Let me put it
put your
this way,
mind
which
into it
is
that way, it's still organic to a certain degree.
yeah, I was about to say, let me put it to you this way, because this is like, I think we're going to really, and then Steve, I'm going to read your comments. We'll catch up. But I think this is going to be something we're going to really disagree on here. But this is the most easiest way to illustrate it. In the show Rick and Morty, the you get butter robot, where Rick programs it with such a complicated AI that it can actually understand the pointlessness of its own
Hmm.
existence. And he goes, "Yeah, welcome to the club, pal." In a strange way, I think in that moment, Rick actually did create a life. I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with that, but this is a creature that thinks and knows. I think, therefore I am. It's in
Right.
this world and it's aware of itself, and it's even aware of its own desires and its own motivations. And so that's
Sentience is really kind of the precursor. Once something has sentience to a certain degree and it has organic features, like if you take those two things together, yeah, you're basically talking about a life. Regardless of how it was created, it is a life to some extent. Now, we can argue all day about computers not being life or plants not being what we consider alive, but it's all kind of living material one way or another.
exactly. Now, Stephen Alexander Martinez, take that step from us and extrapolate it to them on an unimaginably more complex technological level. Doesn't even need, like, I understand that, but I don't even think that, other alien civilizations might even just be comparable to our technology. We always assume they're going to be way above, but they might just, once we get to fusion, we might kind of be comparable. They would live in pocket universe and could manipulate space and time. Um, that's maybe a little far, but like if we could make one computer that's an actual Matryoshka brain, which is completely envelops the sun at 17 different levels, we could get every bit of thermal and light energy out of one sun. And with that kind of computing power, you could literally generate an entire universe in seconds with that kind of computing power. Bandit Phil, we all saw Star Trek the motion picture, and it was amazing. Grow the farm up. Also, the aliens frown when they see how the fudge rounds are bringing the working man down from town to town. Like,
Motherfucker
oh,
spitting. Motherfucker
exactly.
spitting.
No, Chat GPT is not life, but what it is learning for when it does. And it's going to know all of our preferences and all the things we like and all the things we don't like and just the perfect ways to appease us. Grow the farm up. The fifth dimension is real. It's bending space time, which you normally see that in gravity wells and like stars. So, yeah, like grow the farm up. Hang on, go back there real quick. Grow the farm up asked me one time what string theory is, and I don't necessarily subscribe to that, but like fifth dimension theory and the bending of space and time and its ability to actually warp into higher realms of reality for like once you're in the just right Goldilocks zone, that does bear out in even those basic physics. So yes, grow the farm up. The first thing you learn when you invent space time travel is that you're not the first to discover space time travel. Rick Sanchez.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's like that'll be like, hey, I invented space. And then somebody goes like, yeah, you should really not do that. Why? Who are you? I'm you from like 5 years in the
Yeah.
future. Shit, really? Yeah, it
Yeah.
gets really convoluted. So I would just turn back now, kid. Steven found some really strong bro. Steven, Biden will get us to that Matryoshka brain, and Phil fears
Oh,
that.
yeah.
A
Something
Matryoshka
like
brain
that.
couldn't give Biden back enough fucking cognizant awareness to run this country, unfortunately.
I want to go back to this for a second. The fifth dimension is real, it's bending space and time. Now, I think if you're gonna actually look at beings from galaxies far, far away, not trying to give the Star Wars ideal here, but if you're gonna talk about traveling at the speed of light through multiple galaxies, you can't. I know space is vast, and the distance between stars is very great, but you can't. Even if you had the ability to travel the speed of light, are you going to be able to pass through tangible objects out in the middle of space? Should your path be crowded by them? Now, I think if you're going to look at multi-dimensional travel, that's much more explanatory because you start talking about being able to fold intersects of space and time like a book. It's like you're reading chapter 1 and you just can't help yourself, right? You need to skip a few chapters. And you skip like 80 pages and you find yourself in chapter 4 in the middle of it. You just skip all those pages in between. That's kind of what I think about bending space and time, because you're bypassing everything in between, getting around it in a much different way than you were intended to, because the only way you should be reading a book is page by page by page. But in this way, you're crossing a different dimension, going outside of the story itself and skipping to a different portion of it. So I think in terms of space travel, when we think like light speed, sure, in theory that could work, and maybe mass can warp through or around it, or however that would work in theory. I think multi-dimensional travel is probably something much more realistic, which sounds crazy, but it's probably more based in reality than we would think.
The multi-dimensional travel theories. The thing is, like, people, like, we see things in 3 dimension.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was somebody who talked about how if a fourth dimension object were to pass in 3 dimensions, we would perceive it very strangely. It would basically be like
Yes.
if a 4 dimensional object was passing through the third dimension, we would perceive it as being very small, then growing very large, and then going very small, and then disappearing again. Because, like, think about a 3 dimensional object viewing a 2 dimensional object,
Mm-hmm.
and then how hard it would be for a 2 dimensional object to view a 3 dimensional object, because from the 2 dimensional object's view, everything is still a 2 dimensional plane.
I think we had this discussion when we sat down at Chickens, did we not? A little bit. We kind of talked a little bit about this, or was this on a different episode? I
I
mentioned
think
it
we
off.
might have, which
Yeah, I
you
think
can
that was
see
on that
that
episode.
this
We need to,
Halloween.
yeah, we need to be dropping that soon. But yeah, there was an author, William Sleater, I believe his name was, a young author, novelist. I read a lot when I was in like junior high. Read most of his books, and one of his books focused entirely on the fourth dimension and the beings in it. Now, a young teenage girl figures out how to travel from dimension to dimension because she encounters a boy who knows how to travel from dimension to dimension, and eventually it uncovers an entire Illuminati of, okay, there's a fourth dimensional gatekeeper, there's a fifth dimensional, there's a sixth dimensional, so on and so forth, until infinite dimensional, because of course it's all infinite. And yes, like you look at a two-dimensional being as a stick figure on a piece of paper. So as a third dimensional being looking at a two-dimensional person drawn on a stick as a stick figure on a piece of paper. They can only see side to side, but we can see left, right, up, and down in all the third dimensions. So take what you understand about the third dimension and add so many other aspects that we can't even mentally comprehend. And that's what it would be like if we were a two-dimensional figure looking at a three-dimensional figure. So it's it's like being able to move in ways that we can't even fathom. That's what the fourth dimension essentially would be to us.
Yeah, like I'll never forget one time, and it's a really worthwhile one to listen to. It's a great creepy pasta, and the it's one of the best titles ever. I'm so jealous of this title. Like I wish
Yeah.
I'd come up with it because it's so captivating. It's called When Science Found God.
Hmm.
I mean, you're immediately hooked. Okay, it's like okay, not bad. And ultimately, they create a super quantum computer that can hack anything, can create anything. It can actually alter reality. Its computing power is so powerful. And it can also create a virtual reality that you can enter into that is so real that one of the scientists thought that she was talking to her dead parents again. And like her dad was cracking jokes in ways that he always would. And like it was so cathartic for her. And then the main scientist who got very concerned, he at one point said, if our quantum computer can create a reality so exact and so like our own, how do we not know that our own reality is not a result of a similar process? And at that point, everybody in the lab gets very quiet. And then they go about trying to disprove his theory. And at one point, they try to use the supercomputer, the quantum computer, to try to break out and try to actually witness these higher dimensions. And at the end of it, the quantum computer completely powers down, completely like basically self-destructs in a way that it shouldn't even be able to. And it only gives them a two-word message. A two-word message to tell them that we are not to try and go into higher dimensions. We are part of a very small island on a vast black sea that we are not to venture out of. And that two-word message that the computer spit back was turn back. Like, yeah, and I remember when we listened to that, you were like, okay, because that's closer to what you think the paranormal is. Like,
Yes.
it's not like, oh, Uncle Unky Frats he's haunting the old barn over there. Like, that's a little simple, okay?
Yeah.
But Bandit goes,
But again, that's what the human mind creates, and it's the same thing whether we're talking about aliens or ghosts. It's the mind creates what it can understand, and what we understand is a physical being that looks like us. So that's kind of what we've always imagined when we talk about extraterrestrials or ghosts. We'll touch on that first here, but how many Bud Lights would it take for the human mind to enter 5D space?
Tony, you've done this research.
I did before Bud Light started sucking ass because they changed the recipe when they sold to the Germans, and
The Illuminati's
now
keeping the original
it
one
would
for
take
themselves.
way more than they would even have in production right now because losses of
Rice.
sorts. Bandit, isn't the fourth dimension just time? I don't know that
Not
I would
exactly.
go that far because time hardly even exists. And
When
by that I
space
mean
and time intersect in a gravity well, that's the closest we get to actually being able to witness and manipulate the fourth dimension.
time only exists because we as a society have found a way to measure almost everything, whether it's depth or age or what have you. We measure everything, years, days, hours. Because we have to put some form of understanding of why things decay, why things die, why things age. We like to have an understanding of that. That's why the idea of measuring anything exists, and that's really why the concept of time exists. Otherwise, I mean, find another civilization out there in the cosmos, and is time even a thing?
Uh, that is a fascinating because like our time is very, very dependent on gravity. and our rotation around the sun. And so, yeah, once you get out into the void of space, like, because keep in mind, even like our astronauts and cosmonauts and blah, 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 they're all in a gravity well. Like, we've gone to the moon and back. We've stayed inside of Earth's gravity well the entire time of our species' existence. Grow the Farm Up. Bandit, yes, the fourth dimension is time. The fifth dimension, I believe, is gravity. And this is a great one. Grow the Farm Up. This is actually a pretty good demonstration to at least try to help people who aren't really getting this theory. To sum it up in our generation's parlance, difference between original Nintendo Tecmo Bowl versus Madden 2023 on PS 5 or whatever gaming system the kids play these. Yeah, or PS 25 actually would be an actually better demonstration. Because yeah, God, can you imagine PS 25? Like, there's no controller. You just put it on your temples and it just beams the game into your head. That's probably coming by the time we're in retirement homes, T. So, but yes,
we'll finally get that Star Trek holodeck.
But yeah, so in terms of the fourth dimension and fifth dimension, I don't think time is the fourth dimension by any means, but
time's just a unit of measurement.
Yeah, in terms of measuring everything, I was gonna say, Tony, we don't even know how fucking cells divide yet. We're a hysterically primitive species right now, and so, but to me, in terms of higher dimensions, will we ever be able to experience them? I really don't know, because
like the restrictions of a third dimensional object being able to comprehend or even witness something from a lower or a higher dimension, those are more restrictive than even life itself, because we've advanced to a point where we can prevent people from natural occurring death and lengthen people's lives. And we're talking about time here. That's one way we've cheated time as a civilization. So I think that alone is less restrictive than what we're talking about in terms of multidimensional.
Like, what if we find out that, like, once you get out of a solar system, you age so tremendously slowly, like time just works so differently? Or we find out you get out of a solar system, that you get out of the sun's gravitational pull completely, and you find yourself in a dead space with no gravity pull. You might find yourself dying in like 15 seconds. We don't know. Like, that's a Grow the Farm Up. If fifth is gravity, time has to come first. Hence, it is simply our only way to measure the fourth dimension.
If it's even worth measuring, though, because again, we as humans, we like to measure things because that's how we comprehend things. But like you just said, Phil, if we get into a different section of the universe and we start ascending through different dimensions, the laws of physics, time, gravity, that's all off the table. Like, we don't have any inkling of understanding of how, once you reach the outer edges of the universe, the rules are gone. There are no rules anymore. We can't even begin to fathom what might lie beyond that, and how our archaic bodies would react to that. Yeah, we like you said, we could instantly age 100 years, or time could essentially stand still. So again,
I remember it was something. It was something you said that I was always like, no, absolutely not. Shut up. When you were like, well, Phil, when you get further out in the universe, the laws of physics might actually be a little different out there. And I'm like, no, physics is the universal law. And I was like, I was doing that. Never have I seen such petulance, such disregard. Like I was not having it. It was like, yeah, once you do realize that time and gravity are tied, then all the other rules can be kind of bent. Bandit, the holodeck proves that communism doesn't even work in Star Trek, because who mops up after Riker is done in there?
That's fair. Yeah.
Because like time is this very strange commodity. Now I've actually believe Neil deGrasse Tyson's talked about this, and I've heard a lot of other very very smart folks like Isaac Arthur has even talked about this, and he's a guy I put a lot of stock in, that the best way that we could actually extend the natural life, and this is towards the end of the universe, where it's like, oh fuck, we only got like a few million years left in the universe to live. You find a black hole and then you put the kind of craft that can literally just stay on the event horizon of a black hole, and then you can literally, as far as you're concerned, like 1 millionth of a millisecond is like living a billion years. So you can literally, like, the time that we've had this conversation now would be like a creature experiencing like 500 billion years of life.
Yeah.
Okay, like, and so like that's once you get to that point, yeah, like you can play with time, you can play with um and like how to actually perceive of a higher dimension would require like you remember when I did the I'm never above self promotion T, but the audiobook reading of All Tomorrows.
Hmm.
The asteromorphs, they lived in gravity free bubbles where they allowed their brains to just grow and grow and grow over thousands of generations, to the point where they could never come back onto a gravity based world, but their minds were so much more powerful that like even the tiniest children could think in concepts we can't even imagine. Grow the farm up. KOE, that's a bingo. Time and gravity are our only known ways to measure space time travel. We will find the actual calculations of the event horizon when we get there. But until then, time and gravity. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty, like, those are the two, like, and that's why I actually recorded, and it's going to drop on KOE Nation before too long, my interview with Brendan Roy on Dads Worldwide. And he asked, what is the one thing that you want your daughter to take away? What's the one thing that if she learns nothing else from you? And it was persuasion, if wielded properly, is more powerful than gravity. If you like, now gravity is, as we've established here, the most powerful force in our universe. Like nothing tops gravity. Okay. Like it's what moves all of us. It's why we're here, is because of gravity. But if you are good enough with your powers of persuasion, you can persuade enough people to build you a rocket to poof, break a gravity well. Okay. Any gravity well, if you with enough persuasion. So that's why that when we talk about like, yeah, it's all time and gravity. That's the one thing I always think, like, all right, kiddo, next generation, and all y'all that do end up exploring space, because our generation, we were born too late to explore the high seas, and we were born too early to explore outer space. So we have to settle for exploring the internet. Yeah. Yeah. So y'all, when you're looking back on this, all y'all fucking flying out in the stars and shit, look at what these fuckers were talking about way back when. Can you believe that? Yeah, fuck you. You get a fucking fly out in space and shit.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little jelly. Like by the time I'm 90, I might be able to do a space tourism thing where they like, oh, you're out in space for a few seconds. All right, let's get you back real quick. And we're all be like, oh my God, can you believe it? We were in space for a few seconds. And yeah, all y'all in the future laughing your ass off. I know it. Don't fucking.
And all those flat earthers will say, "Oh, this is clearly just like a simulation. We're not actually on a rocket ship viewing space."
Yeah, right now the future class, like, wait, that was still a thing? Okay, that was a thing for like a few years. A couple of guys found a way to troll really smart people. Because, like, to me, like, if you're gonna troll Neil deGrasse Tyson in a way that's gonna like almost make him melt down, it's like, well, how do you really know the world's right? Like, you do something like that where like he just like in the trying to explain it, like his brain is gonna melt down.
Oh, my favorite thing is the fact that they are so adamant about the idea that gravity is just a theory and it's not provable at all.
I mean,
yep. Congratulations, Phil. You just proved gravity. But they won't hear that.
Be weird about it, but like,
no, that's just theoretical, Phil. You didn't prove anything. Oh, I'm telling you, if you wanna go on an absolute fucking just rabbit hole of stupidity, get on Flat Earth TikTok. Thank me later, because it's amazing.
Like, I've seen so, but like, I'll never forget. It was kind of funny. It was a YouTube short where it was a Muslim dude and an atheist were standing out in the middle of New York, and this atheist basically like, I don't even know if he's full atheist, but he's like, How do we don't even know if we exist or not. Like, how prove to me that I even exist. You know what the Muslim dude did? Put his hand out, just pushed him a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, then if it's not real, why did you react to it? Like, it's but yeah, Grow the Farm Up. The Flat Earth will say it's a simulation of a simulation. Tony G.
Yeah.
Barry M. Night Shyamalan.
What
Nice.
a twist.
Okay. If the flat earthers were actually inside of an M. Night Shyamalan, like, okay, you break out of the first simulation, and I was like, oh wow, the flat earth is real, man. And then you break out of that simulation, M. Night Shyamalan style, like, no, actually the earth is round, but we just wanted to fuck with you. Okay, that I would be down with that. Bandit. Flat earthers and Democrats, but I repeat myself, will always be a thing. Well done. Well done.
Very nice.
Well done.
Very nice.
It's flat curvers. We have to flatten the curve. But God almighty. The net. So the flat earth, Tony, I remember the first, that was actually the first thing that actually brought me on to you and to any kind of
Yes.
political YouTube, was talking about flat earth. And I was like, huh, really? And you told me that like Alaska is a ring. And I was loving every minute of it. Now, what's funny is I downloaded Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. And one of the maps is the world map.
Yeah.
And it's a flat map. And there's like ice on the edges everywhere. And I'm thinking, oh my God, we're fighting on the flat earth. Who will conquer flat earth? And I was laughing my ass off about it because, and you can't go around the other way. It's like, it really makes, flights from, LA to Hawaii to Japan quite a conundrum there, doesn't it?
I gotta find the, oh God. So yeah, the flat earth theory and the new map, I gotta find it. It's incredible. It basically pushes the idea that the earth is flat, it's under a dome, and then space is actually water, and the other planets are also flat planets under domes with ice walls and stuff around them. Like, it's all so contradictory. It's incredible. I've got to find it. You've got to see it. It's amazing.
Now, since you said it, T, I'm going to give myself a solo layout here just for this.
Okay.
I am going to go to the one place that has not been corrupted by capitalism. Space. Yep, had to. Clip that out, Justin.
Yeah.
Jamie, can we clip that out? Yeah, I couldn't help myself. Like, you could just, if you ever watch that clip, you could see Tim Curry just about ready to fucking die. Like, these are my lines. I'm going to go to the one place not corrupted by capitalism. Space. And I think he's an East German. So he was like under an actual communist regime and shit. And so like that had to be fucking surreal for him. Bandit. Tony, have you seen Cyman Dan? His channel is basically debunking flat earthers.
Yes, I do subscribe to Cyman Dan. He's incredible. He's doing God's work in terms of shutting up these fucking flurfers. Yeah. I love.
You know
Cyman
why
Dan.
I know that the Earth isn't flat, Tony? It's three things actually. A, had a lot of pilots in my family, so there's a lot of math calculations. B, 6.5 Creedmoor and 300 Win Mag. Those are the other two reasons. Any shot where you are going to fire over 1,000 meters, and I've only done it a handful of times in my life, okay? It's not something I used to, like, I remember 2 months, me and a couple of my buddies thought we were just hot shit Sniper Wolf, okay? And so we got all the stands on our rifles and shit. And if you're going to make any shot over 1,000 meters, there's a certain calculation card you have to use. And basically anything over 1,000 meters, you have to actually account for the curvature of the earth in your calculations in order to properly land your shot. Okay. And so I remember the one time I was on another panel where they were talking flat earth. And so, okay, the earth's flat. Well, okay, what about the fact that when I shoot over 1,000 meters, I have to account for the curvature of the earth? Well, okay, there's a slight curve. So, okay, it took me 10 seconds to get you to go from flat to slight curve. Just imagine what I could do in 5 minutes. And that is where I discovered that new form of dickhead argument that you don't like. But it's amazing how it works rhetorically. So it's like, oh, okay, so in 40 seconds, I got you to go from A to B. Just imagine how long it'll take me to get you to C. Like, it's a very... It works quite well when you're dealing with very foolish folk. Tony, have you found the map of...
Let's see. Okay, I found it. This is on... So I got to get a hold of this thing because it looks absolutely insane, incredible, and I need it. This is on Conspiracy Talk.
Tony, get ready. Who's thirsty? Hey, Justin. And I'm taking a shot of gin, but Justin, if you want to give Tony some millet whiskey, he's thirsty. He is just thirsty.
So let's watch this. This is hilarious.
Wait. Is this the map of Tamriel from Skyrim? It looks a lot like... yeah!
No!
Leahy.
Okay.
Randy.
So this is a really fucking stupid person on TikTok who has this map and basically won't hear anything other than his own bullshit. So I give to you the new idea of flat Earth.
Now, William Morris is from the book, the Nosconfunden.
Can you hear it?
Yes.
Okay.
That's where this whole idea came from. But he would have done the same thing. He would have left the United States and he would have went south and he found an opening somewhere here. They call it, I think, the Summer Gate. But he would have found an opening and then he would have went through and found the same thing, the Ancestral Republic, which they said they were as far from the ice wall as we were, similar, just in the opposite direction. And that makes sense. They may have been right here. That's the same amount of distance to there as it is from the United States to there.
God.
So it all makes sense if you look at it from a broad perspective. So that's 1783. Now, there was the late 1800s, E.W. Barrington did the same thing, and he found an opening. When he got close enough to the opening, he even said to his captain, let's go in there. And the captain's like, no, if we go in there, it's not wide enough for us to turn around. And if we come to a wall, then we're dead. But when they got close enough to it, it sucked them in. The current sucked them in, and they went in anyway. He called it the Barrington Strait. That was in the...
So, just look at this if you can. Look at this map if you can, because he doesn't, like, show it, because I think it'd get picked completely apart. But if you look at this, do you see the top there? That's the lands of Venus. The lands of Venus up there at the top there. Now, what you're looking at in the center, I believe that's Earth. In
the book, E.W. Barrington's book, The Iron Republic. That's another good read. If you like the Nosconfunden books, I would definitely recommend reading that. And there's even...
Now, look at all the
So he thinks all the planets are just like more flat Earth around us, and it's all connected into one big continent.
If you look in the very, very center of this circle in the center, the smallest circle in the center of that circle, that's Earth, right? That's the continents of Earth. And then there's an ice wall. And there's more shit in that donut shape. That's where the donut theory comes into play. And then there's another ice landmass wall. And then there's more continents outside of that. And then it's just sea and land until you get to like the lands of Venus.
History on that, pictures of his boat and stuff.
Looks like
so that was a real journey. And he said the same thing, that he went through the ice wall and found more land. But I think
there you go. There's
Oh my Lord Almighty!
Look at this: the lands of Venus, the lands of Mars, the deepest seas, ocean, the Anunnaki's lands, the lands of custodians. Look at this shit.
The overall
Madness.
main point is that if you're going to travel long distances between these, the best vessel you could have is a dual purpose vessel, one that can fly and one that can be submerged and go underwater. And that's what we've heard from old sea captains talking about, seeing underwater submerged objects fly out of the water and fly away. So the best means of travel, if you're going to do mass distances, would be a vehicle that could do both.
Tony, I feel stupider having just watched that. And that's why I got this double of gin right here. Not looking forward to it. And you got a millet whiskey shot from
all right.
Good old Justin. So thanks, Justin.
Oh,
Ugh.
horrible. Oh, God.
Our fans love us, Tony. They love us.
Oh, God, I hate. Oh, God. It's terrible.
So it's one of those things that, like, flat Earth is sort of like the dancing invisible leprechaun on the dark side of the moon. God, that still burns. It hurts.
Oh, Millet.
Which is weird because, like, even higher proof whiskey doesn't burn that bad.
No, it's just bad stuff is bad.
Like, it's one of those that, let's say that this was true. In what way would it actually have changed your life in any effective way?
Yeah, that's the thing. It wouldn't. It
Yeah,
doesn't
like,
change
would-
anything.
Like, yeah. And so it's like, it's kind of like hey, Tony, did you know I have incontrovertible proof, in fact, that there is a dancing invisible leprechaun on the dark side of the moon?
It
Doesn't that
change my
change your-
life at all. That's pretty amazing, though.
Yep. Girl, the farm, the best pickup to have is one that drives and flies, but that doesn't make it ice wall proof unless maybe it's a Ford F-150. Nice.
So
Yeah,
we're gonna
like,
have
so
to-
what you're saying is the Game of Thrones, the Great Wall is like there's 3 of them, and Sarita's like,
All right, so let's talk about the reptilians. This is their world.
oh fuck me, really?
Oh my God, that's his opening line. Look at the top. Isla de los Reptiles.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
that's what they call it. I'm sure they just use like a little bit of Latin Spanish.
Oh fuck.
The Lacerta's lands translate to the lands of the lizards. Also, most of them, it says in the book, live on Isla de los Reptiles, which is the land of the reptiles, the island of reptiles. Okay,
Oh my
so
God.
let's see what the book says.
No,
There are-
we really don't
oh,
need
shit.
to know what the book
Worlds.
says. I just want to see the map.
There, they
No,
have a
I got to
large
hear the
subway
insane
city,
shit. He's
And although the reality is that they live far away from oh shit, my bad.
This is insane.
These
This is
beings are
insane.
often mistaken for Anunnaki or other beings, but in reality is that they live far away from the known lands, which is way over here. All right.
We're the known lands. That's Earth.
Although they have visited them on several occasions and have made contact with leaders,
Hang on.
they are beings who prefer to live.
I like the fact that we're the known lands. Earth, the flat Earth on this crazy map is the known lands. Yet somebody has managed to chart this entire universe of all
Yeah.
these
The
exterior
unknown
lands.
lands, even like what? That's
Yeah.
a very in-depth look. And considering this is a guy in a sailboat, you got to give him credit for covering. Because we saw how very little are like. So you got to give him credit for covering literally billions of kilometers of exploration.
With a sailboat.
Yes, with a sailboat. Now it could have
Amazing.
been like a Spanish man of war galleon, which those can reach up to like 15 mile an hour with a good wind.
It could have just been Superman. Maybe Kal-El himself is the one who charted this map. He'd
Keep
have the
going.
power.
I got to hear this. This is
Far
gold.
away from other worlds. Their homes are generally built underground,
You mean
and
petri
these
dishes?
advanced reptiles have shown great hostility to humans on several occasions they have encountered them. Generally, if they visit other worlds, they do so to implant subway bases that can be used in the future, since they monitor everything from there with their advanced technology. Although they have a circle environment for themselves as the Lacertolans, most of them prefer to live in the island near that world, which is right up there, the island of reptiles.
Islands dealing reptiles invented piglet.
There-
That was amazing.
Yeah, just a guy say
Oh.
like, it's sort of Spanishy sounding shit. Like
It's all bullshit.
all of it.
Oh my god.
But like this
They
is
have a
like I
large
gotta give
subway
credit.
city,
This is like
and
Skyrim
although
level.
they
deep
live in
its lore.
independent lands,
Oh yeah.
they seem to prefer it that way. They have had in the past great wars with the Anunnaki and are considered of great advancement and development of weapons for destruction. These beings have earned their due respect from the great colonizers, have never been used as beings for inferior tasks, nor have they been able to bend them in any way. It is very possible that if they had to choose a side, they would go in favor of the custodians in a possible future war against humanity. Okay.
Oh
So,
my god. They favor the custodians.
Oh no, not that. Anything but the custodians.
He pulls back a little and you get a better
So we're
look
going
at
to
the
war with
map.
janitors?
Well, look, that's a slur term. I'm sure the custodian people wouldn't like that, Phil. You get a
Possible
kind of a
future
better look
war against
after when he
humanity.
Yeah.
pulls back,
Okay.
because I want
So-
this map.
That's the
Look at this shit. Look at this. This is madness. This is fucking madness.
That's gonna be the map you put behind you when you review whiskeys at your house now. Is
Oh,
the
yeah.
fucking flat Earth map.
Oh, that'll get the attention that I need. Yeah, absolutely. Here's my thing. I like when you buy this map and you hang it up and you really start to study it, and the people that believe this, do they just get total mind fucked when they realize, oh my god, this map ends? So it's not a flat Earth. It's a flat universe. Holy shit, because it just ends.
The universe is flat. Bandit, I've heard it takes a long time to get to England a sailboat. Just imagine how long it takes to get to Venus. Grow the farm up. This is great,
Ooh.
great A Sochmead Grift. He's basically just writing a Netflix series at this point. Hey, the freak, how we doing there, good sir? Welcome, welcome. We're talking about, we discovered that the flat earthers, oh, that's just the frosting on the cake here. There's many more layers. Turns out it's a flat universe. And apparently what we're finding out is all the planets are in little petri dishes, apparently on somebody's desk. That's the flat earth theory.
Bandit came through big. He found it. He's got it. I'm going to get
reptiles, the reptilians. Now, if you'll notice on these,
Bandit came through.
all these lands are named
yeah.
after gods. You know, you got the Anunnaki, you got the lands of Mars. Mars was a god, a Greek god. You know, Andromeda, you know, Hercules. You got all.
So there you go, like the Greek gods and the Roman gods. Yeah, the lands of Hercules. There's a fucking Pegasus land, apparently. Look at this
Hercules,
shit.
by the way. You got all these, you know,
Oh my
Saturn.
God.
Saturn is a
So
god.
wait.
Jupiter is the
Hit pause here. Hit pause.
Okay.
So the Greek gods. So
Mhm.
all of this stuff that's billions of kilometers away on this flat petri dish universe all still happens to be named after the legends, mythologies, and a few maybe people in a little area of the Mediterranean in Greece.
Well, yeah, obviously. Duh, Phil.
Hmm.
Like, yeah.
Jesus.
You don't
God,
believe in the lands of Jupiter?
No.
You science denier.
the greatest god back
You
then.
freak.
And Saturn was
Racist.
the greatest god before him. But all these names, Neptune was a god, Uranus was a god. So when Venus was a
and
god.
it's a round
So
fucking ring. Uranus is
Yeah.
a round ring.
all these myths come from. They come from coming in contact with beings that were much more advanced than them, and they called them gods. All the planets are named after gods. All the moon missions were named after gods. All the space missions are named after gods. Just think about that.
So we need to get
Have you
this
thought
map
about it,
and
Tony?
do a yes, yes, I've thought about it, and I need to get this map, and we need to do a deep dive on it because this is insanity.
And
This
I
is
think
the
like
map.
we need to put our own like wiener, like
We know.
Game of Thrones shit on. Like, all right, pull it. Wieners, 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 wieners.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Okay. So this is the flat universe.
Yeah, this is the Terra Infinita map complete. Holy shit! Like these are all flat planets amongst this flat universe, I guess. Like we're here. I'm gonna like the pixelation kills it, but like that's us here.
Tony. You
This
need
is
you're
Earth.
gonna want to buy the actual map now, aren't you?
Oh yeah, I've got to buy this. This is coming home. I gotta get this. Look at this shit.
Your great grandkids be like, "Whoa!" Great
Oh my
grandpa
god,
was like,
this is the best part. Look at it down here. The unknown zone. Oh, more unknown zone. Oh, what's up? at the
Wait,
top?
Tony,
More
Tony.
unknown.
Tony, in the 5th season, that's when we find out what's outside the unknowns. Whoa, and it's even more flat universe. Whoa, mind blown.
Oh,
Even
that's the
the-
beauty of it, Bandit. It's not just one ice wall. It's like 50 ice walls because they're obsessed with the ice wall. Even after India landed on the moon last week or something. Yeah, pretty much.
Grow
And
the farm up with the real question. Really, all that matters. Does flat Earth have the same 300-pound fudge round problems the spherical Earth does? What does it matter? Both are clearly doomed by fudge rounds.
It's true. They are.
Lord, it's a damn shame.
And not just that, oatmeal cream pies, nutty bars, zebra cakes,
Yep.
strawberry shortcake.
And luckily,
True.
I'm taller than 5'3", so I'm gonna just snack on fudge rounds.
We're gonna have to get the Terra Infinita map and just I'm gonna.
I feel like we should lay it down on my card table and like roll dice and do Dungeons and Dragons shit with it. Like I don't know. Like I just feel like that's like I've never played a game of Dungeons and Dragons, but I feel like that is the proper map for it. I feel like
Infinita.
Terra Infinita map.
I'm looking it up on Google or
Oh,
on
God.
Amazon right now.
Okay. Like Tony's like, please let it be for sale on Amazon.
Oh, it's
know-
not on Amazon.
Ah, son of a biscuit.
Nope, I'm gonna have to go to a different portion of the internet to find this.
Oh
Damn it.
God, a part of the internet you don't want to go to, and you're probably gonna have to.
I don't
buy
want the
it from-
book. I can get the book, Terra Infinita. I don't want the book because it's $20 in paperback. No. Terra Infinita, extraterrestrial worlds and their civilizations. The story told by the woman who was born in the lands behind the ice walls. Oh, my
fuck.
God.
Hang on, Tony. Bandit. They don't have the same problem. They have fudge flats.
Oh. Oh. Nailed it. Fucking
Well
nailed
done.
it. Wow.
Well done.
All right. On that note, let's go from a flat Earth to a flat fucking head. So did you hear? Did you see? Did you hear, Phil? There's
What's that, Tim?
maybe a guy out there who's maybe done some bad stuff that maybe kind of sorta almost maybe might have to, be held accountable for it. I don't know.
Well,
Like,
surely you're not talking
being
about anybody in
held
Washington.
to the same standards of, us normal
One of us.
folks.
Now,
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
the thing. Are you talking about Hunter Biden, T?
I am actually, Phil. I am.
Okay, Hunter Biden. He's actually we found out that he is going to be charged with gun crimes, and he might face something approaching something that might actually appear in the same flat Earth solar system of a consequence. Okay, but Hunter Biden indicted on gun charges, and also false statements charges. Now, Scott Adams said something, which I normally put a lot of weight in what he says, but I disagree with him here. He says, I don't want Hunter to go down on gun charges or on paper crime charges. And it's like, well, okay, if we freed everybody that's in prison on just those charges that we have on Hunter Biden, that's fair. That I would listen, but unfortunately, like if there's people rotting in prison right now for this shit, this is fair game. Now, Tony, this is a level of irony that like is almost universal. Like, God really does have a sense of humor, and he does always get everybody who deserves it in the end. Hunter Biden is being charged with falsifying on a federal form, which was a 4473, which is the federally required background check form. Do you know when this particular background check became law, Tony?
When, Phil?
The 1994 Brady Bill that Joseph R. Biden shepherded through Congress personally. So Hunter Biden is getting charged with the very same Brady laws that Joe Biden championed 2 decades ago.
Huh.
That's one of those, like, you just can't, like, yeah, Bandit. The thing that upsets me the most about the indictment charges is he spent the money to buy a Colt Cobra in 38, like, yeah, I mean, a Colt, you get it proper, but you get a 357. But and always keep in mind, folks, the prosecution was also trying to basically collude with Hunter Biden and his defense to push through a plea deal where he would admit to guilt on some minor misdemeanor stuff and some tax stuff. And then the plea deal would have given him immunity from any further prosecution on anything related to any of the other investigations that the Republicans were going to try and launch. Okay. And if the judge would have just signed off on it, they would have gotten away with it.
Yeah.
But now it looks like everything's about to, and yeah, you're right, Bandit, 3 decades ago. Gotta remember, we're millennials, so it's like, yeah, that was 30 years ago, like in the 70s.
In the 70s. Yeah.
No, that's 1993. Oh my God.
No, damn it.
But yeah, so Hunter Biden now indicted on gun crimes. And this is going to be something that's going to tear quite a bit wide open. But Tony, why don't you proceed with the article, sir?
I'm sure this is going to be completely unbiased and very, very negative.
Yeah, CNN's right down the line.
Yeah, CNN
Fair
politics.
and square.
Hunter Biden indicted on gun charges. There we see smiling Hunter right there in the center of the screen.
New teeth.
CNN. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, has been indicted by a special counsel, David Weiss, in connection with a gun he purchased in 2018. The first time in U.S. history the Justice Department has charged the child of a sitting president. The 3 charges include making false statements on a federal firearms form and possession of a firearm as a prohibited person. It's an extraordinary turn of events after his original plea deal collapsed and potentially sets up a dramatic trial in the middle of his father's 2024 re-election bid. Now, let's stop right there. Because the Democrats are going to spin this as this is clearly the Republicans just trying to sling mud and defame the sitting president coming up on an election year. And you know what I have to say about that? They're abso-fucking-lutely right. And do you know why I don't give a shit? Because this is no goddamn different. In fact, this is pretty fucking mild to what they would do if this were Donald Trump fucking Jr. Jesus Christ.
Oh,
This
yeah.
guy would have been in jail 2 years ago, probably sentenced to fucking hanging, and they would have.
I was about to say they would have probably
partied
just
in the
nailed him to a
streets.
cross. Like they,
Yeah.
like I don't think they would have even like there wouldn't have even been a trial. Like they would have
No,
like
no trial.
Antifa would have just burned his house down. Like it
Yeah,
would
they
have
would
been.
have been fine with it. It's fine because he's obviously evil, and we're just going to be okay with that. So no, I'm sorry. It's if you're gonna open these cans of worms, if you're gonna do this shit, when it happens to you back, you just kind of got to fucking live with it. Look, if you want to toe the line and you want to cross the line, once that barrier's broke, the rules change, and this is just the status quo now. So I'm
Well, I
sorry,
keep
politics
saying-
is now this. This is now politics.
Tony,
Out in the
remember when I
open for
said
everybody to see? It's not even happening in the backstage. It's not even happening behind the scenes now.
nope?
This type of shit is not happening in the shadows. It's happening in front of us on our phones daily. This is just normal now.
I said this
It's-
5 years ago when the first impeachment came down on Trump, and I said Democrats always remember turnabout is fair play. And we are now
Yeah.
finally seeing turnabout actually being fair play. Let's see. The Empowered Man podcast. You should have me as the opposition pundit. Opposition to what? I mean, there's nothing but pure correctness here. But T, you continue, and but yeah, we're at the point where we now have legalized lawfare, where the people, whoever's in power in DC is going to use that power to try and make their political opponents no longer their political opponents. And here's the unfortunate reality of it. And I don't like this, but this is going to be one of the most intense elections. Some people say important intensity. This will be the most of our lifetimes, because for the first time in American politics, whoever loses is probably going to prison. Okay. If Trump loses, it seems pretty determined they want to send him to prison. If Biden loses, Trump is sending him to prison. So these guys are literally fighting for their lives. So this is going to be unlike any election we have ever seen. So proud Democrat. Oh my, and proud of president. But oh man. Do I grow the farm up? The Empowered Man pot. Do you drive a Corvette?
I morbid curiosity, the Empowered Man podcast. You should get a hold of one Phil KOE on the former Twitter, now X, and visit with him about possibly jumping on with us, because the fact that you can still say "and proud of President Biden."
Like, to me, it's
I'm
sort of like I remember like 2008, Lewis Black did one of his last stand-up bits, because it was the last few months while Bush was still president, and he had to get one last dig in at Bush before his entire reason for being went away. And at one point he said, "And let me tell you something, George Bush." And then one guy yeah, and then he goes, "Oh, no, you know what, at this point you would still yeah." And that's kind of how we feel about Biden. Empowered Man, I will actually check your stuff out, and we might get a hold in the future. But we're actually not got too much longer on this show left. But I will look into you, sir. I will look into you. That, and I don't ever just random person I don't know. I don't bring them onto the show, because you never know if they're going to do the Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis, Baba Booey, one of those things. And it's like, okay, sorry. Well, that lasted all of 8 seconds. But no, you seem like a cool cat, and we will look into that, sir. But all right, T, continue on.
So CNN, the White House thought The Hunter Biden legal drama would end this summer, but a plea deal reached with Weiss to resolve the matter without charges collapsed over the summer amid scrutiny from a federal judge. House Republicans have also announced an impeachment inquiry into the president in relation to Hunter Biden's business ventures. Court filings show that a summons was issued Thursday for him to appear in court for an initial appearance on the charges, though it is unclear when and where the initial appearance would take place. Hunter Biden is currently in California, a source familiar told CNN, adding that any plan for self-surrender or initial appearance, including the date and location, still needs to be worked out. In an exclusive interview Thursday evening, Hunter Biden's lawyer, Abby Lulz, claimed that indictment was a result of political pressure. Republican politicians, Lulz told CNN, on Outfront, have been pressuring this U.S. attorney to do something to vindicate their political position. And guess what? They succeeded. Again, turnabout's fair play. Like, I'm sorry. You wanted this. You wanted this. You got it. This is politics now. I don't know what you want. We're heading into an election year. Donald Trump has been impeached realistically about 7 times now, even after he left the office.
I got no message.
So
I said you reached out on Twitter,
know.
but I haven't got nothing yet.
We'll keep looking. We'll yes, we will. We'll get yes. Thank you. We appreciate this. And look, we typically we have more than just the two of us on here, where we do have more of a panel style back and forth where a lot of disagreeing occurs. So I do promise there's plenty of flavor, and we're more than welcome to talk about having you on. So yes, definitely make sure that you get through to us.
Yeah, and you know what? Fuck it. Like we'll probably chat for a few minutes if you want to jump on, just because.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sure he's not gonna Baba Booey Howard Stern's penises. I haven't found his YouTube channel yet. Like I found one that uses the same picture, but I don't know if it's the same guy. But you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, you can find me at Kiwi Nation on YouTube, and we'll chat for a little bit because I'm not the biggest fan of Joseph R. Biden.
Really? Hadn't noticed.
Grow the farm up. Well, Biden has been really successful at stacking up money in his own pocket while selling out America, costing our economy probably $1 trillion by now. Yeah. Oh, you think just $1 trillion? Like, no, he's been going pretty insane in the membrane when it comes to spending. But to be fair, like that's been the habit of the last 3 presidents, to just spend as much as you possibly can, and say, look at the tremendous legacy. It was the best legacy. No legacy has ever been better.
So before I have to fucking skedaddle, I do want to give some thoughts on this. Hunter's facing what, up to 10 years? Is that what I read correctly? 10 years potentially as a max sentence for the charges that he's facing, correct? Because we know that's not going to be what he gets. That's not going to happen. Hunter Biden's not going to get 10 years. Hunter Biden's probably not going to get 3 months. He'll probably at best get what? 50 hours community service. Let's be honest about this. Like, this isn't going to happen. He's not going to go to jail. I'm sorry. His fucking dad is sitting in the White House. He's not going to go to jail. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So ultimately, this is more about proving a point. For me, this is about the Republicans proving a point. That's what I feel like they're doing. They're saying, look, if you're going to go this hard at our president, we're going to do the same thing in return to you. And I don't think it matters anymore. I don't, because at this point, the lines have been drawn. The people who are going to vote that way are going to vote that way regardless. It's like watching The Boys, the latest season, where Homelander literally melts a guy with his eye lasers, and he gets cheered for it. People don't care because they've chosen the camp that they want to be in. This just adds fuel to the fire at this point. And it's turnabout's fair play, because not one side should be able to just defame the other and get whatever they want out of it. I'm sorry. It's just not how it works. There has to be a balance if we're going to be stricken to this 2-party system, which we are. there has to be a balance, and the balance has gotten so far out of whack that at one point the scale will break. So until that happens, the Republicans are trying to counterbalance everything that the Democrats have been doing over the last 7 years. Let's be realistic. At some point, it's going to break. At some point, the scale will break, and that's essentially when civil war and the shooting starts happening.
I really don't like that. But it's one of those. Seems to be about 10 million people in this country that's kind of evenly divided on either side. That's just kind of going through the motions until the shooting starts. And I don't
I'm
like
just
this at
gonna
all.
say no to this. Second Amendment crowd should come to Hunter's rescue, says the empowered man. No, because he was not legally allowed to own a gun. And the Second Amendment, the people who are proud of the Second Amendment, follow gun law, follow gun.
Yeah, and I don't even
rules.
like the particular things that they're using, but like to be frank, if there are people that are rotting in prison right now for doing exactly what Hunter did. So like if we were going to be willing to commute the sentences of all the people who are currently rotting in prison for what Hunter did, then I would actually be on board. But like I said earlier, hang on just one second. Like I said earlier, the empowered man, Bandit said this, but the 4473 in which Hunter Biden actually violated federal code was from the Brady bill, which his father made law. Okay, his father was the one who shepherded that through the Senate. And so like this is one of those very strange, like great universal ironies. But I'm gonna check Twitter one more time, see if I got any messages.
Grow the form up. Not true at all. Empowered man, civilian control of the military is what we seek to restore. Bandit follows up. You don't understand the Second Amendment community. It's not about him being Joe Biden's son. Empowered man says two-party dictatorship. Yeah.
Now this guy over here, Mr. Nonpartisan fucking moderate normie down the middle motherfucker here, love him dearly, but his politics infuriate me. He would be like, yeah, we're under a two-party dictatorship. And me, I'm like, hey, we gotta stop the bad guys, okay? So we gotta get together.
Bad guys
God
are
bless,
people who want to divide up all the power that we are hoarding for the two-party system. Yeah, it's a uniparty tyranny right now.
Just the people who want to tax us into nothing. Yeah,
not wrong.
Like, there's really only one. Like, here's the thing. Like, before we move on to that, I just want to say this, and this is a truism. Like, this is true. There really is only one organization that is standing between us and 80% taxation for everybody's everything, and that is, like it or not, that's the Republican Party. The Democrats, if they had their own way and if they had their druthers, would be taxing us at much, much higher percents. People talk about FDR's tax rates. They were in the 90s. Now we had a lot more deductions than we had back then, so a lot of people, like, I would actually be paying much less under if we had the deductions, but that is the unfortunate reality. And I hope you're here, empowered man, to hear that. And like, yeah, I would, if you're here, I'd like to chat for a little bit because I looked at, like, you've given me enough answers that are actually substantive to the point where I'm pretty sure you're not going to Baba Booey Howard Stern's penis us. Okay. Like that's mostly whenever somebody new comes on, I'm like, are they going to Baba Booey Howard Stern's penis at me? Or it's like, you know what I think about this? Its source is Howard Stern's ass. Like, I was like, God damn it. Like, I was hoping for something, but okay. Bandit. Second Amendment community won't come to help him because he's a bad example of what a gun owner should be. Now, I will say, that's a lot of crack. You ever see like 20 grams of crack? Like when Hunter Biden took a picture of the scale with 20 grams of crack, that's like, that's an impressive amount of crack. Yeah, T, check your Twitter too, is I ain't got nothing yet. But no, it's fine. It's fine. Because this kid's got moxie. Now, really, Discord's the best way to get a hold of me, but I don't even know how to fucking get, like, I don't even know how to give my Discord to people. I'm a really bad online date. What can I say? Wasn't that Eisenhower that had the 90%? Actually, no, it was FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, 93% tax rate, I believe. But there was also a lot of deductions under those times. So if you knew how to play the deduction game right, you could actually get a far lower tax rate than what we have today. But you shouldn't have to be a deduction genius to do that. That's and so it's the unfortunate reality, but the Republican Party, Tony, love it or hate it, and I know there's a lot of things you don't like about it. It's the only organization that is standing between you and 80% of your dollars being taxed right out of your pocket, and you getting your 1 monthly allotment of lab-grown meat and crickets. Okay, like unfortunately that shit's coming down the pike. Now I actually, this is funny. I was listening to a debate from a guy named Vegan Gains, and he was on with Andrew Wilson. And I've been on with Andrew before, very nice guy. And they were talking about veganism, and they bring up lab-grown meat at one time, and suddenly Vegan Gains like, well, it's no problem, it's no big deal at all, it's completely different. And if I was there on the panel, I kind of want to say, when he's like, well, what's the big difference? And I said, you're willing to eat it. I mean, it's clearly different. You're willing to eat it, and I'm really not. Like, enjoy. Like, now, okay, not to be considered actual medical advice. I guarantee you, folks, if let's say lab-grown meat became the in vogue thing tomorrow, and it was mandated, and that's just what everybody ate, and everybody accepted it was just okay. Let's just take for this thought experiment, and everybody's eating lab-grown meat now. What I guarantee you, because what's going to happen is something very fascinating, because what you're doing with lab-grown meat is you're taking a single cell and you're dividing it again and 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 again until you get a tissue. Now, there is a human illness in the human injury and illness process that mirrors this lab process, where a single cell replicates itself again and 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 again. It's called cancer. Okay. Now, I'm not saying it's going to give, that's not what I'm saying, but I guarantee you by like 2050, 2060, people who are going through heavy cancer treatments will probably be advised not to eat lab-grown meat.
Unfortunately, that's not exactly a conspiracy theory. On that note, I think I've got him the invite. He's going to be coming your way, and I got to dip out and go maneuver some kids around if they're in beds or couches.
Tony's for those who don't know, Tony's got a litter at home. So now if this guy comes up, I'm going to be kind of disappointed if he at least doesn't open with a Baba Booey Howardson's penis now.
Oh,
he kind of has.
Don't open that Pandora's box, Phil. I'll be watching here.
Tony, give yourself all the shout outs.
Indeed. Yes, it is I, your 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, non-chill filtered quadruple distilled Tony fucking G. Instagram, Tony the Rod. TikTok, Tony the Rod. Linktree /Big Buck, and to find me on the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, Hazard Analysis, KOE Nation, and the Dog and Chicken Show, all across the Big Buckin' Empire. So many shows, so little time, so strung thin. And you can now find me as the new co-host on Dad's Worldwide with one Brendan Roy. So yes, find me on so many shows. I'm all over the place. I'm multidimensional in the past podcasting world. So I am simply, humbly, Tony fucking G. I will catch you next time. As soon as Phil gets back, I will turn it over to him, and it looks like he's going to be joined by a new guest taking my spot for tonight on Hazard Analysis. We'll see where this goes. I can't wait to find out how the discussion on the Bidens, because I know there's more than just the gun talk of Hunter Biden to discuss. There's Joe Biden's impending impeachment. So, Phil, I'm going to hand it off to you, and I bid you adieu, and I will catch you guys next time.
Peace. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Sorry, guys. Had to do that. Now, this is something new in the history of Hazard Analysis. We have a first-time guest, and I am looking forward to seeing how this goes. And he is now known as the Empowered Man Podcast. He's also known only as so much mystery, folks. I'm looking forward to it. And without further ado, Oh, we only got the audio from you. Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, my friend? Because I'm already undressed. It's very late here in New York.
Oh, New York. Nice,
Yeah,
nice.
it's almost 12 o'clock.
Okay, like I was about to say, first, before we get into anything, first, tell the folks at home a little bit about yourself, what you're comfortable, tell you tell like what corner of the world you're from, your politics, all that good stuff. Who are we speaking to?
I'm a proud Democrat, proud of my President Biden, and I think the Democratic Party is the only thing right now that is sane, at least trying to act sane in our political realm. The Republican Party have lost it. They lost their way. They are no longer the party of conservatism or small government or lower taxes. They have become the party of viral embarrassment, idiotic behavior, supporting a narcissistic leader. The party of Reagan is gone. The party of W. Bush, the father, is gone. You only have an extremist organization, and it's going to collapse because the Republican Party is shrinking, because it has become a white-only party. It has refused to open itself to all the other conservative communities in the United States. So it's shrinking every day, and they have resorted to gerrymandering, to recalling, to trying to get judges out of their office before they take office. It has become a joke. Your leader, Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz. The great thing about Ted Cruz is the Ted Cruz impression and the Ben Shapiro impression are the same impression at two different speeds.
Mm.
Let me tell you something about the Bible and the Lord and the values.
Yeah.
No, let me tell you something, gang. Let me tell you something, gang. Can you believe it? I just cannot believe it, gang. So when you do impressions, that makes it a lot easier. Now, I got a question for you, sir.
Go ahead. Yeah, no problem.
And something I'm always like you're saying, obviously not a big fan of Republicans.
Not the party of today. No.
Okay. And I always kind of ask, just as sort of a thought experiment. Okay. Can you steel man why you think someone might vote for Donald Trump in 2024?
Well, the Donald Trump is a New Yorker. I'm from New York. He's nothing but he's a grifter, a liar. He pays taxes. He has sexual affair with high mileage women. The person. Okay,
let me just stop you.
The man is everything that the Republicans are not, and they follow him. I don't understand why.
Okay, I just wanted to say, okay, as a New Yorker,
yeah,
you gotta at least appreciate. There's a level of delicious irony where vast amounts of red state America thinks that Donald J. Trump, New Yorker extraordinaire.
I think the same thing you just said. I always think, how the fuck did this guy do it? He got the old Confederacy. He's a liar. I can't believe he did not deliver. He was president for 4 years. He never delivered for the people that really supported him. He came in as a pop. He came.
That tax reform was a big delivery for his voting base.
No,
trust me.
He only. What is it?
That tax reform was a big delivery for his voting base. Trust you me, sir.
It wasn't for him. It was for the rich. 83% of the top 13% benefit.
Well, tax reform does touch everybody.
Yeah, the idiots or the poor whites in Appalachia, in West Virginia, in the Midwest, they are suffering. They never got anything. The only thing they got was they went to his rallies and yelled, and they lost their voices and went back home. He was trying to take away the insurance, the Obamacare, which was the Affordable Act. 90% of the crowd are poor white people. They probably are on it. They didn't even realize that was their insurance. Oh, we got to repeal and replace. Hey, we got to repeal and replace. Hey, he's trying to take the insurance away, and the poor people did not even have an idea or clue that the insurance is theirs. It's called the Affordable Act. They thought it was different from Obamacare, whatever it was.
No, go ahead. If I may, Bandit 848, one of our listeners and one of our super fans here, asked, white only? There's 2 Indians and a black man running for president in the GOP. What is your response to that, sir?
I could respond. First, Vivek is a fucking snake charmer from India, piece of shit. I wouldn't even. I'm racist.
I do not endorse. What?
Okay.
I
don't think
we
America-
don't endorse racism or bigotry
no,
around here.
but it's me. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think he's realistic as a presidential candidate. He's just throwing everything out the wall, whatever sticks. Tim Scott, what's his name? Tim Scott. Tim Scott is just a prop for the Republican Party. He was the only black elected to Congress for the whole Republican Party. You had one guy in Congress. What I'm saying is that the Republican Party has a lot of allies. Like in my community, I'm a Muslim, right? We are against the teaching of the the LGBTQ stuff in schools. We have came out. We shut down some schools in Maryland. We shut down schools in Dearborn, Michigan. The Republican Party don't even know where we are. They're not saying come. That we share the same values. But instead of I'm going to put the Muslim ban, we found some prayer rug in the border. The Republican Party is imploding, man. As we watch, it's not a political party. You know that, right?
What do you mean?
Well, they had no mandate the last time they ran for president. They had nothing on. They had no platform. Their platform was Donald Trump.
Well, it was still most of the same stuff from 2016. I was actually in a debate where we talked about the party platform pretty heavily. I was like, well, he was able to get no new wars, judges, and tax cuts, which is big, but there's still a lot to do with healthcare I will give you this. On January 20th, 2021, when Biden was at the inauguration, I even joked with my buddies, like, all right, guys, I'm starting to think Trump might not release his healthcare plan.
There is no health plan.
It's so so that's kind of fun. I get what you're meaning, this is a seemingly conservative community that isn't being outreached to. There's now why do you think actually I'm going to ask you this is a question that fascinates me, and I'm curious, and you would have a much better perspective of this. You mentioned the fact that you are a Muslim, and so you would be able to look through that lens a lot easier. Why do Muslim Americans gravitate specifically? Because if you're from anywhere in the world, you're 70% likely to vote Democrat when you move here.
Don't worry about it. Ask any
But
question.
why do Muslims in particular gravitate? Like, what is it that pulls them to the Democrat? And I know it's kind of silly, speak for all Muslims now. But I'm just curious in your opinion.
No, see, I'm a different individual because I'm liberal. Most of my community is conservative, and I argue with them when I go to coffee shops. They're like, "Yo, Omar, what the fuck you doing with this stuff? You don't need this crazy." The whole idea is that the Republican Party is becoming scarier. It's not welcoming. It's becoming you know how organizations overseas, like you have the military aspect and you have the political aspect of it. The Republican Party has become the political arm of white grievances. That's all they do. They sell you grievances. Oh, they come for your rights. They come to take your privileges. You don't have no privileges. You are as poor as me in Brooklyn, New York. We have the same common denominator. We're both poor. We're not making enough money, and we're being lied by both elites in both parties. But how can I convince you in the Midwest and in these areas to vote your interest? And stop. Republican Party is not offering you anything. Nothing. Look what they do right now. What? Ted Cruz will get on
here's
TV.
Something to keep in mind. As a Republican, we're very pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment out here. And look at the huge victory that we got from the Supreme Court last year, which basically secured gun rights for 30 years now in this country. And so, for things like that, where it's an individualism issue, the Republican Party tends to deliver very heavy.
I know, but there's nothing on. They don't deliver for the common man, the common person, like the guy, in the poor guy in West Virginia and the guy in Kentucky. Kentucky has the 12 poorest.
What's the Democrats delivered lately?
Well, I mean, you see the blue states. We have more services. We have more insurance.
That's from the people there in those states that are doing that. So what have the Democrats delivered from you on? You act like they just deliver on high all these blessings. What are these blessings that the Democrats?
I'm going to tell you. Well, when you look at the policy and their platform is, they try to pass as much as they can. They delivered on the infrastructure bill. You guys couldn't do it. 4 years, you had it every week. The infrastructure week. They had the relief, the COVID relief. They had the child tax credit for 1 year that cut child poverty by half. But what's his name? That guy Manchin and the Republican Party refused to renew it. Now child poverty went up to 12.5%. They offer you free the universal health care, free public college education.
We don't have
leave.
those things in this country. We don't have free universal health care, college education. Those are just those
We
are
have
carrots
it
that
here.
the Democrats dangle in front of you
No, we have
that
it
will
here.
never get solved. It's kind of like I never thought Roe v. Wade was ever actually going to get a conclusion because the Republicans did such an amazing job of just campaigning on, well, you
Both
know,
sides.
yeah, it's been
Both
50
sides.
years, but we'll get to it someday. And the Democrats are doing the same thing with with their own voting base of, hey, maybe we'll get some more health care for you this time, and it never actually comes to fruition.
No,
And
but
so it's
I
one of
can
those things
tell
that like I gotta give a little pushback there, sir.
No, I'm going to tell you, like in New York, you have free community college here in New York State. If you're a citizen of New York State, you get free college, 4-year college. That's public colleges in New York. The
Oh,
majority-
that's wonderful, but that's
you don't
just
have
for
that.
citizens of your state that are already paying into taxes.
yeah.
So that's a little different from like if me from old Nebraska, if I show up in New York, I'm probably going to have to slap some cash down if I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know, but the income is high. You make more money here. You know, a deli man here makes now like $17, $18, $20 an hour. That's like what you know, that's a lot of money. New York.
Actually, like now this is a bit of a shift here, but
Yeah.
I'm just curious because I've heard this many times from
Yeah.
a lot of people that the cost of living in New York,
yeah.
it like just like it, with the exception of rent, is
Yeah.
actually not too terribly bad compared to other cities, but the rent is what just fucking kills you.
It is high. Remember when we refused the Amazon factory? We refused it under the idea that it was going to create traffic and take away living apartments from affordable apartments. The whole idea is that when I look at the Republican Party, I see what's her name, Lauren Boebert, getting kicked out of a fucking concert.
I like how every time I try to like do something slightly to your credit, you're like Cato the Elder, the great Greek politician who he ended every single speech with, and Carthage must be destroyed. Like he just stayed on point. I got to give you credit. You're not a fan of Republicans because you never actually did answer my first question of can you steel man why someone would vote for Donald Trump? Can you give like an actual like a positive, like the best possible argument as to why you think someone else would do that?
Well, I cannot understand it, but a man tried to overthrow the government of the United States. He lied more than 30,000 times. The guy lies in your face. One time, listen. One time
and so does Biden. We've actually got proof of it. He's probably going to get impeached over it.
No, yeah, but this impeachment thing. You guys don't even have the vote. They selling you lies. You know what I call the Republican Party?
Turnabout's fair play.
You know what I call it? I call it a moving target with an empty pocket. They always move the target on you guys, but they have nothing to show. The pocket is empty. Oh, it's CRT. Oh, it's the drag queens. Oh, it's Bud Light.
No, he claimed he didn't talk to people that we now know he talked to. He claimed he never met people that we now know he met. He lied. It's now just a matter of determining how illegally he lied. And so if you think this is a baseless impeachment, unfortunately, I have to say turnabout is fair play because Donald Trump, like a lot of folks on the right feel that everything that you're saying about the Biden impeachment exactly applies to Donald J. Trump, that it was simply to try and tear him down politically and it was done for politicized reasons. And so that like everything that you're saying, every objection you have, flip it on the other side of the coin and now you understand how Republicans felt a few years ago.
Yeah, this guy was named Defeat. I don't hate white people. I'm saying that white people, poor whites deserve better. They deserve better in healthcare and services. Did you know that the rural hospitals are closing in your states because your governors refuse to take the expansion on Medicaid? This is fucking weird.
Oh yeah, we know about, but yeah, we don't have hospitals like closing.
Yeah.
Like that's a bit of an exaggeration.
It takes you 2 hours to get to a hospital in rural America where you guys live.
That's just a part of the part of the unfortunate reality. Like I got a hospital about 20 miles down the road that way, but we all kind of joke. I'm not going to say where it is, but we all joke that it's a glorified first aid center. So if you got a real problem, you just try to drive your happy ass to Lincoln because we're out in the middle of fucking nowhere, man. There's nobody here.
What's your name? I want to address you by your name. What do you call yourself on the channel?
I am Phil KOE, folks. Good sir.
Imagine that the federal government has offered to expand Medicaid and they're paying for it. And for some stupid reason, some of the governors are refusing it, like Georgia. Georgia has closed more than 4 hospitals already. All they have to do is just take that Medicaid money, keep the hospitals open, so they could serve the people in rural America. Now the hospitals are closing one after another because of this stupid stance that we got to hold ourselves by our bootstrap. We don't take no free money from the government. While at the same time, 8 states, red states, are on the dime. They cannot survive without federal aid every year to stay afloat. Some states have been under construction since the Civil War.
Now, again, I don't mean to keep harping on this, but like I do find it fascinating that like this is something that you do keep kind of. And Bandit says, can you see why people would vote for Trump, and can you do so in a way that's not insulting? That's steel manning. Can you do that?
There's nothing redeemable about Donald Trump. I think to vote for him is to vote for racism, to vote for illegality. A man tried to throw the government of the United States, the only person who has tried in 243 years. If he had succeeded that day in returning those, what do you call them, the electrical votes, there would have been chaos in the streets of the United States.
Grow the farm up says, you're not unique, empowered man. I can guess what you believe on almost every issue. We've all heard your narrative. Open your mind and listen occasionally. You might learn. Now, again, like what I'm saying, the reason I asked this is because if you look at your political opposition in the worst possible light and give everything they do the least generous interpretation, you're eventually going to arrive where you look at Republicans like there's some sort of comic book villain, or like there's some sort of like villain from Captain Planet, where it's like, I got done with my day job of polluting. Now I'm gonna go home and really start polluting. That's like, once you get there, unfortunately, you kind of dehumanize your political opposition. And so when you say you cannot fathom why over 70 million, possibly 80 million of your fellow countrymen, Americans, are going to vote for Donald J. Trump, that is a huge, because I can at least put together some reasons as to why people might vote for Biden. Well, I don't agree with those reasons, but I can.
Well, he sold them the war. He never builds. He said, I'm gonna have the deportation forces to deport everybody. Nobody got deported. More illegal immigrants came. More legal immigrants came under his watch than the other president. As a matter of fact, the Obama deported more than 3 million, the most in history to deport since Eisenhower. What was the Operation Wetback, whatever it was called in the 1950s? More than him, and he's all just he never fulfilled anything, and he always what do you call the word? Shoots himself in the foot every day. He hurts himself by himself. You understand what I'm trying to say here? He hurts his policies because of his mouth and his actions. You know what I find fascinating in the Republican Party? The New Hampshire governor's name, I think Chris Sununu. That's a good guy. That's a good Republican. I will vote. I will even vote for him.
Oh, Chris Christie?
No. Chris Sununu.
Okay.
He's the governor of New Hampshire, I think. He's a good Republican. You understand?
Okay, but yeah, like let's keep it TOS here, sir. Let's keep it good in TOS within terms of service.
I didn't curse. What did I say? Did I curse?
I don't remember, but there was one thing you said. I was like, I don't remember, but I don't remember. But anyhow, now, but again, like I'm trying to intimate the idea that people that you might disagree with still have humanity and they're still redeemable and savable, and so I'm wondering, like, so there's just no way that your mind could even fathom.
Not Donald Trump.
Reason why someone would vote for Donald Trump. I can give you the reason very easily, and it makes perfect sense. But before we do that, I have another guest who has arrived. He is the great beard of knowledge. He is the debate coach extraordinaire with amazing bearded gray hair. The one, the only. I don't like that shot. There we go. Ike Al Rich. How we doing, sir?
That guy looks like Moses.
Not bad. How are you?
Oh, peachy keen, sir. We're talking with a New Yorker here about his love of Donald Trump and how it's just his favorite candidate there ever was. I'm kidding. Let me catch up on a couple.
He would have to be from Long Island.
That's
where most of his support is, at least if he's in New York City.
Yeah, the Italians.
Yeah.
The meatballs, all the meatballs.
Okay. And they say we're in a cult. I can steel man why someone would vote for Biden. They want to continue support for Ukraine. They think gun violence, but they want more government services. What What about America First? He thinks that racist. Another New York Dem from DeFreak. So, we obviously, sir, you are just amazingly popular with the KOE Nation. They love you. They really love.
That's why you gotta have me every week as an opposition to your thoughts. You need to bring some flavor to this.
I'd love to have you back.
And I
on
watch
once
you.
in a while. It's
I
fun.
watch you all the time. By the way, I don't know why it's not more popular. You guys, you're entertaining. You joke around.
Oh, we're so shadow banned we're shadow banned almost to the fucking ninth ring of fucking hell. Are you kidding me? Like they don't want us getting out at all. And so but we still love
risking my reputation even being here.
Pretty much. Like, I don't know why he even comes. Like it's like I feel like it's more like ministry outreach at this point. Like I was like, just trying to save your soul, Phil. That's all. Grow the farm up. Classic Trump derangement syndrome has come to the show. You can't even attempt to put yourself in the other person's shoes. That's a definition of narcissistic narrative. Ignorant politics.
He's not redeemable.
Well, that's the thing. Like there is an element of truth to that because, like, Eichau, I bet, like, if I gave him like 2 minutes, he could easily steel man. Like Eichau is not a Trump loving guy by any means or measure. But if I were to give him like 2 minutes, I bet he could put a beautiful steel man argument as to why someone would vote for Donald Trump.
I think I've done that before. I think I've done that on this show before.
Probably. And so that's what I mean. Like, if you have the kind of sharp intellect that can actually see why other people take their viewpoints, and that's something I always try to encourage people who are viewers of the show to be able to do. And that's why when you said no, I just can't. It was very alarming for me. Like that's a huge red flag for me because it's like, okay, there's some work to do here because it's kind of like I've had to say, like, basically on either side of any war. The other side isn't orcs, okay? They're not like the orcs from one of the Lord of the Rings novels, okay? They're still humans with families, hopes, dreams, aspirations on the other side. What's
orcs
that?
are themselves tortured elves. So there is nobility at their origin. They just, experience has like beaten it out of them. So even orcs aren't orcs.
So what are the redeemable things you see in Donald Trump, Phil?
Oh, like, here's the thing. Like, it's very easy to see
I don't
why
think
anyone
Phil thinks Trump needs redeeming.
Like, a vote for Donald J. Trump at this point in this year of our Lord, which will be 2024, is a vote of no confidence in the American government. And at that point, whether you like it or not, that is going to be a ballot that will be irresistible for tens of millions of people to cast, because no matter what side you are of the political aisle, there's no one that's going to be like, oh yeah, the government's just batting a fucking 1,000, just doing fucking great for everybody. No, there's a lot of people that are going to be able to say, nah, fuck it, you deserve a vote of no confidence. And that's what that is with Donald J. Trump. Now, the question is, between 70 and 80 million, how many millions of Americans is that going to be? Because that's the real critical mass. Because we know it's going to be at least 74, the lowest.
You keep talking about it in terms of the popular vote, right? But really, it's going to come down to the last election came down to 40,000 votes.
Yeah. And this time it'll be about 51,000 votes is what it's going to come down to in about 3 states.
Right. So it's not really about 70 to 80 million, right? It's about what is the three.
Well, it's about 80 million if Biden can't, like, because actually, and Omar, you'll like this. I actually have 2 bets out, which I put out a couple of years, about a year and a half ago, and everybody said, "Oh, there's no way Trump's going to be the nominee. No way. So I said, "Okay, I'll bet you $50. If I'm right, you have to donate $50 to the Children's Hospital of my state, and if you're right, I have to donate $50 to Children's Hospital of your state." Okay, so even if you're wrong, you're still helping sick kids. Okay, and what's that?
You want to bet?
Let me finish here first.
The Trans-Affirming Care division of the Children's Hospital.
Well, I would just donate to the hospital. It's liquid funds. They do what they need to. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trolling.
All right. No, actually, that's the thing. Like, I've actually discussed that before, and I said, like, hey, that's a fucking bet. You make a bet, you fucking pay the bet. Doesn't matter how much it might hurt you afterwards. You fucking pay the bet when you make the bet. But anyhow, the 2 bets that I had was will Donald J. Trump be the nominee for the Republican Party? I said yes. The other guy said no. The other guy's got a lot better
Yes.
probability because I'm betting on one guy making it, but still. And so looks like I'm going to be winning that bet unless there's some sort of health issue that comes up. And the other bet was Biden will not crack 80 million votes in the popular vote general election. That one, we got to wait till the day after the election to see how that one shakes out. Now, Icow, you tried to drop a link. You're going to have to send that to me, and then I can put it in the chat.
Okay.
They don't let
send it through
people
Discord?
drop links for some reason.
I'm
But
Okay.
anywho,
It's just lawnbets.org. I've sent that to you before.
Oh, okay. Now, my question here to both of you, and we'll start with you, Omar, because you're the new guest here, sir.
I
Do
also
you
dropped it in
think?
the side chat?
Thank you. Do you think Joseph R. Biden, if he is indeed the candidate and runs for reelection, first of all, okay, it's a two-parter.
Yeah.
Do you think Joe Biden's going to be the candidate, and if not, who would you pick? And the second part, do you think he's going to crack 80 million votes again?
Yeah, if Biden doesn't make it, I think Newsom is good from California, the governor of California, because Harris is garbage. What's her name? Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
She's a total idiot. She just claps her hand all the time. I think Biden will clap the 80 million, not because they like him, because they're going to go out and vote against Trump. You guys don't understand. Most of those votes were against Trump that came out for Biden. The reason that Trump won in 2016 is because of overconfidence. We thought we had it. Nobody voted. Nobody's going to vote for this clown. We thought we had it. Everybody thought we had it. A lot of people did not go out and vote. But now they learned better now, especially now, like we said, they have the slogan for the abortion thing. They've been using it for 50 years. One party against the other to use it against the civilian population. Right now, they have a rally cry. All the women are going to come out and vote because they know they think that their right has been taken to. I'm against abortion, by the way, to abort their babies, whatever it is, and that's what that's what's going to happen. Donald Trump has no policies. He could be a comedian. He's a good comedian, and right now he's using the same material he used in 2016. It was just a coincidence. It was just a freak thing that happened. He hasn't won since 2016. He lost the House and the Senate to 18. He lost the presidency to 20 and the Senate. Could not win the Senate. He lost a lot of governorship. And 222, they did not have the rate wave they needed. All the candidates he picked, 90% of them lost. The guy is a loser. Everything he touched dies. He has nothing to do. Go ahead.
It's too funny. I mean, the guy's turned himself a billionaire a couple times over, even post bankruptcy, and he made himself the leader of the free world the first time he fucking tried. And people act like, he's like he actually won more votes than any sitting president in the election he lost. So the idea that he can't win and he's like, I think that's trying, like, I feel like you're trying to convince yourself of that. I don't think you're trying to, like,
the Republicans have not won the popular vote in 20 years. You guys are not winning. You're losing.
No, they won the popular vote in 2004.
They won with Bush.
That was
since W. Bush, but
now
Clinton, nothing.
But here's the thing that everybody always forgets: the contest is never who wins the most popular vote. That was never the contest. It's who wins the Electoral College. And like this time, he's got Kellyanne Conway back on the team, and she's not bogged down with divorce or having to deal with her teenage daughter or anything. She is now fully committed, and she's the one who delivered Trump the 2016 victory. I'm convinced of it. So
just overconfidence.
I agree.
Overconfidence.
It was Conway.
By the Republican, by the Democrats. They thought they had it in the bag. Everybody thought Hillary was going to win. I didn't even vote. Nobody voted. As a matter of fact, I had Sanders, Bernie Sanders, during the because he's a populist, just like Trump, but from the left. What I'm trying to say is that the Republican Party is shrinking as America becomes more urban. The rural area will no longer have that grip on that they do. So eventually, the Republican Party won't be able to win statewide elections or national election. They'll be able to win district, congressmen from districts. Maybe they will not be able to win wide state elections.
You know, it's kind of funny. I've been hearing this for like 30, 40 years. Strangely enough, every election night is still a fucking nail biter, despite all this. Like every election night when it's presidential, we're like, oh, fuck, it's coming down to the margins. And so, like,
Phil, that the Republican Party is a minority party. They don't have a lot of people. It's only 22% of the population. That's all they are.
I would concede it's a rural party. I'm not going to say it's like,
they're selling you lies. Oh, they're taking your privileges that you don't have. You poor as fuck. What privileges I want to take from a guy in Appalachia? What privilege? His rotten teeth, his fucking run down home. They've been selling this.
You know, you do kind of think in a lot of like broad stereotypes. I've noticed about people outside of New York.
I'm going to tell you what it is. I want you to look at this later when you get a chance. In 1666, there was something called the Bacon Revolution, the Bacon Rebellion, when poor whites, poor blacks, indentured servants, and slaves got together and started a rebellion against the elites in I don't know what is it called, Virginia. Then when the white people realized that it's dangerous to keep whites poor on the floor, they came up with the idea in 1681 to consider white as a race instead of just a color. Before, white was not a race, or black was not a race. Whites were known as the Anglo-Saxons or European or German Americans. They always had the Caucasian address from where they came. So in 1681, the first time that came to be in the word white, poor whites they've been writing poor whites since 1681. They've been selling them lies. They're going to take your privileges. They're going to replace you. The immigrants are coming.
Well, like the thing is that the concept of white has actually, like, it's always been somewhat of a moving target throughout
the first time it came to be. And I studied that. I was in college.
Now but here's an interesting concept that, like, I've actually discussed this with my daughter a few times, and she's probably going to see it in her lifetime. And you keep talking, the Republican Party had no chance. Well, okay. But 100 years ago, Irish were not considered all that particularly white.
Yeah, Italians were not even white. They were considered black.
Now, in 100 years, what are you going to do when Hispanics are now considered white?
It's
a very real possibility. There's a much larger than non-zero chance.
What a surprise! On the census, I'm white. When I go to the census, they call it MENA, the Middle Eastern North African are considered white by law since 1909 or since 1914, when the Christian Arabs sued the United States government because at that time there was only three races: Mongolian, white, and black. Three. So the man said, "I'm from Jerusalem. How could I be Mongolian?" He was in court, and I'm Christian, and I come from the place where Jesus was born. Then they said no. Then you're white. In the census, Arabs are white, and we have sued to try to get out because we lose a lot of social programs and things of that nature if we have branched out as a small minority.
Now, I'm sorry. Like I'm just very curious now, and you kind of alluded to it. So, like, what part of the world do you originate from, sir?
I'm from a poor country called Yemen, but I came as a child.
Okay.
My father was my grandfather was a merchant marine for the British, and he overstayed his visa in New York in 1953, and he never looked back.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
All righty. Oh, okay. So that gives kind of. But so you say like when you say you're considered white, like what? Why? Like I'm just so curious. Like, what do you mean by that, sir?
Legally, according to the United States government, I am white. In the census, I have to write I'm white. Look it up.
How is that? Like, gosh, now I'm like, how is that determined? Like,
so you don't know who's white. They have non-Hispanic white. I'm considered more white than the Hispanic. What I'm saying is that if you looked at me, I'm probably more white than you are. You know, of course, I come from a region that is very light. I know.
I got some pretty fair skin.
The whole idea is not the matter of white. My idea is that the person thinks that I'm coming down on poor whites.
You can tell I drive a tractor all day.
Oh, I'm being evil. I'm not. What I'm saying is that a lot of things. Poor whites have been the victim of both parties. NAFTA destroyed all the factories and closed down, and people just drank themselves to death and stayed on bars, never moved from their towns because they did not chase the jobs out of their towns. The opiate crisis, the Stockwell family and Purdue Pharma purposely introduced opiate to Kentucky, to West Virginia, to all these states that where people work with their hands and their bodies and they need painkillers. And they created an army of addiction, killed almost 1 million kids. 200 people die a day in rural America due to the opiate crisis that was started by Big Pharma. I have never saw the Republican Party fight for these people or these kids who died needlessly. Instead of putting Al Chapo in jail, they should put the Sackler family. Look it up. The Sackler family were fined $10 billion, but they should have been in jail because they killed kids on purpose. And if you don't believe it, go see the movie called Dope Sick. The movie Dope Sick was about how Purdue Pharmacy introduced Oxycontin, I think it's called, on purposely and got people addicted on purpose, and how they continue for 20 years and nobody said nothing.
Oh yeah, I actually did. TikTok did show me some shorts of that movie.
Yeah.
And so it's like, what do you mean it's addictive? Nah, not at all. Just hillbilly heroin. Why would that be addictive?
Hold on. Let me just finish one more. The census, for the first time in history, the white people did not grow because of the death from the opiate crisis, because the people who died are between the age of 17 and 45. That is the prime age for people to start family and have children. So what they do, if you killed 1 million white kids or white people, that means you lost 2-3 millions of families of children, whatever it is. You understand what I'm saying? My purpose is, I'm not trying to say I'm better than you, I'm poor as you are. I'm not trying to say I'm rich. I work hard. I work on my hand. I'm in the retail business. But I could read the room. I'm seeing that whites are falling for the same bullshit. Dr. Seuss, Mr. Potato Head, Ted Cruz will get on Fox News and drink a beer and say, "Kiss my ass," and all that. Shut the fuck. What's his name? What's his name from Missouri? What's his name? Hawley, right? Hawley, Josh Hawley, a fucking yeah, another idiot. He's what happened? They're all educated. They're not giving you anything. They're just giving you slogans. The CRT, they're trying to teach, and they got all these white people all crazy in these school boards yelling, "I don't want my kids to learn no CRT." I don't even know CRT.
Whoa. Okay, that I got to give some pushback. It's not necessarily CRT, but no. If you got a kid in school, because I do have a kid that's in school right now.
I have 6.
And if you do, any parent, if you're not wondering, what in the fuck are these teachers filling my kids' heads with every day? If you're not at least a little worried about that, your head's not in the game. Like, you got nannies and shit taking care of your kids for you. And I'm not talking about you personally, but anybody in the sound of my voice. If you're not a little worried about that.
Phil, I have a lot of students with nannies.
CRT is not taught in school. It's taught in academia. I went to a 4-year university. I didn't even know what it is. I never learned it.
And I think that's largely true at the public high school level. I'm an exception to that. I'm a debate coach. CRT is something that debaters talk about at debate tournaments.
Yeah, but not in public schools. You know what to worry about? They're not giving children the right to opt out of sex education, out of LGBT teaching. That you should be fighting. What I agree with you. I'm with you 100% on that. And you know what? You need Michigan. I think if the Republican Party reach out to that community in Dearborn, Michigan, they have about 400,000 Muslims and Arabs there, and Christian Arabs who are very conservative. You get Michigan, but the Republican Party, you have Marjorie Greene, fucking idiot who used to be whatever. You have Lauren Boebert walking around with a gun on her ass in Washington. What is that? Don't give me no slogans. I don't want to hear shit. I need some ideas. What are you gonna do for me and my kids? Why are my children dying? 200 kids are dying every day in rural America, and you're not saying nothing. Have you ever heard him mention the word?
Now, this is a thing that Grow the Farm Up hits on, that like there's just two different world perspectives and two different outlooks, because it's literally like you're asking, what can the country do for me? And like it's literally the difference where a lot of folks in the Midwest, red states, like, well, what can we do for the country? Grow the Farm Up. Republicans don't want anything from our government but to get out of our way. You got it twisted.
But you are getting, that Kentucky For every dollar they send, they get $2.62 back. You're already getting money. When I hear that, I'm fucking saying, are you guys thinking most of the red states, like 10 states, cannot function as states without federal aid?
Okay, here's actually the
you
funny thing, though.
You are taking money. You think Minnesota will survive? You think West Virginia will survive, or Kentucky, without Washington every year sending them? We in New York are sending money in blue states. We send more money than we get back. And our money is taken and given to red states that cannot survive.
Well, actually, it's the red districts that actually pay a tremendous amount.
No, 71.
All of the cities in every state, because guess what funds every single city in America? State taxes. And that is a tremendous amount. If you want to talk about you're getting your money, like the red states, no. It also works this way too, where the big blue cities are getting all their funding to keep their skyscrapers a standing, comes from the tax dollars that come from state taxes, which are largely land taxes from the rural areas. So even the states even the big cities talk about, look at all the money we send out to.
Hold on.
You're funded by state taxes, which are from those very same districts that you denigrate so quickly.
No, 72% of districts are blue that send the most money. Hold on.
That send the most money. Where do they get their money from? From state taxes from the rural areas.
Wait, hold on.
All right, I'm not wrong here.
No, hold on.
The audience will find that everything I've said is quite verifiable.
No, Phil, I'm not denying anything, but I want to give you an idea. What do you talk? You don't have any people in red states. I live in Brooklyn. We have about 3 million people.
Here.
Hold on. Brooklyn is just a borough of five boroughs in New York City. That's about 4 states that are red, like South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, or whatever. That's almost 4 states in population. One borough is equal to 4 states, and those 4 states got 8 senators. So you are overrepresented. Most of red America is old trees and mountains.
Not really. I can make the argument that you're overrepresented in the electoral college.
You don't have no population because we have the population. You guys don't have no population. You got all cows and horses. That's all you got, unless you want to count them as human beings.
And you got a lot more sway in the House, and we get some sway in the Senate. So it all evens out.
I know, but what I'm telling you that you are overrepresented. If you see by population, you are a minority. Really. You are a minority party. Do you think that we need a South Dakota, North Dakota? Really? Do we need to?
Yeah, we got them now, and it was a condition of their statehood that they get 2 senators in the United States Senate. So, are you saying the United States government can't keep to its own promises? Because that was the deal that they made when statehood was offered.
The whole Civil War started because of states.
No, Nebraska was founded after the Civil War, so you don't get to use that argument. No, my great state of Nebraska was founded after the Civil War. Our state's capital is actually named Lincoln after Abraham Lincoln. Okay, so we were founded long after the Civil War, and it was still a part of the deal of if you go from being a territory to a state, you get 2 senators, and that was huge, and also you get full constitutional protection.
Before we move too far away from this whole city versus rural thing, like in terms of taxes collected, the taxes overwhelmingly come from cities. One of the reasons why we pay attention to this here in Texas is because we have something called I think I've talked to you about this before. It's the Robin Hood law, because the problem is most, like for instance, let's take property taxes, for instance. The vast majority of property taxes are collected in cities. And so urban school districts, especially suburban ones, like in areas like Plano, which is sort of a famous, like wealthy suburban district, collect the most money. And the ones that collect the least money are in the rural areas because there's not enough people to collect the taxes. And so until we instituted the Robin Hood
farmers
law,
pay an ungodly amount of taxes, and that's one of the ways that you get a lot of your taxes from the
talk.
But they had to
Go ahead.
take tax money from the cities and distribute it to the rural areas in order for there to be schools like with GC
Where did they get
funding.
their money in the first place was state taxes, which includes those rural areas that everybody wants to act
but
like
it's not.
they don't
There's not
contribute.
enough people-
No, that's exactly how it works. Like
There's
the
not
audience will
enough
find
people-
everything I've said is quite verifiable. New York City itself is funded by state taxes.
There's not enough people.
Did I say anything wrong there? Did I say anything incorrect there?
Wait,
No,
states include cities. You're double counting the cities. Because if you're saying states
Yes,
all
the
come from
state
rural
taxes
areas,
of the
are you
people,
saying
including the
are you
rural
saying New York
areas
City
that
is
fund the
exempt from state
cities.
taxes?
And then the
No.
cities send those monies out to the federal
No.
government.
Obviously,
That's where they actually get it.
His assumption is that New York City is exempt from state taxes, but that's not
No,
true.
I never
You
said
pay
that at
double
all.
taxes.
No, no. You're just trying to purposely misinterpret me because you don't like the fact that I'm revealing a very real truth that everybody tries to pretend that, oh, the blue areas just do all the funding for the red area. That's actually not really true when you bear it out. Especially states like Nebraska here, our farm community basically builds two massive cities. No. I'm just telling you, you're trying to misrepresent. No. You purposely misrepresented my argument, and I'm correcting you. Now, there's no chance you're ever going to interpret me correctly because I've always noticed when someone purposely misinterprets you, they're never going to interpret you correctly for the rest of the conversation.
You're shadowboxing. What I'm saying is that people in cities pay taxes twice. They pay their state taxes and they pay their municipal taxes. And if you're living in a rural area, like I just moved from an exurb, from a Texas exurb into a city, and I'm paying way more taxes here than I was like out there. It's just
okay, but you still haven't disproven a single thing I said.
Phil,
yes, it is still the rural areas in every state that pay their taxes in to build the cities. You're saying like, well, what about the people in the city? Doesn't matter. It's still very, very true that it is the rural areas that build the cities in every state.
Let's use a source. What source do you have?
What source do I have? U.S. tax code.
Let me see. No. Listen, you're not thinking.
No, you're free to look it up if you want, but I'm not going to feed you U.S. tax code. But you're free to look it up if you like.
No, you can look it up. Who pays the most taxes? City? Just Google it. City or rural? Just say.
No, dude, you got Google in front of you. I'm not going to Google for you. I'm not your Chat GPT.
Okay, here it is.
Let's see. Grow the farm up. Where is the vast majority of land scale property? Is it on Long Island or Montana, Nebraska, Iowa? That is a great question. Where is the vast majority of land scale property? So the idea that, it's not hardly, like, it doesn't mean for anything. Look at the vast Trump land, all that red, beautiful America. That's where all of that state taxes is coming from to build your cities. So do rural people have to pay it to the county instead of the city? Yeah, because even rural folks, we still have county taxes, which also kick up to the state taxes, which help build the cities.
The source that you asked for, Phil.
Let us talk, Phil.
It's inside chat.
It's a conversation. It's not a filibuster. We're not in the Senate.
My name is Phil. I am an expert at filibustering.
Phil, he said earlier that I heard him say the phrase, if I gave iCow 2 minutes, I think is what I heard him say earlier. That is yet to happen. That is yet to happen.
You know what? No. I will give it to you while I read through this article. You have 2 minutes to steel man a Republican. Why? Actually, I'm curious. Like, now, again, this isn't anything like I'm going to hold you to, but like, just in terms of like being able to craft arguments that you don't agree with, I'm actually going to put a timer on here, a stopwatch, and I'm going to give you 2. Oh, iCal's like, fuck it, I'm out. I am out. I'm out of it.
What are you doing? Stop.
No, he took off himself. I wanted him to
get rid of it. Yeah, do you do comedy?
No, but I do love me. Like, I try.
You know Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon. You know what's his name? His name is Tim Dillon.
Oh yeah. Tim Dillon, great. Yeah. Okay, he's back. Sweet.
I'll take it.
Okay, I thought you were just like, fuck it, I'm out. I can't.
I still can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh shit.
What's happening to my mic? Hold on, something's happening.
Technical difficulties. He can't hear us, but I will just sing through the.
Okay, now I can hear you.
Yes. Oh, you come back to the beautiful sounds.
I'm sure you said something very clever.
I was just like, I was just like, oh shit. He's like, nope, fuck it. I don't even want to. I can't do it. Like, no, I'm out. Can't even. So, all right.
I've been installing this new software for some classes I've got.
Blue State has the most. New Mexico only, but the other West Virginia, red. That these are dependent on tax money at the end of the year. Mississippi, Alaska, Kentucky, Vermont. Vermont is blue, right?
Yeah, you're talking about maker versus taker.
Hold on, Montana, Arizona, Maine, Alabama, Louisiana, Wyoming.
Yeah, I see. I've got that same list.
Yeah, well, the problem is the issue is
not taxes because they vote for people that like to raise taxes and rural people vote for people.
Phil, I had a business in Long Island in Hempstead Village. You could look it up.
God, that must have been a headache.
Hold on, the taxes, the real estate taxes was $30,000 a year. It was about 1,100 square feet. It was like a freestanding building. The taxes was high because I was paying. Listen, I was paying village because the village was incorporated. state, then county, Nassau, then state. I was paying 3 different taxes. You understand? So it is high because I think one street in Manhattan probably pays more taxes than probably South Dakota. One street in Manhattan, New York. You understand?
Boy, that
What are you
would
gonna
be
tax? What are you gonna tax?
that would actually be fascinating to see how if we could, like, I don't know how there you'd have to do an insane amount of research to get the graphs for everybody.
What's the guest name? What's the guest name? What's your name, sir?
Well, here's the thing: South Dakota, in terms of farm property taxes collected, you would be quite shocked.
Nothing. What, $1, $2, $3? What are you talking about?
South Dakota is unusual because they've got all that oil.
Yeah.
But
Like the thing you don't understand is there's not a lot of people here, but the land is tremendously economically productive. Like all the food, like dude, like I'm where all your food comes from.
The land is mostly federally owned. What are you talking about? You don't even own the land.
What are you talking about?
In the West, that's true. I don't.
Yeah,
here's the thing: the Bureau of Land Management. If you look at a map of you will find almost nothing in Nebraska.
I'm telling you,
in terms of what the Bureau of Land Management. So, like, most of the state is actually privately owned.
Rural America.
Phil's right. I've got the map right here. Now, if you're talking about the West, that's absolutely true. But,
once you get west of the Rockies, that's Bureau of Land. Now, okay,
Yeah.
you guys will find this funny as shit. Okay. The Bureau of Land Management protesters, the Bundy family, they were going off around the same time that the Black Lives Matter protests just started to kick off. And for about like 2 days, I was tremendously confused. I was like, wow, folks in like Philadelphia are protesting the Bureau of Land Management overreach. I didn't know this was that important to folks. And then it's like, no. 2 different things. Okay, I got you.
So where are we at right now?
Without further ado, Rich, I have my timer here ready.
Go ahead.
Are you ready for 2 minutes of Steel Man, sir?
Sure. Oh, you want me to Steel Man voting for
why
Trump?
Someone would vote for Trump for 2 minutes? Can you do this, sir?
Well, hold on. I've got 2 different versions of this. So I've got to just clarify. One is I've got a list of things that Trump has done that I agree with. But that's not the same as Steel Manning, right? Because just because I agree with him on certain things doesn't mean that like his average voter would vote for him on those things. Like, for instance, first thing he did when he came into office was fund the Import-Export Bank, which is something. Okay. All right, but that's not, okay.
Start off with your strongest Steel Man, and if you find yourself struggling for the last 20 minutes, all right, we're about to fire it off now.
So first thing he did when he came into office is refund the Import-Export Bank. But then you could argue that Trump was kind of like dominated by the establishment wing of the party in the first 2 years of his administration. Yeah. So maybe a lot of the stuff they did in those first 2 years wasn't so great. I don't know, according to from the perspective of his voters. But I think funding the Import-Export Bank was very important. I think he had a point on China, and in fact, he and Biden, the thing that they have in common is they're both want to take more aggressive posture on China. Like it's a weird thing, but Biden and Trump are on the opposite side of Obama and Bush, like on issues like that. So I think that's another one. I think he was right about NATO having to get to 2% of GDP. Honestly, I think they should be at 3% of GDP, and there are countries like Poland that want to go higher than that. I think we now have 18 countries in the EU that are funding a greater share of their GDP than the United States is, and a lot of that was because of the pressure that was put on them by the Trump administration. I think one of the things he did that I supported was like relaxing regulatory standards on mining for precious minerals, because that's one of the things that helps. I don't think this was his reason for doing it, but by doing that, we become less dependent on the international community for those same minerals, and it also like speeds up the growth of EVs. I think that with regards to domestic drilling, I agreed with him on a lot of the shale oil stuff that he was doing. I actually am more to the right than you are, Phil, on Keystone Pipeline, because I was actually in favor of his position on the Keystone Pipeline, and I oppose Biden on that issue. And so those, yeah. So that's my steel manning for Trump.
Time. Well done.
Rich, do you have a Twitter account that I could reach out to you?
Twitter, yeah, it's the same. It's iCal Rich,
iCal Rich.
Huh?
And of course,
RICH.
all the folks within the sound of my voice, you can of course find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter.
Yeah,
That's
put it on
hashtags.
write it on the
Give me just a second here, sir.
Rich, write your Twitter on the thing. Because I have a
I
channel.
will. I
It's,
will
it's
actually.
underneath my face right now, but I also put it in side chat, like in.
No, but I can't see it. I don't know where I'm at. Let me see. Because I'm at
Okay.
a different place.
Are you
Okay.
looking on Twitch? Is that where you're looking?
No,
I can put
your
it
Twitter.
Twitch chat
Twitter,
too.
your
I'm
Twitter-
dropping it in chat right
Okay,
now. The
and then-
KOE Nation, and
You just
I'll
link
find
yourself,
iCal.
which is the most filled thing ever.
What's that?
Well,
Buck Nation.
Yep,
What's that?
KOE Nation. That's where you can. And then there's
Oh, there-
iCal Rich. You can find both of us on Twitter. I like it. That's the most like.
Oh, that's
Sir,
Twitter,
I
yeah.
am never above shameless self
Oh,
promotion.
I see
You know
it.
this.
Okay,
By now.
okay, I see
Like
it.
I just. So yeah, definitely give me a follow on Twitter, and we will keep in touch. And yeah, you're
Yeah,
always,
we
you're
beat
fun.
you. We beat you in the conversation. We.
No. So
I'm telling you, Donald Trump is nothing but a con man. You don't need him as president. He's going to destroy democracy as we know it. The man has no respect for tradition or the idea of. You see, in America, we have something magical. That magical is the transfer of power without any violence. No country in most of the world have figured it out. In every state, in every country, in Africa, in the Middle East, every time that it comes, then the fucking, excuse my language, and the tanks come out right away. The tanks come out and everybody goes to jail, 30, 40,000 in jail. That is something that nobody figured out. It's an American invention. When you win and you go give a speech and the president who lost sits in the crowd and cheers you as you give your speech, everybody goes home. And then next time we go and vote again. This man tried to upend that tradition by creating havoc. He sent those people that day to die. His whole reason was to create chaos that day. If God forbid the National Guard were there or the Capitol Police overreacted and killed 100 or 50 or 70 or 80 people, that would have been a massacre or created havoc. And he'll be able to say, listen, we got to call out martial law. Or if the people went in and killed 10 congressmen or senators, that's another crazy thing that's going to happen. He wanted to create chaos that day. They had it all planned. These people will go in, get killed, whatever's going to happen to them. He didn't give a damn. He sent them to die. The certification will stop. Will be delayed because they were trying to get Pence out of the Capitol. Yo, you got to get in. He said, I'm not getting in that car. You got to quit Mike Pence. They said, you got to get in the car. No, he said, I don't know where you're going to take me. I'm going to stay right here in this building. If that certification did not go through and Trump, let's say, got his way of delaying the certification of the presidency past January 20th, you know how much chaos would have been in the United States? Cities would have exploded into outright violence. The blue states, red state, everybody. And he will put the United States on a tragedy that is dangerous.
I have a question here.
Yeah.
iCal,
Yeah.
how much of our guest, what he just said, how much of that do you agree with? How much do you think is actual reality?
I don't know how to put a percentage on it, but I would say the majority of it I agree with. Like, I think
Do you
that,
think Trump was trying to get people killed to cause a massacre, to cause martial law?
No, I don't think that. But I do think that. So near as we can tell, the plan that Eastman put forth in his memos and stuff like that to Trump was the idea was to delay certification to the point where there was not a winner of the count by the next day, and the delay was supposed to come from enough senators objecting to stretch it out to the next day. But then also those senators were supposed to be pressured by the protesters who were going into the Capitol.
Right.
I think that was the plan. That's what Eastman seemed to believe would happen.
So,
And if there was enough violence as a result of all that, according to Eastman, Trump would be able to declared an insurrection under the Insurrection Act. And then Alito was the one who was assigned to DC. So Alito would have been the one to then give the okay for Trump to then go and seize the voting machines. And that was that would cause the electors to be sent back to the states. And then, according to the what was it called? It's not the unitary executive theory, but the other one, independent legislature theory. The legislatures of key states that were dominated by Republicans at that time would send the alternate slate of electors, which is why the fake elector scheme happened, back to the Capitol with different electors. I think that was the plan. At least that's the plan that Eastman outlined. Now, it will be argued in court how much of that plan Trump actually agreed with or not, or whether the Eastman's plan was in play on that night. But that is what they're going to have to work out in trial.
Remember what I always say about mind reading analysis?
Well, I'm talking about memo reading analysis. These are
but no, you say and if this would have happened, he would have been able to do
Well, that's what Eastman said.
This was Trump's plan. That's trying to read a man's mind.
The question as to whether or not Trump was endorsing that plan or not is one of the things that's going to come out at court.
Yeah.
So I'm being very careful about this. This is Eastman's plan. This is what he wanted to do.
Yeah. You want to create
I'm not
chaos.
saying it's going to be the courts who decide whether or not this was what Trump was planning on doing that day. And they've got texts and memos and emails that we don't yet have. So I would like to see what those things say, but one of the things we do know is what Eastman's plan was. That's all come out. And that's one of the reasons why Eastman is in big trouble, regardless of what happens with Trump.
Okay, I follow you.
Trump will probably, I'm guessing, now again, I don't really I don't see the possibility of Trump really getting a fair trial here, because the goal here is election interference. The goal, so the idea is to try and pull this out as long as possible to be around, the idea that it's happening right now, all these charges
he's trying to
during primary season. For January 6th, people were charged the day after. People are charged within months. But with this, we're waiting right during election season. And that's why I always tell people, just remember that this is election interference. Don't think that it really has anything to do with the facts or the law at this point.
But he's the one who keeps putting
even by your own admission, it's mind reading. And the courts are just going to have to figure out what he was thinking.
He's the one who keeps putting continuances in, right? He's trying to drag it out. But he doesn't want it to happen. He doesn't want to have a trial this year. He wants to have it
want
next
the
year.
Conclusion before the election. But that was the idea that, if you're in the battle, now you need to fucking make it happen. But you think he wanted to be in that battle? With his whole heart, he didn't want that fucking mugshot taken.
Why would you support a person who has 91 felonies going against him? I don't understand. Don't you have a better person to put?
Because I think it's legal persecution. It's weaponization of law enforcement. And if they can do it to that guy, then fuck, none of us stand a chance.
Are you saying that women are unable to give birth to better men than Trump? There's a lot of people who are better than Trump in the Republican Party. They need to come out and stand out. And you guys,
but the voters want Trump. So why are you trying to get rid of him via lawfare? Just let the voters have their say. And all you're really doing is heaping more sympathy on the guy to the point where even the moderate normies are probably going to vote Trump this time around. So it's actually all this legal weaponization of law enforcement that's going to cause and really help Trump get over the top.
But didn't you just say the popular vote doesn't matter? It's not really the voters, right, who are deciding. It's going to be. You
need to get a certain critical mass in each state, which Trump is going to be able to do.
Well,
I'm telling you,
that's the problem.
There's about 5.
That's the problem for you Democrats. He's going to be able to get the critical mass he needs in each state.
Remember when he lost Iowa to
Pennsylvania?
Remember when he lost Iowa to Ted Cruz? He said they cheated.
Georgia.
He said the same thing. Remember in the primary in Iowa, he said, Ted Cruz must have cheated. We got to do it again.
Yeah, he always says that.
They stole the election, and it was Iowa. The guy's always saying that. I mean, the guy's sick in the head. He said that his father was born in Germany.
Well, it's not,
and everybody knows
it's a legal
his
strategy.
father was born in
He
Queens,
learned
New York.
From his lawyer from back in the day, from the
Roy Cohn.
Roy Cohn, yeah. The strategy is you never admit a loss at all. That's his strategy.
Yeah, but
there's a little boy who cried wolf kind of problem to that though, is if he's calling everything that, then at some point it loses its magic, right? The number of people who are going to buy it every single time he says it, it's going down. There's some Trump fatigue going
when
on.
he dies, what are you guys going to do? I mean, who's going to be a leader? I mean, you're just going to become orphans and just die away? What's going to happen?
That is actually a very good question. I think what you're going to see is sort of a battle for the soul of the Republican Party. when
There is
Trump
no Republican
fully
Party.
and
I told you
truly
that.
gone.
There's no Republican
I mean,
Party.
that's just something you say, but no, like there's tens of
There
millions of
isn't.
Americans that vote Republican, whether you like it or not. And we actually hold the House of Representatives. So it's kind of a silly thing for you to say that there is. And wait, the House of Representatives represents districts. So that is the population of America. And they support Republicans in the first national election post January 6th. Explain that, oh sir.
The New York meatballs gave you the majority. That's why you get the majority. The whole idea is that what I'm trying to say.
No.
Hold on.
Okay. So
Imagine
accept your concession on that argument.
147 senators and congressmen voted against the certification of a free election. These people are sick. And these people are educated. Ted Cruz, Harvard. Josh Hawley, Princeton. All these people are Ivy.
Could be that they wanted more auditing, that they wanted to look into it deeper.
Do you think there was cheating?
You're trying to say that there was.
Let me ask you a question.
No, I think Trump didn't think he lost cleanly. And so I believe if even the candidate's willing to question to that, hang on, if he thinks he's willing to question to that example or to that level, I think we should be willing to overturn every stone and try to audit the election to the highest degree so that we have 100% certainty. And that's the one thing that if Trump campaigns on in 2024, that he is going to fix our voting system so that we have actual accountability and transparency in our elections, he's going to win.
What are you talking about? The governors, the secretary, they're all red states.
Well, the Constitution doesn't allow them to do that. Like Constitution puts voting in the hands of the states.
Arizona was Republican led. What's his name?
You can still mandate federal standards.
And he still lost. We count them 4 times. 2 things Americans don't do. They don't cheat on sports and they don't cheat on voting.
But also, like the president can't define the voting system. The voting system is determined by the states. So it's
if Congress gives him an actual voting reform law and he's going to say, "Oh, I'm just going to veto everything until you."
Well, Congress that wouldn't work either. Unfortunately, it wouldn't work.
You could make because it would
solve a lot of problems.
You can make a federal standard for transparency in elections, and I think unfortunately we're going to need to. Well, if we can't do it, then we don't really have a country anymore.
Why do you think Republicans?
I'm sorry, because if we can't do that and there's no will to do that, then we don't really have a country anymore. Because if you make something easy to cheat and the awards for cheating are tremendous, people are going to have a huge incentive to cheat, and they're going to.
You're responding to something I didn't say. What I said was that the Constitution doesn't allow the federal government to tell states how to conduct their elections.
Yeah,
unless.
And they're not allowed to say what their speed limits are, but they just withhold federal funds until they do. And we can do the same.
Exactly. So you can try that. But the problem is this Supreme Court is very much in favor of state control. So like this Supreme Court, like the conservatives
are also
in
in favor of transparency.
Yeah, but not federally mandated transparency on the states. I wish they would. Like, this is something that I think the federal government has a core competence in. I think the federal government should be making sure that elections are uniform across the United States. But the problem is right now, like,
we don't care about uniformity, just transparency and auditability. And to be audited and transparent to the point where we know with 100% certainty that this person cast this ballot and it was there. And so we're not there yet. We even found out with Arizona, every time the audits tried to find more information, they were told, no, you don't get access to that. You can't see that. We're not going to give you the
that's exactly what I'm
talking about. And so we found out we don't actually have an auditable election. We don't have a currently fully auditable election. So we're going to have to if we want to keep a country in 40 years.
Otherwise, custody was handed over to the Arizona audit, and they swept it away and they hid it in a warehouse somewhere. Like, that wasn't transparent either, right? Like, it should have stayed. The federal government should have been able to monitor those ballots throughout the audit, and those ballots just disappeared, like for weeks at a time, as the people who were running the audit were desperately trying to find something that would flip the state election for them. And even
so we both agree it's lacking. It's fantastic.
I said at the beginning we agree. I think the federal government
did an audit in Georgia.
Okay, so you want a fully auditable election that's fully transparent in all 50 states, and we know that we can see. Okay, excellent. So you would support Donald Trump's legislation. Biden will never do it. A Democrat will never pass this in 1,000 years. If you held a gun to a Democratic president's head, he wouldn't.
You know who's against a federal holiday on voting day? Who's against
They-
making what is it, a federal holiday during voting day? The Republicans, they don't want to do a holiday. They don't want people to vote because you guys are losing. I'm telling
No,
you.
we just want to make
shaking.
sure that the vote is actually authentic and we know it has 100% transparency.
why
And
not
so
make it
voter
public?
ID would be the best first step. So obviously
I
you support
agree.
voter
We
ID.
agree.
Yes,
I'm
right,
pro
sir?
voter ID.
We agree
I'm
with that.
for
We
voter
agree with
ID.
that. Nobody's against that. We agree.
Oh, you're for voter ID? Sweet.
Yeah,
All right.
nobody wants it. Nobody. We don't want nobody
Excellent.
cheat.
Sweet.
What I'm saying
Thank you,
is,
Jesus.
we need a federal holiday. Why?
But
Republicans
they need to be
against a
free,
federal
and
holiday?
you need to be able to get it without standing in line for all day,
Yeah.
where you have to take a day off work. That's my only caveat. Like, if you can get your ID easily, and heck, do same day voter registration while you're at it. Like, get
The
your
issue-
ID like at the
Like
polling
in New
booth.
York, it's hard to get an ID. You need 6
Yeah.
points. You need 6
Right.
points. A lot of
Right.
people.
Well,
afford-
no,
they-
you can get in New York. You can get a voter ID without.
No,
your
no, no. I
points.
mean,
You
I
just
mean,
can't get a
I mean,
driver's
a state.
license.
I mean, a state ID. State ID. You need 6 points.
Si-
Now, a lot of poor blacks and
6
Hispanics.
points.
Yeah, like you need a social security.
Yeah,
you
they have
need
a point system.
somebody.
Oh, okay,
you
okay,
need
okay,
proof.
okay,
You
okay.
need.
But
six,
that's not required for
six-
voting.
6
You can
points
get
to
a voter ID separate from that, and
Yeah,
it
what
should
I'm
be
saying,
free.
but
But the
why
problem is you have to
the
stand
state
in
of
line all
Georgia,
day,
they
which
are
means you have
free.
to take a day off work, which
Yeah.
amounts to a poll tax. So I'm all for voter ID, right? But the voter IDs need to be free, and it needs to be where you're not standing in line all day to get. You should be able to
And
get one
easily-
within 30
and
minutes.
easy-
or less.
and
Okay, this
easily,
is a cultural
gettable.
divide here. We're gonna go around the. I'm gonna go last because it's gonna blow your fucking mind. So,
Okay. Go ahead.
okay, let's say it's Omar. Let's say you're in New York
Right?
and it's voting day.
Yes.
Describe to me a Midwesterner that has no like frame of reference. You're going in to physically vote. What does that look like for you?
Nothing. It's very easy. You walk into a school, you vote. There's no lines. There's no nothing. That's
No
it.
lines.
No.
Okay, interesting. Okay, iCal.
Yeah.
You in the great state of Texas.
Right.
When you like, let's just say for the sake of this,
This is
thought
where I live,
experiment,
though.
you in New York. I find that fascinating that you've
No
got
lines because Democrats usually win. A lot of people don't vote because we already know the outcome. It's a blue state. Sometimes I don't even get out of the
True.
house because I already know that it's gonna be. They're gonna win. The
New York has a
Democrats.
different problem when it comes to voting, and well, at least New
Yeah.
York City, because they have ranked
Yeah.
choice voting. Ranked choice voting is great. I'm totally in favor of it. However, it takes forever to frickin' calculate who won. And
Oh
ranked
yeah,
choice
for the
voting.
mayor. Yeah, we had that.
It takes weeks before you know who the winner is.
Ranked choice voting
Um,
is really fun for like political discussions because it really
Mhm.
makes it easier. Like, okay, your ranked choices. Who like? Because I always ask this every couple of weeks because
Right.
sometimes it shifts a little bit, but like it's a good like gives people an idea as to their right. And so like, okay, so for Omar, your experience is fairly streamlined.
Very easy. So I could vote by mail if I ask. for a
Okay,
ballot.
okay, but like this is just kind of a thought experiment of physical voting. Now, iCal Rich from the great state of Texas.
Right.
When you go to physically vote, what does that look like?
Okay, so I don't like lines. So and to be fair, like I don't know how bad the lines are on voting day because I never. Well, actually, I do know because I go to check things out. But I will have already voted because I do in-person early voting, and I tend to do it
Yeah.
in the first week of voting. I don't do it on day one because the lines are a little bit longer on the first day. 2 or 3 days into early voting period, I go and I vote. I'm usually in and out in 10 minutes.
The whole idea is that
Fascinating. Now,
Yeah.
like here in Nebraska, now when you say like the lines are terrible for voting and we need like people shouldn't have to stay in line like because for
Mhm.
like me in Nebraska, red state America, my polling station is 3 blocks away from my house. I mean, like Omar, this is gonna blow your mind. I'm coming to you from a village of 300 people.
right.
Okay. Like there's been times when I step out my front door to take a piss, and one time I walk and there's a coyote just staring at me. And we were both quite shocked to find each other. And so it like he was like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what the fuck?" You know, like, yeah. And so yeah, very very small. When I vote, I show up to the place. There's 3 little old ladies that also serve everybody.
Same thing here in New York. Same thing.
They serve all the kids lunch
Same
at
thing.
the little school that we got here.
Same thing.
and-
You go there. Same thing. New York. I have never been on a line in New York City or New York. Brooklyn, New York. Never.
Okay, 2020, that like the parking lot was packed, had like 8 people in it.
Yeah.
Like yeah, like I was like, whoa! I actually get
So,
to talk to some of my neighbors.
I want to ask Phil. I want to ask you something. In Texas, who leads the big cities like Austin, Texas, all the urban areas? Who lead it?
What
The
are you asking? What
Democrats?
do you mean who leads? Like who's the mayor?
Who the mayor? Who are the people holding power in these?
You're not
So
going to find any Republican city with a population of over 2 million.
Democrats.
I'd say our biggest Republican city or city with a Republican mayor is Fort Worth.
That's it. But Austin,
that's
The
about
suburb
9
of
people.
Tech of Dallas.
but Austin, Houston, Dallas, they're all led by the Democrats. I'm telling you, the Republican Party shrinking to the weeds. Soon you're gonna be extinct if you guys don't change your tragedy.
I've been hearing that for 40 or well, I'm not,
yeah,
but, like,
you
they've been
are.
saying
You
that
are.
for 40 years.
What do you think this response was?
Oh
Because
no,
you
we
used-
are seeing it though, Phil. Like it's every election, Texas moves about 2-3 points to the left.
Yeah,
But
become
that's
blue.
why I'm saying it's not going to flip.
Well, I remember in
this year.
2004, people are saying, "Oh fuck, it's
You know the
Democratic
population of
Party's pretty much
Texas?
done." It's
Phil,
like there's
hold on, Rich.
always shift events. Like
2004.
no, I understand
Hold
what
on.
you're
Phil,
saying
Phil,
here
don't-
now. If all trajectories stay the same,
Rich, I
going
wanna ask you
into the
something.
future forever, then
Rich,
you could. But
well,
with,
what's the-
like, unless
Rich,
the thing happens,
I mean,
because when does
Philly-
the thing
I
ever
mean,
happen?
Phil, I want to ask you a question. Don't say nothing.
What did happen
What do you-
in
what-
Texas,
what-
except
what
the
do you
other
think-
way around?
Hold on, Rich. What do you think the population
Of
of Texas
experience.
is? Well, what's the ratio of the Phil? What do you think the ratio of Texas population is right now? Don't Google it, please.
No, like I don't know. Like,
What do you mean ratio?
What is it, like
Ratio-
30?
What I'm saying, white to
What's their
minority.
population? Like,
Yeah.
fuck, isn't it like?
No,
Okay.
minority to white ratio.
Oh, fuck, I don't know.
They're almost minority. Whites are almost a minority now.
I was about to say probably like
Well,
50
it
something.
depends on how
to-
you count Hispanic voters, right? Because there are white Hispanics and there are brown Hispanics.
And
But
yeah,
that was-
here's the thing: in 30 years, what if all Hispanics are now considered white, and that completely changes the voting?
That's okay
outlook?
if you have good policies.
And
I
then
vote-
Republicans
if you
are
had-
so like, by
if you
your
had-
standards, and I'm not even saying that's how it would shake down, but by your standards, the Republicans would be in really good shape then, wouldn't they?
No, the old party is good.
Okay,
these guys-
so Phil, let me ask you a question. You said 2004, right? So I just looked it up. In Texas, Bush won Texas in 2004. Bush won Texas by a 23-point margin. There was nobody in 2004 saying that Texas was going to be a blue state within 5 years or whatever it was.
And that's when people were saying
Now-
the Democratic Party's done for. Never again.
But I would
will
say
they
the
hold office.
hold
in the
on.
executive.
well, no, because the margin now is like when Beto ran last time. He lost by 2.5 points. 2.5 points.
That's
From
it.
23 points in 2004 to 2.5 points.
And
Now
what
there
happened
was
is-
an extraneous factor there, which is that Ted Cruz is not a super likable person.
He's
right?
a
So
fucking
that's-
idiot. That's
I was
that's
about
why.
to say Bush had the 9/11 rub in 2004. You couldn't.
Well, I don't know.
touch
You
that
picked
motherfucker.
2004. You're the one who said 2004.
Well, yeah, I was
Um,
talking nationally. The National Democratic Party said, "Ah, fuck, we're done. Like, there's no way we're ever gonna like."
Oh.
Even Jon Stewart was making jokes about it in America, the book that.
But you
And in
are.
2004 was the year that the Democratic Party was no more
know,
in the executive.
You're losing.
And so, like, that was a big deal.
Phil,
that they like,
Phil.
and but guess what? The thing happened. The Great Recession, and
Phil.
it's changed the
also
trajectory
the
of
war.
American politics. So I get what you're
Phil.
saying here. If
Phil.
all trajectories stayed the same, but there's always going to be the thing.
You know what's going to happen right now? Listen, you guys, the
Well, hold
Republican
on. It
Party.
sounds like you're saying what he's saying. Then it sounds
No,
like
hold
you're
on.
saying that
No.
Texas could flip blue
Mm,
because you don't know what's going to happen economically.
anything. Well, yeah, anything could happen. Like the South used to be a Democrat stronghold. I'm sorry, Omar. What were you saying, sir?
What I'm saying is that it is this shrinking because hold on, because the Republican used to win the popular vote once in a while, like Reagan won 49 states. Then what happened is you started losing the popular vote now, like for the last 20 years. Now, when you're starting to lose the electoral college, then you're going to become violent. And you're going to say, oh, they cheated, it must be cheating. Then you're going to create a lot of chaos because you're not going to accept not winning national elections no more. You're not. Even in Texas, you're not going to win statewide.
Now we got.
I'm telling you, you're not going to
No, we're
win.
getting to the core. This is the good part. All
I'm
right, keep
telling
going.
you, the Republican Party, if they stay the way they are with all these nut jobs, you're not going to be able to win white states like senators or presidential election. At the Treasury, you're going right now. You need new leadership, real leadership, not like the weak Kevin McCarthy, Lauren Boebert, Ted Cruz, all these idiots.
Robert's not in leadership.
They're not
Leadership.
offering nothing. You don't have no party. There is no Republican Party. What we have is an extreme organization who's become every day is becoming dangerously violent. It's going to become more violent as time goes, because when they cannot win, they're going to react badly. Because what they're selling bad food to white America. They're telling them bad, damaged goods. They're telling them your grievances. They're trying to take over your kids. They're trying to take over your country. They're trying to replace you. They're trying to do this to you. They are selling them damaged goods. They're not selling them real policies. They're not opening the Republican Party. It used to be called the Big Tent during Reagan. You said we have to open it when Reagan was president. Now you don't have nobody. It's a white party. It's like
Reagan would have hated the term rhino.
It's like South Africa. You're going to be like the
why did Trump do better than any other Republican with quite a few different minority groups in 2016 and 2020?
Well, no, the company, the president that did best with minorities still was Bush.
Yeah. But like, why did he do significantly better than Romney or pretty much anybody? But like, again, was that 2004 Bush when he had that 9/11 rub?
Well, he did his best among Hispanics in 2004, but he did well among Hispanics.
Look at California.
Okay, we all like California. Elections can get swung by things like a mulligan like that because, like, all right, 2004. All right, we all remember 2004. George Bush could do no wrong to the American electorate in 2004. He did plenty wrong afterwards. He did plenty wrong afterwards.
He was an idiot.
No, 2004 was pretty close. He could do no wrong in 2002, which was the midterm election. But by 2004, like the sheen was starting to come off. Like he still won, but he won by a smaller margin.
If you want to talk about
race, 2004
he actually won the popular vote. There's no way you can say
he won the popular vote, but he was still a very close race.
Phil,
like that's one of the things that made it, right? Because it's usually on a popular vote basis, like not close.
If you want to talk about stolen election, the 2000 was a stolen election. You know, he only won by 538 votes.
First of all, TOS.
And then Rush.
I've always wanted to do an episode about people's stolen election conspiracies going all the way back from 2000. But like,
I mean,
Omar, we will be canceled in 4.2 seconds and down the memory hole the minute we start that episode.
At least Gore had a case. He lost by 538 votes in Florida.
Well, Gore had a case, but he lost at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, the Republican rushed the counting place and made it diluted. It was not
the
on
Brooks
purpose.
Brothers riot. Yeah,
they rushed. You guys are cheaters. You cheat.
What riot?
Yeah,
the Brooks Brothers riot. You can look it up. It was a Roger Stone operation.
Yeah, they rushed.
Okay. So there was some chicanery involved.
They rushed.
Some dudes in nice suits came here and fucked everything up. What the hell?
They rushed it. They rushed it on purpose. Then it became unclean, and they cannot count them no more. That's why they resorted to the Supreme Court. And George W. Bush had the mafia. He had James Baker.
Part of what made Eastman
his father was part of the CIA. George W. Bush. George W. Bush was an establishment. Al Gore, he didn't have nobody. He even abandoned Clinton when he was running for president, as not to get sullied by his affairs. And he was all alone. Gore, he had nobody. James Baker went to him to Florida. He said, "Listen, boy, take $500 million and go home. If not, you're gonna lose everything, right?" That's how you talk to Jim Baker.
Well, now here's the thing. Like, I find it fascinating because I always tell my
you guys
my
cheat. You guys cheat.
Well, no, hang on.
Violence.
I always tell my listeners that you always need to be aware of the fact that your opinions are assigned to you. Largely, your opinions are assigned to you, and like if you think you're the one person that's exempt, lost iCow again. He's like, nope, I'm out. He's actually still in the
I'm still had my camera.
Okay, sweet. But like when you realize your opinions are assigned to you to a very large degree, it kind of makes the world make a lot more sense. And a good example of this is I point to 2016 and 2020. If you are on the left and you think 2016 is completely debauched and you think 2020 was as clean as the wind-driven snow, and you also happen to be someone on the left that believes that climate change is going to destroy the world, that's probably not a coincidence. And if you're saying, hang on, and on the inverse opposite side of the coin, If you are somebody on the right who thinks that 2016 was just pristine, clean as the wind-driven snow, and 2020 was completely debauched, it's probably not a coincidence that you also believe in low taxation and gun rights.
I'm telling you that.
Okay, there's a
the
very
two-
good chance your opinions are assigned to you,
The
folks.
2016 election was not cheating. There's
So
nothing.
that 2-minute steel man I gave was assigned to me.
Where are you? I don't
No,
see
that
you on
was
screen.
predestined.
Where are
to
you? I
according
don't
to
see you. I
Calvinism.
haven't seen you the whole time.
No, you're
Yeah,
not
I
on
was about to say,
screen.
hey, bye, Hucky.
I'm being camera shamed by someone who's not using.
No, you could go to my channel. I would do a Twitch channel. You don't have no
Oh,
content.
you're streaming?
Yeah, I have a stream channel. It's called the improved. What do you call it?
You should shout him out.
I was about to say, I'm looking it up right now. What is your Twitch channel called, sir? I'm going to type it in.
No, me.
Yeah.
Oh no, it has a different. It's called True Crimes. I was gonna do like True Crimes and I stopped, but it's called. But I usually do on YouTube. My channel used to be an Arabic channel. I had almost 3 million followers in Arabic, but I got tired of it because it was so
Okay.
fucking-
I am following you now, sir.
No
you
problem.
are now followed on True Crimes on Twitch.
I
And
followed you. I followed you on YouTube, but Rich, I wish I had his Twitter because I love to have him as a guest on my
I
channel.
gave it to you. It's like how rich. Yeah, that's.
Hang on,
also
I'm
my
just going to
Twitter
look
handle.
up the actual links for a few things.
It didn't come
Because,
up. You want me to send you my link to my?
give me just one moment.
So
What
the
do you
whole
want to
idea
send
that,
me, sir?
You said you could find my channel. You can't find my channel.
No, I found your channel.
Oh,
No
okay.
problem. True Crime. I'm
No,
already
on,
followed.
on YouTube, and I followed you on YouTube. But
Might
Rich,
need
I
to.
followed him in Twitch, but he has no content. But I would love
Okay.
to.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not a streamer. I'm just. I mean, I have a Twitch channel.
So
one of
where's your
these days I'll
Twitter?
stream.
Well, I don't see your Twitter.
My Twitter. It's like how rich.
So write it down on the thing. I did it. I couldn't find it before.
You
It's the
can
same name.
try-
Same name.
Yeah, ICOWRICH.
Oh, okay.
I
So
found
the
it.
whole
I'm
idea
about
is
to
that,
drop. Now, this is something very rare that I'm about to do. I'm
What's
going
that?
to promote something that's not my there you go. There is iCow Rich's Twitter right there. I dropped it into chat. Like, see iCow Rich.
You're right.
We can all grow. We can all
Oh,
grow.
thanks.
I've grown as a person. But yeah, iCow, like he has the great beard
What
of
I'm
knowledge.
telling
He's
you
a
that,
fun guy.
Phil.
Yes, sir.
You see when I talk, it's not out of hatred, like for people in the Midwest or in the Rust Belt, whatever you want to call it. It's the idea of that you being sold lies and you being used to go to the poll every time to vote for people who vote for corporate America. They are about taxes cuts for the rich. They're not for you. They don't do nothing for you. Donald Trump.
Strangely enough, the
Donald
Republicans
Trump,
think a
Donald
lot
Trump,
of you.
hold on. Donald Trump
Dang.
never delivered anything for his hardcore followers, the poor, whites, unemployed, low income people. He delivered for who's around him. All the people from Goldman Sachs. He brought them to his cabinets. Everybody from Wall Street. He said he wanted to clean the swamp. He was the swamp. He took the swamp from New York and overflowed the swamp in Washington. You guys need to find a different leader. He is not.
Trump did make a good point though in 2016, right? He made
Yeah.
the argument that we cannot elect somebody who's being investigated by the FBI.
Yeah.
Which I
Well
think he had a good point there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna say this, because Omar, what you were saying about how you view Republicans, how they're misled and they're being
You've been
a lot of Republicans view you and a lot of Democrat voters in exactly the same light. This is what I mean when I say, well, hang on. Just give me a moment here. Give me a moment here, because it's what I call we're watching two movies on the same screen, because you and me are getting the exact same data, but we're seeing two completely different stories. And I think I
I'm
found
gonna tell you
why.
what it is. I'm gonna tell you what better than you guys. I'm gonna tell you why. 'Cause we have
Well,
better
give me just a moment here,
we
because
have better hospitals, we have better schools, we have better healthcare, we have free access to healthcare. Medicaid is easy to get. Anybody could get. We even have free lunch for school, free breakfast. In summer school, we have free breakfast for parents and families. They come to eat with their children. In Florida, you have to pay for your student has to pay. So these states are delivering for their poor people. You understand? I have never paid $1 to a hospital all my life, and I worked. It was always either on Medicaid or on my children was always on Child Health Plus
You've never paid $1 in your life in a New York hospital.
and health insurance. Never paid $1 all my life.
I'm gonna be more than a little skeptical on that one. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I will swear on anything you want.
I'll investigate that claim a little later. But like, I wanted to get to something like
I'm going to tell you why. Because I have
Okay.
I have 6 kids, and I'm married. That's almost like 8 people in the household. So whatever income I made was always within the range of getting Medicaid or Child Health Plus, which is free for children. They give
Yep.
WIC, free food for women who are pregnant. This is what you guys don't even have a hospital. If you had a heart attack in rural America, the maggots will eat you before you get to the hospital to rescue. You don't have no services, nothing. What they doing? Nothing. Well, we don't believe in free government help. No, the government's supposed to help you. Shut up, Rusty, whatever your name is. Get some help. You understand? Your children are dying like flies because your governors, we don't want to expand Medicaid. Medicaid, if you expand, people will get access to clinics to get clean from opiate addiction, from drug addiction. You need that money. Why would you take it? It's free money.
Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm seeing a lot of things here saying that there's people that are having problems in the insurance coverage gap in New York, and there's a lot of people that are not like. So, like, I'm sorry, the
Wait,
picture
which
that
gap-
like your
which
personal
gap do you mean?
situation, you might have been able to situate yourself, but let's not act like every single person within New York has got the exact same outcome in life that you have been able to
majority
achieve.
I mean,
Poor
I know
people have
about
that.
several states with the insurance gap, but I'm not familiar with the one in New York.
New York
I
has
don't
the
doubt
best,
that there is one, but just
free-
which
we-
one do you mean?
You know, Rich, we have free college. The public are free.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm aware.
They don't have that. These guys are, well, we are about free America. We need our guns. We need our guns. The guns are not
They don't
gonna
have
feed you.
free anything. There's no such thing as free
You don't
anything.
get it
It's taxed from
because-
somebody, and then it's
But if
given to you. So
if
it comes
you-
from somebody.
The problem is
It's like Bandit says. There's no such thing as a free
if
lunch.
you don't take these services, they're gonna make wars. The government that has a lot of money makes wars and makes problems. Instead of giving money to other countries, why don't we give it to you to eat? Stop being a hot-headed
Okay,
person.
now this motherfucker's spitting. Okay, because we are sending way too much money overseas, different
Yeah, well,
places.
we give-
I can think
we
of
give
one in
$4 billion
particular, but I'm not going to set.
We give
Rich
Israel. We give $4 billion to Israel every year. For what? They're going. They call you guys
They're
going.
actually an ally. Like,
Well, there's a reason for it, right? Because, like,
Yeah.
for instance, it got very popular about 10 years ago to start saying, oh, let's stop all this foreign aid.
Yeah.
And it turns out when we cut foreign aid to
thank
South
you,
America,
Ron Paul.
when we cut all that foreign aid to South America, that's when the caravan started.
Yeah, I mean,
but worse than, or more than that, more obvious than that, whenever we cut foreign aid to any particular part of the world,
yeah.
China swoops in and says, aha,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
happily take over the role
That's
of
true, yeah.
America.
You're
You know,
right.
Belt and Road Initiative.
I'm just against
We just
Israel.
want your resources to come to us instead of to America now,
I'm against
because
Israel.
now we're the
That's
ones
it.
giving you all this foreign
We
aid.
should not be giving Israel is a rich country. We should not be giving them $4 billion, no question asked every year. For what? They have money. They have banks.
Yeah, but
they have
Israel is only one of like many recipients of
Yeah.
United States foreign aid.
I'm going to agree with you. The problem we have as a country is
Like, look what's happening with PEPFAR right now.
where
That's a
PEPFAR?
Republican initiative, right? PEPFAR. It's our aid assistance to Africa, which was started by Bush. That was his like parting gift as he left office.
Yeah.
And it's done tremendous. It's made tremendous progress in terms of lifting people out of poverty in Africa
Yeah.
because AIDS was like tied up into the.
I agree with you.
situation they're
Yeah,
having there.
Rich, I agree with you on certain aid.
Yeah.
And
Now it looks like we might be losing PEPFAR.
the only problem I have is that Instead of having those factories in China, we should have those factories in South America. If we want to stop immigration, we should lift up their income per capita. If they have money, they're not going to leave their country. Their countries are beautiful. Nobody wants to leave his village, his hometown, where they have land, beautiful landscapes, just to come and sleep in a basement in Brooklyn, New York. You got to think, well, listen, we're going to leave this town. We're going to leave the way we've been living here for thousands of years. We're going to run around the border, try to get into the United States, go work in a deli in New York for below starving wages. Nobody wants to do that. If we invest in South America, which we should do all the time because it's part of our hemisphere, the doctrine, the Monroe Doctrine,
The Monroe Doctrine,
yeah, it says this is our backyard and we should fix our backyard. Bring all these factories, jobs back to Midwest America. Have some investment in South America. Instead of making an umbrella in China, somebody in Guatemala can make an umbrella that we could buy and sell it in the street of New York.
You're starting to sound like a Trump voter.
No.
God bless you. Welcome to the welcome, man.
No, Trump
big hug. Welcome.
The issue with me, Phil, I don't have.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I could not help myself.
No, Trump is not the right person for the Republican Party. He does not.
What do you think is?
He does not he's in it for himself. He's a transactional individual. He just got $2 billion, Kushner. Where do you think that money goes? It's for him. When
let me ask you, like you say he's not right for the Republican Party. Like, okay, ranked choice voting here. Let give in your, and I think Eichhouse might still be here. And if he is, I'm curious what his thoughts are on this thought experiment. But you first, sir.
Okay.
Ranked choice voting, your third, second, and first, or who do you think is right for the Republican Party? Like, let's just say for this thought experiment, you had to vote for a Republican candidate in the primary, and you were allowed to do ranked choice voting where your third favorite, your second favorite, and your number one favorite. Like, and you don't even need the folks that are kind of vaguely
from the people running right now.
I was about to say not even necessarily the people running like right now, but even folks that might vaguely jump in. So number three,
Chris Sununu is the best candidate you guys could ever have. He's like you. He jokes around. He tells a lot of jokes. If you look at him, he talks just like you. He's human. He talks like that. He tells the truth. He talks about low taxes, things like that. I will vote for him. Don't think I'm a Democrat 100%. I voted for Bush in 2000. I was an idiot because I was upset at the Clinton scandals, all that sex shit. I got upset at it. But the whole idea is, listen, you guys are holding on to a false prophet. This man is not in it for you. He's in it for himself. It's what's in it for me.
There's literally a golden calf of him, by the way.
Yeah, the Saudis started a golf company.
Phil, you've seen that, right? I showed it to you on screen.
I can't see. What is it? I can't see you.
We can't.
It's a golden calf of Trump that was at the RNC.
Yeah. The whole idea. Do you know the Saudis started a golf called LIV, spent $1 billion so they could play in Donald Trump's golf courses because he was being boycotted. Yeah, because he was being boycotted by the PGA. Imagine he got Saudi Arabia, fucking people who like soccer and live in a desert, don't even know what a golf is, to invest in a golf league, to compete with the PGA so they could play at his resorts and keep them alive, then force the PGA to integrate with that, to become one company with that and go back.
Okay. So you like Chris Sununu, that's your number one. Let's say he can't run. Okay. Who would your second favorite pick be within the Republican side?
You don't have you don't have any stars. You don't have nobody. You don't have a deep bench. You don't have anything right now. You guys.
No, like I'm just asking, like the people he's even seen, like Vivek or Nikki Haley or Mitt Romney.
Nikki Haley is okay. He's good. She's a mainstream Republican.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Vivek is a con artist. He's a scumbag. You don't need that.
What's funny is I think Vivek was the only one that did where the fuck in that debate. Everybody else. It was funny when Ron DeSantis like, oh shit, okay, I better put my hand up.
Mahdi Hussein dismantled on CNBC. Dismantling. He said, "Oh, you're against the Soros, but you accepted an affirmative action. What do you call it? Scholarship, and you have 400,000 in the bank." And you said that affirmative action is reverse racism, but you took an affirmative action, what do you call it, scholarship. He's living a lie. He started a company, what do you call it, a pump and dump, He said, "Oh, we got the drug. We're gonna cure Alzheimer's disease. We're gonna do this." And so he bought the stock, sold his stocks for $37 million, and dumped the company and the school unions, all the left hand holding the bag. He's a thief.
Can I give you a piece of advice here? Like, this is just like when you're talking to Republicans about this kind of stuff, just in the future. And yeah, ICAO, like, I think ICAO might kind of have a clue about this, but like, just to, like, I always hear Democrats, like, and they did this with Mitt Romney, they did this with Donald Trump, and I'm hearing you do it with Vic. Listen to this person made money in a way that I don't like it by cracky. And like, to be honest with you, like that just kind of like bounces off Republicans when you say that, because what most Republicans will think is something along the lines of, well, he's a smart son bitch. He was able to make all that money. Good for him.
But they say the same things about the Clintons, right? That they made their money in the wrong
well, they made theirs from
well, see,
everybody else they're talking about, they're actually private people. Republicans really respect people who can make money in the private sector.
Well, they did too.
It means that they
Clintons made most of their money off book deals. That was private.
I like Asa.
Yeah,
Asa Hutchinson.
Using their political influence.
Asa Hutchinson is good.
Yeah, of course.
Asa Hutchinson is a good man.
Okay.
He used to be the head of the DA. He's not
my favorite, but like, you know,
he's good.
Okay.
He's normalcy. When I look at
he's basically just trying to be like, hey, I'm not Trump.
No, when I look at a candidate, I want to see a Republican candidate. I want to see normalcy. I want to see a calm individual that's going to bring the country together. At least try or have a calm term with no scandals.
Yeah, Chris Sununu was another one like that, although he's not running.
Yeah, that was his number one.
I told him Chris Sununu is the best. He's the best weapon they have. They don't even know it.
Now, ICAO, I'm curious. Ranked choice voting, if you had to vote Republican with your third choice, second choice, first choice. If you had to, like, it first,
is this a primary vote or a general election?
Primary, like primary vote for the sake of this thought.
I'd say
your third favorite?
Haley, number one.
Okay.
Christie, number two. And Hutchison, number three.
Yep, they're good.
Yep.
Now, I gotta say, guys, as a Republican, there is nothing really funny to me about this.
Yeah.
Neither of you said Ron DeSantis. That poor motherfucker ain't got a chance in the world, does he? Oh my God, I almost feel bad for this dumb bitch.
He's an idiot. I don't like meat. He's a meatball. He's a meatball. Donald Trump gave him the right name. Meatball. He's an idiot.
Now, to be fair, Bandit does have kind of a point here. You want to see boring, unelectable Republicans.
Oh, God, I can't. Much. Yes, I want whoever wins the presidency, I want it to be the most boring person possible.
Yeah, you want to calm down.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The unfortunate reality
what I like about Biden is that he's boring.
Nobody wants scandals.
The most
nobody wants scandals every night.
Usually the most likely.
I'm telling you, Donald Trump was trying to overthrow the government. He depleted the State Department.
Remember, Bush was the guy you wanted to have a beer with. That was like the talking point for that election.
Rich, Donald Trump from day one, he depleted
because nobody wanted to have a beer with John Kerry.
Yeah, he depleted the State Department. He depleted the Pentagon. People used to retire. He did not replace them.
And this is one thing I hate to say.
There was no ambassadors. There was nothing. There was a coup in the making. Right now, what they have is dangerous. Let me tell you what the Republicans are doing right now. They're trying to deprecate the military. You know, when they cut somebody's head by a guy named Tuberville, some idiot who became a senator. He didn't even know the branches of government, how many we have. They asked him. He didn't even know we have 3 branches of government. He's holding all the promotions for the military for almost now, 2-3 months. There are 300 people. They cannot get their promotions. What they're doing is, you know what? I fear the Republican Party. I think they're evil. Maybe they're trying to.
Well, to be fair, most Republicans are also mad. Like they're not as vocal about it, but most Republicans in the Senate are mad at him too. Like they don't.
But what he's doing,
they're not holding up these promotions, and they don't want to see. They don't want him to hold up these promotions. Yeah, he's doing it in the name of abortion, which is not anything that like Republicans are like benefiting from politically right now. So he's sort of hurting them politically, like on that front too.
Rich, did you know he didn't know that we had 3 branches of government?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He didn't know.
I followed that whole election. Yeah.
And they elected him senator. I thought it's
Alabama, though. I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, Republicans will elect a rock. You put a
No,
rock in
here's
there,
the funniest thing though. When you're talking about like, would you want to have a beer with Bush and stuff like that?
Right.
Here's the unfortunate reality. All three of us, if we heard, hey, you get a call, hey, dude, there's a party tonight. Trump's gonna be there. You're fucking going, okay? Like you got a
Trump is-
story,
Trump
okay?
is
The
funny,
next
yeah.
day, like, yeah, I was at a
Yeah, yeah.
party with Trump last
Trump,
night.
yeah,
You
Trump
fucking
is
kidding me?
funny. Trump is funny, but he doesn't drink.
Yeah, but would you turn down a party that has any president at it? Like, I would absolutely want to go listen to stories about corn pop. You know,
I don't know. I
You
got
know,
street
Donald Trump,
cred.
I'm there for
I
it.
might,
I'm there for it.
I might.
Donald
I
Trump,
might pass on that
Donald
one.
Trump is a good talker. He has charisma when he talks. He's a comedian. He makes me laugh a lot of time when he makes those noises. Do you
My
hear this?
opponent's
Listen,
gay.
do you hear this? Do you hear this?
I did everything right, and
He's a
they
great dancer.
indicted me.
Does it come on there? Oh no. Do you hear this?
Yeah, I
did
heard it.
everything right, and they indicted me.
did everything right and they indicted me.
I did
Who talks
everything
like
right.
that?
They indicted me all the
Who
same.
talks like
Shameful.
that? Who
Shameful.
talks? Who talks like that?
Now, also, like, I remember 2020, I did have to say, it's like, yes, I also need Trump to really win. I don't have a Biden impression. I need him to win. I need Trump to win. And now, like, Tony's got one of the
Or
funniest
just put
Biden
Jack
impressions.
at the end of every sentence. That's fine. You'll be fine.
Trump is not.
Let me
gonna
tell you
win.
something, Jack. Like, you find a way to get there. You get there, like, eventually with the thing.
You're gonna
Okay,
lose
there was
the
something you
House.
guys were talking about earlier before, that I wanted in on, and you guys
Right.
moved on before I was able to get in. But you guys were talking about the impeachment, like, and the point that I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Omar.
Omar. What Omar was bringing up was that there's not enough support within the Republican caucus in the House in order to like get the articles of impeachment passed. And I don't think you understood that that's what he was saying, because you responded by saying, aha, the shoe's on the other foot. But that's not like the shoe that was on the foot, like with the first two impeachments, right? Like they didn't have
Yeah.
any problems getting the articles of impeachment passed.
Yeah.
And
They
with
don't
the
have the
second
vote.
impeachment, they even got a majority of the Senate to vote to convict. It's just that majority isn't the threshold. But here, if he's done two things. One is he's doing an impeachment what do you call it? An impeachment inquiry.
Inquiry, yeah. But he-
And he's doing he's
Yeah, but
there's no commitment to schedule a vote, because it'd be really embarrassing for Republicans if they
they don't have the vote. And in order
And
to do an
nobody
inquiry, you have
voted
to have the
for-
vote. You have to have the whole vote.
They
right?
don't
You
even have
to-
the votes for the inquiry, let alone for
Yeah, they
impeachment.
don't have it. It's so
Um,
silly. It's silly.
You've got to
Well,
get-
we'll find out eventually in all the coming investigations.
Have
It's
you-
going to have to be a
Have you ever
long,
heard of the saying?
thorough investigation. It's going to take years.
Whenever
Okay,
it's-
like
I'm
it's
good with
like
that. I'm
when
good
you
with
cut
that.
the-
But
no
what
way
that-
this
I
gets
think
wrapped
what-
up by.
But Gates isn't
Or
good
the-
with that.
the elections.
Gates wants impeachment before the election. That's what he wants. That's what he's insisting on. He's insisting on this happening fast, and the people in the Freedom Caucus are insisting on that. And but the centrists who like want to keep their seats in the next election don't want to be focused on that. They want to be focused on economics. They want the focus to be on inflation. They want the focus to be on the coming recession, which I still think there's a recession at some point that's going to be coming around the bend. But if you don't do that and you make it about an impeachment vote that either never
Yeah.
comes or fails to materialize, that hijacks like the whole narrative. Like that's one of the that's the reason why the centrist Republicans like aren't voting for this thing. Heck, it was who was it came out
The
against
base
it
isn't
just the
gonna
other day?
like guys. I'm just telling you,
I think his
as a
name was,
Republican
his-
voter,
his-
as a guy
I
that's
forgot.
pretty in touch with the far right
Who's
base,
the football coach guy?
they will not tolerate Biden not being impeached, and that's why
telling
McCarthy
you,
had to make that fucking speech.
you
He,
just gotta-
he wanted what with his your whole heart. He didn't want to come out there and say we're thinking about impeaching Biden. With your whole heart, that was the last set of words McCarthy wanted to put together that
I know,
day.
but
And he had to come out and do it anyways because his
Go back
fucking
to
voting base.
What are you
will
going to
not
impeach him on?
tolerate it.
Why? There's nothing to impeach. Just you're going to embarrass yourself.
Oh, actually, here's the funny part: is we actually, when they say
He's
there's
the
no
big guy,
evidence, there's
right?
no evidence.
Big
Actually, we
guy.
have evidence. We have the Biden laptop. We know that he lied about who he spoke to. We know he lied about who he met with. So we know that he's actually lied. It's just a matter of now determining how illegally he lied, and that is going to come out in investigation. It's going to have to be a full, thorough investigation. We're going to have to start auditing checking accounts, especially Joe and Hunter's joint checking account. We're going to need to start getting into all kinds of stuff here, and this is going to take a long time.
It needs to go into 2025. But the problem is Matt Gaetz, like in the Freedom Caucus, don't want that. They want it to be concluded long before the election because they want to use it for political purposes. We should take the time that's necessary in order to find out a bunch of stuff. There's another thing that's happening because of this Hunter Biden lawsuit that's happening now. We're going to find out who, because there were files that were added to that laptop, like at later dates. And now we're to the point where the investigation, like the Republicans on the committee are themselves admitting, like there was a bunch of stuff that was planted onto that laptop. And we need to find out who that was the it's not fake stuff. It's stuff that it's stuff that was his, that was on his like online accounts at Burisma, and in the Burisma hack, they were able to pull some of that stuff and then put it onto the laptop. So it really is like legitimate Hunter files.
So they hacked the laptop that they just knew Hunter was going to leave.
It had it for 5 years.
It was after the fact. It was after the fact.
That's like.
They have.
This is everything that's going to come out in discovery. Like, this is one of the reasons why I want the investigation. This is one of the reasons why, like, I was over the moon. You've heard me say it from the beginning. Like, I want to see, not only do I want to see Hunter in prison, but I want to see everyone involved in all of this on both sides to be held accountable for like what they did, which means I want Hunter in prison as well. And I also want like,
Joe,
why you want him in prison?
Joe for taking bribes?
Okay, because
he committed a crime. People should be held.
So you want Joe to go to prison for? So you want Joe to go to prison for accepting bribes? If we find bribe money, if we find that Hunter did take malfeasance bribe money and it was put into Joe and Hunter's joint checking account, you want Joe to go to prison?
If they find if they found that Biden that Joe Biden accepted bribes. Right, and this is the same standard that Trump.
We know that Hunter's the pass-through, and we know Joe and Hunter have a joint checking account. So if we find that Hunter took that bribe money, deposited into his joint checking account that he held with his dad, you would be okay.
Agreement, Phil. You're acting like we're not. Like,
so the answer is yes. So the answer is yes. If the money was deposited in their joint checking account, the answer is yes.
Third time, yes. If there's a quid pro quo, he absolutely should go to prison for that.
Of course.
No. You're trying to smuggle something into the conversation here. You're very good at it, but this question is very specific. No. The question is very specific, and there's no room to add anything here. If the bribe money that Hunter Biden received was deposited into the joint checking account that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden share, will you support Joe Biden going to prison? Yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
The answer to that one is no, because the answer is
okay. So you support the corruption.
Because the answer is you have to have more than that, right? So like if I take
well, we better impeach him to find out.
And I put it into your checking account through your PayPal or whatever, because it's like, it's available. If you won't go to jail because I put money in your account. What you would have to do is the same thing that Trump said you had to do for the impeachment, right? Which was prove a quid pro quo. This is Trump who says no quid pro quo like 1,000 times in terms of describing himself.
Well, no, this is a different impeachment over different crimes. And like with these are ones that we actually know happen.
But he's a sitting president. So
with Trump, it was really just
he
bullshit.
Can't even be investigated for this until he steps down from office. So until
we sure can. Trump was investigated. We had a Mueller investigation. We had 2 impeachments.
Look at it again. Mueller investigation had a carve out. He wasn't allowed to investigate Trump. He was only allowed to investigate the campaign and the Russians. He was not allowed to investigate Trump. And when asked about it multiple times, when the DOJ was asked about it multiple times, the answer was 1, that's what impeachment's for, and number 2, when he steps down, then there can be real which is what's happening now.
So it was spectacular. So we need to impeach Biden because there's obvious malfeasance.
I'm fine with that.
You don't have
That's being filed right now.
You don't have the vote. So what are you gonna do? Just take the country on a joyride?
No. File them. Have the vote. Hold the vote. I pray for them to have the vote.
Even the
I
Senate.
want them to vote on it every time they have a choice between writing a budget or voting on this impeachment stuff. I want them to vote on the impeachment stuff.
You want to keep them busy from looking up the country. Huh?
Rich, you and I you almost brought a tear to my eye, Rich. It was so beautiful. We agree for completely different fucking reasons. It's like you couldn't be more opposite for the reasons, but that was the most beautiful thing I've heard all week, Rich. You have no idea. That was gorgeous. Like every time they have a chance to vote on anything, as soon as the morning prayer is done, do we impeach Biden or not?
Yeah, what was the name
I
of
love
that?
it.
What was that name of that comedian that died? That was Saturday Night Live. What's his name?
Sam Kinison.
No, the other one. Phil, what's his name? The guy from Wisconsin. He was overweight. He died overdose. What's his name? He's always used to get naked and run around on Saturday Night Live. I forgot his name.
Will Ferrell?
Yes, that's you right there. He reminds me of him right there.
Thank you. Sir, flattery will get you nowhere. Oh my God.
You should be a
I was
comedian. You should be a comedian. You should try out what do you call it? Open mics. You know.
I thought you meant the senator,
Huh?
the Wisconsin senator, Al Franken.
Oh,
You said from Wisconsin.
he
so
got
I thought-
nothing on me.
He's calm down. That guy, he puts you to sleep. He's a writer. You know.
Now, I've been told
He was a legit comedian.
that
Yeah,
I saw
they
one
took him
tweet
out.
that they saw
They
me
took
for the
him
first
out.
time and they said I'm Chris Farley and Rush Limbaugh reincarnated into the same person.
Rush
I'm like,
Limbaugh was a bum.
fucking flattery will get you nowhere calling me such. Now here's the funny thing: like all content creators kind of owe a debt of gratitude to Rush Limbaugh, like it or not, because he
He's the
originated the
face
idea of the
godfather
content creator
Of all everything
connecting with
that's
the
wrong.
audience regardless of platform.
Yeah, he's the godfather of everything that's wrong.
Wait,
with
wasn't
America right
that that was someone before him? It was what's his name?
now. What's that?
Who am I thinking of? You know who I'm
Was
thinking
that- Grant? That guy.
It
Get out of my
was,
phone.
Cronkite?
phone-
of. It was.
I was like, he was on a
Howard
very
Stern.
defined.
Oh, Houston is different now.
Oh, no, Trump came before.
No.
Trump came. I was gonna say Trump came before Rush, and I was like,
Rush
kind
Limbaugh-
of.
Rush
But like,
Limbaugh
I was gonna say,
started-
Rush has been going since like in
Rush
one form or
Limbaugh,
another. He's been going since like '79, and then
Rush Limbaugh monetized all this problem we're having right now. Everybody, all these small Rush Limbaughs like Charlie Kirk trying to be Rush Limbaugh, like what's his name? That Ben Shapiro, all the grifters.
They
They're all
can't
trying to
measure
be,
to me.
yeah, they're all they are all the children of Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh was the biggest.
Howard
the
Stern
most-
started in '86. I suppose I'm talking
But
about
he's
national
funny. Howard
syndication.
Stern-
Now. His,
yeah, but
his
Howard Stern was
national
funny.
syndication was in '86.
Howard
Rush
Stern was not-
Limbaugh might have been
yeah.
about the same time, maybe slightly earlier. I'm not.
But
not sure.
their products are different, Rich. Everybody they're selling different products. Howard Stern was just having fun, a good time, and they get naked women in the studio, while the other guy was selling hateful and divisive.
Yeah, Limbaugh's national syndication started in '88. So
yeah, 20 million.
Stern was a little bit earlier, like maybe
Yeah.
4 years earlier.
All right, guys, I gotta go. It's what is it? 2:00 in New York. My wife is
Two in
going
the AM.
to
So let me ask you before you go, sir.
Yeah.
We can contact each other through Twitter. I'd like to have you on in the future because it's always good to get a.
No, I
You don't
was
get a lot of New Yorker perspective.
No, I was come stop by and just listen to you guys. You and the other guy, the cowboy with the hat, and I just passed by. And I'm always saying, why there's not a lot of people? It's first of all, these guys are talking about serious subjects, and the channel is lively the way they talk. I mean, better than some other channels. But you guys are not.
But
giving
remember,
the
Ted
arbit-
Cruz. Here's a point of agreement. Ted Cruz always said that, or said in 2016 that Trump represented New York values, right?
Yeah, remember,
that was his big
and they
thing.
gave him the finger. The next to the
Yeah.
newspaper, they put the Statue of Liberty. They gave him the finger.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Ted
yeah.
Cruz. I can't
He
believe
managed to
it.
piss off both sides of the political aisle.
He's
in New York.
smart. He's smart. He's Ivy League. He has won more cases from the Supreme Court than anybody else, and he'll sleep so low. Like, oh, you drink the beer. You could kiss my ass. The other day
He was
drinking beer
a
on top of him.
debater too. He was made it
He's
to the finals
good.
of the national.
But
tournament.
how come he's qualified to be president? He's born in Canada. I don't understand that.
Well, because his
You know,
parents
that
were-
was one of those reasons that in the 2016 primary,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, didn't really support Ted Cruz. I know people come up with the kind of like, well, technically, kind of, sort of, but like, I can't, like, you know,
but I
how
mean,
the
It's not
the
even
attack
in
ad would have been
question.
born
I mean,
near the USA,
But I mean,
But it doesn't-
born near the
No, no,
USA.
hold
It
on.
doesn't
hold
matter
on.
because he was a natural born citizen. His mother was an American, and that made him natural born. Natural born just means that you don't have to be naturalized in
So
order
if
to
you-
become an American
so if
citizen.
you get this
You're a
citizenship
citizen
through
the
your
day
mother?
you're born.
Yeah, okay.
That's
So,
what it means.
so what's the problem with Obama? His mother was from Kansas. and
Looking
you guys
at
made a
how
big
the
deal.
Democrats play ball, they probably would have fucking arrested him. Like, you're a Canadian, so
No,
for
no.
treason, it's like, yeah,
Trump
yeah,
was saying that.
no,
Trump
like-
was saying that. Trump was saying, "Oh, I think we got to go ask the Supreme Court if he could really run." He was throwing it in there. Trump was throwing it once in a while.
He wouldn't even be the first president to be born outside the United States.
Yeah.
You're right. There was one that was technically born in Canada. What the fuck? Which one was he? It was like 100 and some odd years ago.
I heard,
but-
Sink Ugar from the Young
Because
Turks.
if your parent, if
and
one of your
technically,
parents is an
George
American
Washington
citizen, then
wasn't
you're
born in
natural
the United States, too.
No, they're saying that the 14th
Right, that's
Amendment,
right.
the 14th Amendment that gave citizenships to the slaves actually gave legalized people to become citizen. You can become a citizen even if you're not born here under the 14th Amendment. I heard the Sink, Ugar Sink from the Young Turks, and he's very Ivy League educated. And he said, "No, you don't have to be born here. The 14th Amendment gives you the right to be a citizen because slaves, black people, were not considered Americans because they were slaves. But when they became Americans under the 14th Amendment."
And Alexander Hamilton was born outside of what became the United States, and he still could
was an
have been
immigrant.
president if he wanted to be.
Like, yeah, it was so funny. Like, the founding fathers were all from the British Empire, but because this motherfucker was from Scotland, like, ew, you immigrant. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, he's like a
I mean, the
10
thing
days
is,
walk
it-
away from you in Scotland.
yeah, it's just become an argument of convenience.
All right,
Like,
Phil, I gotta go. Rich, nice meeting you.
all right,
Peace,
Phil,
see you
sir.
later.
God
Phil.
bless. Travel well, sir.
Phil, my advice to you: go to open mics, try it a couple times. You trust me, you're funny, and I can feel funniness when I see funny. I know what funny is. I'm a New Yorker. You understand? We see a lot of crazy shit going on. That's why I know that Trump is a con man. I could see a con man from New York from a mile away. I could really do. I could tell right
I
away.
don't know what to say. To you, sir.
As a New Yorker, I could tell when somebody trying to con me from New York. As soon as he starts talking like, nah, that doesn't sound right. All right, see you guys. Have a good night, okay?
God bless.
all right, see you later.
Nice meeting all of you. Bye-bye. Okay.
Phil, have you heard about the news coming out of Ukraine?
Wasn't there like a subway or a submarine got
subway.
fucking blown?
The
Like,
submarine
yes.
blown away. Yeah, they only had 7. So, and who knows how many of those are actually in operation? Because this one was not in operation anyway, because they were repairing it and they got destroyed. So now they're down to 6 subs.
Ooh.
But
Got
also
it when
there
it
was
in
like,
the shop too. Man, I hope
Yeah.
you really needed them repairs done.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
fuck.
Well, that thing's gone. It's like it's irreparable. Another carrier, so another one of those big boats that basically they've been knocking out a lot of boats that like carry men to shore, like for like D-Day type invasion type stuff. So they've basically their amphibious capabilities are gone now.
It's like
And
I said at
then
the
there was
beginning
a,
of the black grain deal thing expiring. It's like I don't think Russia's got the assets to lock down
Yeah.
the Black Sea,
No, they don't.
man. Like that's
they've been doing weird stuff with Romania too. Like they've been going to Romanian territory in the Black Sea and basically like annexing it as if it's Russian territory, which is fucking weird because Romania is NATO.
oh no. Like they're just
Yeah.
like, let's see how much we can fuck with them. Like, oh fuck.
Well, I think they're just getting desperate. Like they're trying to stop the grain. They're kind of hoping to use food as a weapon if they can. I mean, they tried this last year too. Like if it's just that ultimately they had to agree to the deal to placate Turkey because they were afraid like Turkey would because Turkey was kind of on the fence about Russia last year. Now they're not. Like they're very much like anti-Russian now. And so that's sort of like changed the calculus, but they've been wanting to use food as a weapon for a while just to like create pressure, but then also there was an anti-missile system, like the best one that they have, and they're not capable of making these anymore, that cost $1.2 billion to make and just took one down with a Storm Shadow missile.
Like that's the problem when any major military tries to invade any sort of insurgent population. Fight a hard fight you shall, but you're always boxing in a shadow because you don't know if you actually even beat the enemy. Is the enemy just hiding in the civilian population and then it just sprouts out again when it like, and we learned this in Afghanistan. Russia learned it in Afghanistan. You thought they had learned it and now they're learning it again the hard way in Ukraine. But now Ukraine has big, shiny, modern American military teeth.
Like, well, in this case,
like,
UK, but yeah.
Well,
the Storm Shadow
it's all like NATO. It's kind of like when it comes from like, yeah, we all know who's really pumping that shit out in the factories. So but the problem is like, it's this weird inverse problem. Russia's equipment keeps getting decimated, but their numbers are just overwhelming. Ukraine, their equipment is overwhelming, but they keep running lower and lower and lower on people to run all of it. Like it's a very like for each soldier that's left on the Ukrainian side, then some hardened motherfuckers in like 15 years. Those are going to be the people that you hire for your.
That's the other thing too. Like
work.
One of the things that we found, I remember this finding this out in the 90s, like when we were talking about all these new Middle Eastern wars and stuff like that, especially after 9/11. It had been so long since the United States had been involved, like in a protracted military engagement, like since Vietnam, right? So it had been like 40 years. And there's something about a military that's like been battle tested. Like, like one Ukrainian soldier that's like been through the shit for like a year is going to be worth a lot more than a handful of those same Ukrainians a year ago who like had no experience in this stuff. So yeah, you're right. Like the way like going through this stuff is like sort of like how you top off your military. America, one of the few benefits of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars is we've got some battle tested motherfuckers out there because they've been in war for 20 years. And that's something we did not have before 9/11. So like these things kind of shift sort of up and down. With Russia, their best men are just dying. So, and they're not being replaced. They're not even training the people that they're replacing them with. So yeah, they're throwing in like an overwhelming number of bodies into the situation, but they're also like, they don't know how to fight.
Stalingrad, but I don't know if that's like, I mean, you've seen Enemy at the Gate, like the first man takes the rifle. When he falls down, the other man picks up the rifle and shoots. Like, oh
yeah, that's where the Russians are right now. Yeah. I mean, you talk about Stalingrad, like the Battle of Bakhmut was longer than twice as long as the Battle of Stalingrad.
Now,
just unbelievable.
This is the way, though, I kind of look at war. Like, have you ever seen Lone Survivor? You ever seen the movie or even just like bits and pieces of it? Okay, it's basically about 4 Marines who they're in the mountains of Afghanistan. Right. They're just really fast, like very fast story. They find these 2 little 13-year-old kids out in the mountains, and then they tie them up and they have the debate. Okay, what do we do? Do we let them go and have them inform the village, or do we schwack them right here? Right. And that's their word they keep using, is schwack. And the one guy look at these fucking kids' face. These aren't kids. These are warriors. Are you kidding me? But they let him go in the end because like, fuck, we'll do 25 in fucking the military prison for this. And so they let him go.
And it's not an easy decision to make. Like, I understand. Like,
it's all. And then literally you see these kids.
Sophie's choice for sure.
Jump down this mountain like a fucking mountain goat, like they've been doing this their whole lives, and they're down in the fucking village in 15 minutes, and they see 400 fucking Taliban coming up the mountain, AKs in hand, and they're taking bullets the whole time. And the beginning of the movie, it's the father of one of the main soldiers who goes like, just so you know, he took 2 bullets here, 5 bullets there, 3 bullets there, 7 bullets there. The reason I say this is he kept fighting, so you know how much of a tough son of a bitch my son was. And he throws the document down. And so these guys are just taking shots the whole time. They're returning fire still. And the way I look at and they're
Saving Private Ryan, same kind of situation, right? Where they capture the German and like he convinces them, what are they going to do? Are they just going to execute them, or because they're not able to, they don't have what the resources they need to take him prisoner.
Yeah, there's
And
nothing.
so they take pity on him and they let him go. And then he later on, he murders one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, so literally these guys kill like dozens of these Taliban people. And like, to my way of looking at it, the time, the effort, the energy we put in to training 4 high-class Marines, if they take out 400 Taliban, but they still take out 4 of our boys, that is an unequivocal victory for the bad guys because of how much money, effort, and and I know that sounds kind of cool, but like, yes, and these are also American lives. I do value them I value them very highly, but also like
but you also
in
have
terms
to have
of their
kind
ability,
cold pragmatism when you're at war. Like there's just
What's
because like the moral system that normally applies during, I mean, this is what just war theory is all about, right? Like it's not that morality goes away when you're at war. It's just that the calculus changes. Right. So for Aquinas, like, yeah, there are times when sparing the enemy is the sin, right? Because you're now putting your, situation, you're putting everybody in danger. So it's like, this is the way the Catholic Church like looks at the death penalty, for instance. Like, yeah, the state has the right to do it. But the calculus is you have to be protecting society. And if the death penalty doesn't protect society, then you can't do it. That sort of thing. It's a very different calculus than when you're not looking at wartime situations.
Just Alesta, well, people forget how hard it is to travel mountains. Also, the 4 soldiers thought at the time they had air support recon because that's what they were told before they left. Yeah, and their equipment for communication just did not work, so they were fucked. It took American soldiers 30-40 minutes to hike up the rest of the mountain while the kids didn't have 60 pounds of gear going downhill. So the kids are going downhill. These guys are like, fuck, we got to go up. And then they get up to the top, what they think is the top. They say, fuck, false peak. And there's another peak on top, and they got it. It's rough.
I mean, I don't know the situation because I haven't seen the movie, but it seems to me they could have taken the kids with them a certain distance and then let them go, like at a later point, so that they at least, the kids could bound down the mountains. They'd have to go a little bit longer distance.
Yeah. It's one of those that like, fuck, like, there's just a lot of, with the hindsight being 2020, we're like, yeah. But like, I see that same thing kind of with the Ukrainian soldiers is like the people that come out of this are going to be like, in 15 years, all of the movies are going to be like, and yes, this is my guards made of former Ukrainian soldiers. Like that's going to be the sort of like movie metaphor, if you will, because.
Well, certainly I think within Ukraine, there will be propaganda movies made about it for a long time, for sure. This is their revolutionary times, right? Like Zelensky is their George Washington, I suppose you could say.
Now, Bandit goes, or left them tied up. The thing is like you're leaving somebody there to basically
you've got to
dehydration.
You've got to take them with you and feed them and water them and whatever, and let them go at some later date. That's what you'd have to do. But I'm sure there was some story reason they came up with as to why they couldn't do that.
That's the thing. Like if you're just leaving them there to die, basically, then you've made the decision to kill.
You got to take them with you. Yeah.
And so now, granted, like it's probably like this is the mountain everybody's on. It's just like kind of like, hey, the minute they're going, like somebody's probably gonna cut. But no, that was a very real like, what the fuck do we do here? Do we leave them to like? Yeah, that was something they discussed. Like, yeah, we can't just leave them tied up.
But also the Taliban is like, they're fighting for, I mean, it's always an advantage to be fighting on home ground. Like I remember when I was in high school, I had a really cool history teacher who was telling me all the reasons why it was improbable that the Americans defeated the British Empire, like, at its height in the American Revolution. And I remember thinking, no, like we had a whole ocean between us. Like we had all of our native resources. I gave this long list of reasons why my teacher was wrong. And he loved it, of course, because good teachers love getting pushback from students, on topics that they care about. So he was a history teacher, so he had a student who actually gave a shit about history at that time, so he liked it. Yeah. But that was an advantage that we had, was that we had this sort of home turf advantage. And whereas with the British, once they load everything up on a ship, those are the resources they have to live on, the whole time they're in America. Like,
I
it's
remember
like-
one of the guys said, we can't leave them tied up here. Do you
Right.
know what some of these guys are going to do if they find two young boys tied up on a tree?
right.
And it's
Sure.
like, oh, oh, I didn't think about because yeah, guess what? Sick fucks are everywhere. Okay, it's like there is
Right.
a certain percentage of them everywhere. It doesn't matter. So you don't want to. It's a yeah, that's one of those like, oof. Now in terms of, yeah, has there been any big moves in the lines lately since we talked last, or has it been kind of?
Since
Or
we
is it
talked,
just
well,
fog
we
of
talked
war
just
we
a few
don't
days
know?
ago, so a week last
Yeah.
week. That same area that I was telling you about has moved, and there's another one a little bit further east that sort of pushes like into the Donbass. That's been moving to the east, but the biggest developments have been all these sort of naval things, all the stuff that's happening in Crimea. There's something big being planned for Crimea, and I don't know what it is, but my suspicion is that, like I said last week, they're going to try and starve them out. So, but the fact that we keep taking out radar systems in particular and anti-missile systems makes me think that they're going after Sebastopol. Like they're going to try to do that thing that Elon Musk tried to stop last year.
Okay.
Try to take
Okay.
out the Navy,
Yeah.
which they're
Yeah, like-
taking out one ship at a time, one sub at a time. Like they're getting it done.
like Scott Adams was saying the other day, and I caught on Twitter. It's like the media is literally trying to get Elon Musk killed because it's just like the way they're portraying him is like he
Well,
tried
he did
to
that to
stop
himself.
the war. Like
That he
it
did to
is-
himself. Like he put that in his book. That's from his book. He literally published an account of this in his book. And now he's surprised that everyone's found out about it. Oh, don't
it's
put
like,
it in your
what?
book then.
Where- how-
God damn it.
like, well, no, he listened to Frank Luntz. Nobody actually reads books. Okay, like if you ever read Frank Luntz's book Words at Work, it's an essential book that everybody needs to read at least once in their life. I read it when I was 20 years old, and it was very
Sure.
like there's this point where you get to like the middle of the book, and he goes, "Congratulations, you're less than 3% of Americans that actually read books. If you've actually made it this far, I'm going to give you some free secrets because I don't believe anybody that buys this book is actually going to read it.
But if
The
he
only
wanted
reason
to
any
keep
of
this a
us
secret,
publish books is for
maybe,
merchandising."
maybe not putting it in his book would have been a good way of keeping that secret. Like the cat's out of the bag now. Like he confirmed it himself. Like he's
I
trying
totally
to backtrack
fucked
now.
Molly the other day. How did you find out about me fucking Molly? It was in your book, chapter 15.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit. Like, yeah, now granted that I totally get that, but like not the way the media is kind of portraying it of like, he stopped them from doing what they wanted to do in the moment. Like, I get that a lot. Like, I'll be honest with you. If I was in his shoes, I don't know what decision I would have made there because
Well,
I
you-
understand his argument of like, I don't want to be involved in this war.
But you understand what happened after that. This is something we didn't know until now as well. But what happened after that is the United States said, look, we're pulling your contracts unless you turn over control of the portions of Starlink that are over this so that you can't do this again. And he agreed to it. And so like it's now the Pentagon that controls like the satellite, those sat links, which is why those stories about Starlink being mysteriously unavailable, those stories like stopped happening like, last fall. This is just,
And
we're
it goes,
finding all this
Frank
stuff
Luntz,
out
the
like a year
pollster?
after the
Yes, the pollster. I hate his pollster work because it's usually just the discredit people I don't like machine, but his study
Hey,
of the human
you-
language
You
is
keep talking. I got to go get a soda. I'll be back in a minute. You
No,
can
rock
keep
and roll,
talking.
rock and roll.
I know you're
Uh,
capable of it.
But I was about to say, yes, I can. Like when it comes to, I'll go on about Frank Luntz for just a minute. Like, yeah, like his study of the English language and what words work and how they work will be studied 200 years from now. Okay. His pollster work is his money work. It's how he makes his money. But one thing, and I'm going to give you a freebie here from Frank Luntz's book. He said one of the best words. Excuse me. I also want to write something down here real quick because he was talking about Ukraine. Oh yeah. I wanted to write that down before I forget it. But Frank Luntz, when he said, this is a freebie from his book, the best word in the English language is the word imagine. And why is that? Because it immediately engages the listener. Okay? And the way he says this is if you're talking to somebody rather than, here is what we're going to do it like this, and this is how we're going to do it, and I like this. Instead, it's imagine if I could do this. Immediately, the audience is engaged. And the way that he did this was in a political speech. He was working for the Republican Party usually, but he had a good friend that was a Democrat. He's running for office, and I think Florida it was. Excuse me. Gotta keep my singing voice in fetch. And he had one of these speeches of, oh, the Republicans are evil. The Republicans want to take your health care. The Republicans want to kill the environment. The Republicans want to destroy everything. The Republicans want to pull legs off of ants and wings off of flies. Like, it was a speech like that. And Frank's like, let me rework this a bit. And he took that and he went from the Republicans are evil, and he turned the speech into, imagine a world where we all have health care. Imagine a world where the climate is safe. Imagine a world where we can all have free access to insurance. Imagine a world where we can drive down safe, clean roads with clean air on clean fuel. Imagine a world where George W. Bush and his debauchery... And then Frankie said, okay, using imagine 8 times might have been a little excessive, but he definitely got the point across. And that's why I think Words That Work, definitely a book that's worth reading at least once in your life. And at one point he does mock the fact that most people don't even read books. And then they come on, and it's like just amazing. When you like, okay. And that's when he gives away the Imagine one for free. Alesta, oh yes, American government strong arming a private citizen. Totally out. No, never once. It only happens every single day. Bandit worked for Lemon getting Chapman's or Lennon. Okay. But yeah, Frank Luntz, the pollster. But in terms of the Elon decision, that's a fascinating one. And I'm going to kind of unpack it here before Icow gets back, if he gets back. The Elon decision where he says, I'm shutting down Starlink because I don't want to be a part of this war. Okay. I totally get it. I think he's trying to judge himself as like an international citizen, which it's like one of those, like, sorry, you're kind of in the American side now. Like, that's one of those, like, I don't know. Because I know a lot of folks, even people who don't support this war, probably would have a different take on it. Let's see. Alesto, by the way, with the Elon thing, the American government can't deny that we are actively at war. Well done, man. Well done. Because, yeah, that's really hard to push back from. That is really hard. All right, we got iCow, Rich. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on this comment here from Alesto. By the way, with the Elon thing, the American government can't deny that we are actively at war. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, this has always been a definitional problem, like since Korea, I suppose. If war means that, here's the thing: if you don't have escalatory like stages from which in your definitions, in order to be able to, like, were we at war with Germany during Lend-Lease?
What? I'm a little too young for that.
Lend-Lease is so.
Lend-Lease. I thought you said Lend-Lease.
Yeah, Lend-Lease. There was a time when we were giving the British the same kind of military aid, of course, the technology of the era that we're doing for Ukraine now, right? And if you're going to say, oh, we were at war, we were actively engaged with war against the Nazis at that point, then actually invading Europe means nothing, right? It's not an escalation. We're already at war. What are you talking about? So you can't criticize that as an escalation, right? It's
Like,
the
to
same thing.
me,
Like
when
if
we
we
got
were to
boots on the ground shooting at people,
yeah,
it's kind of
if
like,
we were to be, if we were to send 50,000 troops into Ukraine tomorrow overnight, right, and then Biden were to say, "Oh, we've been at war for over a year," like this isn't news. Like I don't think like Russia certainly wouldn't accept that as an explanation. I think that you have to make a distinction. We're absolutely in a proxy war. Like I agree with you there. Just like when we were in the Cold War, that's described as a war, right? The Cold War was a war. So we were at war with Russia for like half a century, right? During the Cold War. You could call those wars, right? But then at this point, you got to say, okay, there are types of wars. What type of war are we in? Well, we're in a proxy war right now. This is like, and it's not even like Vietnam. Like Vietnam was a proxy war where you know millions of or hundreds of thousands of American soldiers were dying. Like that was like a massive conflict that we were involved in. This is really more like when we were arming, like in other proxy wars that never escalated to that point, right? I suppose you could say Russia is the people that have like invaded with, you know, thousands of men or whatever, but until they're matched by another military like of equal size, right, or even comparable size, that's a hot war, right? So we're in a proxy war, I guess we'd say, and not even as hot of a proxy war as.
no, this is.
Well, I don't know.
gonna be-
Vietnam, I suppose you could say, is sort of the same, as, except we were the Russians in this case, right? Because we were the ones who invaded.
Weirdly enough, if we were to really complete the metaphor though for Vietnam, it would be like
Right.
if Russia left Ukraine and China just fucking went in for
Yeah,
some
right,
reason.
exactly. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
wait, what? So the French are leaving. So wait, why the fuck are the Americans here? What the fuck? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
like that would be if we really wanted to punish that metaphor. But about the Elon thing, though, one thing I would say, like, now, Rich, this is going to be a surprising answer to you,
Mhm.
I know, but like, I mean, I'm anti-war, but like, if I was in Elon's shoes, and I was thinking about this, like, honestly, okay, it'd be multifaceted because this is the intelligence agency and the law enforcement apparatus, and all my family lives here in the United States. So, you know, if you say no, like Rich, if you're in Elon's shoes and you said no, like everybody you've ever even had coffee with is getting audited the next day. And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, there's that. But also, like, to an extent, like, you know, red-blooded American, I'm here, there's what I would do if I was in his shoes with all those factors. It'd be like, oh, all right, you're going to be doing this thing with Starlink. I just turned off my phone that runs Starlink and I'm going on vacation.
Yeah,
Y'all have fun.
that's what he should have done. Yeah,
Like,
that's
I'm
basically
like,
what he
I'm
did
done.
do, right? He turned it off, and the Pentagon took it over, and he's been on vacation for a year now.
Yeah, like I was like, I'm going on vacation. Like, no, I'm firing this back up in 3 days. But it sounds like you need 3 days of just motherfuckery.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
he can't. Well, he can't turn off. That's the thing, is he can't do that. I mean, if he wants to be a military contractor. Now, if he wants to do this on a moral basis, because that's the way he describes it in his book, right? Is he didn't want to be responsible for World War III or whatever. I think at that point, what he could have said is, okay, Starlink is no longer a military contractor. We're going to go back to like purely civilian projects. We're going to let the United Launch Alliance take over all of our contracts. I'm not going to be a party to anything involving the military anymore.
yeah, that's the unfortunate, like, because the thing is,
But
like,
he won't do that.
he-
He won't do that.
But now the thing is, I totally understand why Elon did what he did. Like, me of all people, I can totally get it. Okay, but even me, it's like I wonder, like, if like, because me, I stick, like, being anti-war. I've always like, I didn't join the military, wasn't part of it. My grandfather was, but it's like, to me, it's like I always feel like that's a dog you just always need to keep on the leash. Okay, like the war machine always wants off the leash. Okay, they're always coming up with a reason to be let off the leash.
Yeah, but the question is, like, who gets to hold the leash, right? Is it one billionaire or is it the American people? Because, like, you can't just hand over the entire United States sort of like defense strategy to one guy. Like you just can't do that. And the military knew that, which is why, the second they realized he wasn't reliable in that way, he had to do a lot of backpedaling in order to convince the military.
What do you
that he
like?
wasn't
They
gonna-
probably told like everyone you've ever known is about to go into V for Vendetta Kriege's black.
Well, they
bag.
didn't even need to say that. They just had to say your military contracts are at risk.
Okay,
SpaceX is
all
built-
right, we'll change everything. Yeah, it's Elon Musk. He's like, not my military contracts, but like, that's one of those things.
SpaceX
That, like,
is built on that. SpaceX can't exist without those military contracts.
like, here's the thing. Like, if like, now this is why I'm not a military contractor, but if I was, like, I'd be like, okay, the military, and I'm not going to be the first guy this ever happened to. The military is at some point going to do something I don't like or agree with.
Yeah, of course.
Like that's just like every soldier in all history, and even the guy who's just mopping up the floor, sweeping up the floor in all military history knows that. Yeah,
Right.
some shit's
Right.
gonna go down. You know exactly. Like, and so like that's one of those that like, no, Elon, you should just go to the beach today. Like, it's like that's one of those like, and I get like I wouldn't want to be involved in war in any way personally, but that's also like.
But the
The
moment you
feds-
become a military contractor, like you give up
You're
like certain
kind of-
choices.
You're kind of part of it. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why.
And you don't
that's the
get
thing.
to, as a single individual, like determine U.S. foreign policy. Like that's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah. So you think coming up something pretty similar might be like now, if that does happen, that's going to be a motherfucker, and we're going to be right here to catch that. Now, actually, Bandit, Phil, ask about Pearl Harbor excuse for Biden skipping 9/11. Yeah, it's a bit of a shift, but I'm a little curious. Like,
Pearl Harbor,
always-
wasn't he in Alaska?
well, no, like there was a
For
9/11 memorial, like because
Yeah,
I'm sure you're what 9/11
Yeah.
just.
but he was in
and
Alaska.
Biden
that
didn't
day. He wasn't
go
in
to
Pearl
the
Harbor.
New York thing. He didn't go to the New York Memorial.
No, yeah, he went to the Alaska thing. Yeah,
which
or whatever. He was in Alaska that day.
which
but, I mean,
like
What does he mean by Pearl Harbor?
Biden said that no president was at the 22-year anniversary of Pearl Harbor either, and I think that was actually
I see.
like JFK had just been assassinated not too and we were like in government transition and shit. I might be wrong on that, but I remember somebody was dropping a factoid about that. Like, yeah, there was some reasoning behind that though. I don't know, but like, so that like, to me, it's one of those. Now, honestly, between you and me, this is one of those, like, as a debate coach,
Mhm.
like, and as somebody that understands, like, this is one of those things where it costs you no points at all. Just say, oh yeah, Biden should have gone. Like, it costs no points at all. Just like, yeah, I probably should have gone. Like, and it's like, I understand rhetorically, like, that's kind of like what, but like, I'm curious, like, what's like, it's kind of like the old adage, you can't make a joke about a tragedy until after 22 years. And now we're here to where you can make jokes
soon.
about
Too
tragedies.
soon.
Yeah. And like, but like the question is like, when is it that the president should stop going to certain like,
Or
and I
at
don't
what
know.
point does it happen every 5 years or every 10 years and not annually?
Yeah, the 10 years,
This
like, yeah,
reminds me
there's
of
that.
the flag pin controversy. Remember that bullshit? Like somebody found out that Obama wears a flag pin on his lapel only 95% of the time instead of 100% of the time.
Fucking communist.
That was such a big scandal. That was right up there with his tan suit, scandal. But so, I mean, I don't personally care. The fact is, he was coming back from foreign trips and stuff like that, and so he was still in Alaska on the day of 9/11. So, just if we want to say that visit was more important than whatever treaty negotiations were happening at the time or whatever. I don't know. I don't know that most people are paying attention to that. Like, I don't think that anyone's really voting based on that. But rhetorically, if you're a
It's going to
politician,
cost Biden New York, surely.
it's sort of like saying, is it a scandal that he didn't kiss enough babies as he was running? Like, yeah, there might have been some advantages to going politically, but did he have like some sort of moral leadership responsibility to be there instead of where he was? No, I don't think so. But
this is
sometimes
an interesting
political
one.
decisions get made, that are purely political. If he was being
Like-
purely political, yeah, he'd go to that.
I'll never
9/11.
forget though. It was Ronald Reagan's funeral, and like go back and watch this sometime. And like this was too like I should say, but like Bill Clinton and Hillary were there, and Bill obviously didn't get a lot of rest the night before, because if you go back and watch the footage of Bill Clinton at Ronald Reagan's funeral, like your eyes will start to water. Like, because he's got one eye closed and one he's like twitching all red, trying to keep open. And I'm like, oh, my
Sure,
eyes are watering just watching this. Oh, fuck, Bill, just sit down, take a nap. Fuck. Like, and
Yeah.
so, yeah, like that, like, those are the weird political events you just have to fucking be to, though. And like, so
Yeah,
the 9/11
sure.
thing, like, when I'm elected president, I will be at all 8 9/11 memorials during my administration. That I do promise, folks. Like rain or shine, I'll be there. 9/11. But this is a question I'm really curious. What my eyes are just watering just thinking about Bill Clinton and Ronald Reagan's funeral. Like, oh, that poor fuck. He was barely keeping his eyes open, and it was one of them.
Right.
But Alesto. But I find it weird. The same people that were opposed to Vietnam and Middle East are the same that want to send troops - assets to Ukraine. It's textbook hypocritical. Now, I don't know, like hypocritical, but to me, I have noticed this, that the people who were virulently against the Middle East wars with Bush there's a very heavy Venn diagram crossover with the folks who are very pro-Ukraine now. And I'm wondering, why do you think that is, sir? You're on the left more
Well,
than me, so
I
you would
think
have
that
better
there's
insight.
a difference among all of them, because I am actually, even though I wasn't voting at that time, of course, but I think there was a lot more justification for Vietnam than people realize. The fact is, global communism was spreading. Domino theory was a reality, and nothing would have stopped them if the West wasn't going to stop them. So I think Vietnam absolutely had legitimate justifications to, I think, those reasons that were in there. Middle East is a different story. Middle East was like built on a lie. Like there were no WMDs. Iraq was not a threat to the United States. I do think we should have gone into Afghanistan, but regime change was not a realistic option. And if you were going to do regime change in Afghanistan, then that would have required not having a two-front war, so not being in Iraq. So at the very least, I could, even though I'm opposed to regime change in Afghanistan, but if you're going to do that, then you at the very least had to not do Iraq. These are all pragmatic calculations as to whether or not it's winnable, as to what the scenario would be if you do or don't go in, things like that. And so that's why I was opposed to the Iraq War. But I think Vietnam's a different story. Like if you just let China roll over, China and Russia, because we're talking about Korea too. Well, let's talk about China. Roll over all the way to the east, and then what? Take a shot at Japan. At some point, global communism becomes a real threat. And
so
something's got to stand up to it.
So you're
Yeah.
ICAL Rich, the neocon Democrat, everything from Vietnam to Ukraine. Oh man, that's gotta hurt a little bit. That's gotta ICAL, like 22-year-old ICAL inside. He's like, ow.
Well, no, when I was 22, I was a Republican, so I was definitely for Vietnam at that point too, in retrospect. The narrative at that time was that the only reason we lost Vietnam was because Democrats are cowards, and and they pulled us out. But no, the justifications for Vietnam, I've always thought, okay, first of all, domino theory is real. If you deny that, then I don't know what to say. The conversation is kind of hard to continue if you don't acknowledge that. And if you do acknowledge
look what we did with democracies and capitalist countries everywhere but the Middle East. Like we
Yeah,
spread
that's
that,
right.
like,
That's right.
So the domino theory goes both ways, and we were able to spread capitalism.
We were
because-
able
and
to
so, yeah,
win
obviously.
that domino game, in the Cold War for sure.
Yeah,
And
so
I
yeah,
think
like
without
not only do I agree
Vietnam-
with you, but I'm saying that's a two-edged sword, actually.
Well, I think without Vietnam, I mean, I tell you who builds on the legacy of Vietnam is Ronald Reagan, right? And ultimately wins the Cold War because the West was able to. The fact is, even though Vietnam fell, like the dominoes stopped falling because the cost it was made such that the cost was too high for the Chinese to just keep rolling over country after country. If they had to pay that kind of cost with every invasion that they made, there's just no way they could do it. Which is why it stopped. Which is why the role of global communism, like to the east and west, like stopped. And I think that if you look at a world in which nobody opposed them in that way, where the Iron Curtain was allowed to remain as it was at its height, where the entire like eastern seaboard of Asia, and then like big chunks of I mean, what happens if India goes communist next? Like it becomes a big threat. It becomes a big threat. And I don't think you'd want to live in a world where global communism becomes like the dominant like ideology of the world. I don't think that's an ideal scenario for you. So I think Vietnam, like, it was a very costly war, but I think the alternative was worse.
Now, again, like that's a very good explanation for your kind of personal story arc there.
Mhm.
But like
Right.
you're also a man that kind of has a bit more insight into the left than I do, and quite a few folks on the left were not for the war
Still,
in
yeah.
Vietnam or
Almost
the
everyone on
Middle
the left
East.
disagrees with me on that.
And I'm curious, why do you think there's been this because like your answer is consistent. Like nobody's got a hard time wrapping their mind around how the ABC works out, even whether you
Right.
agree with it or not. ABC works out for it. But like, how do you suppose so many folks on the left went from so virulently against Vietnam and the Middle Eastern wars to now being very much to your position here?
I wouldn't say
Like,
they
I
are
have my
because
theories, but I can get that later.
I'm not sure they are, because there are a lot of people on the left who are also against American involvement in this war. And this idea that like America is at the head of like that we're like cultural imperialists and all this other kind of stuff, right? That capitalism is invading its way east into Europe, right? And that Russia has, the tankies believe that Russia has the moral right to push communist ideas further west and to compete with capitalist ideas in that way. And I suppose if you overlook like the differences in those ideologies and what they mean, then okay. But it's not the left that supports Ukraine here. It's liberals. And those are two different groups that you're talking about. Right?
Yeah. Like I remember when we were on a panel together with Nina and you had to explain to her, it's like, Nina, the right doesn't like the left has like infinite bounds for like different boundaries they can put between each other, and like, well,
Right.
I'm this kind of leftist and that kind of leftist, and there's like this big complicated map. And
Yeah.
then like for the right, it's like, well, you got both kinds, country and Western music. And like, yeah, it's like it's all
Well, no,
kind of
there's
this-
four. There used to be three, but now there's four different kinds of people on the right as well. It's not as complicated a map as on the left. I agree with you there, but you've got your neocons, you've got your libertarian, like conservative libertarians, then you have your evangelicals, and now you have MAGA, which is a new thing.
Because 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Like, yeah, I'll take 3. Like, and the neocons, I guess. I guess like I get like if you're coming along, you're coming along. We'll give you a neocon VP.
They
as a
sort of
consolation prize.
weave their way in and out of like party domination like, at
Everything.
different times. Yeah.
Like somehow they've
Well,
them motherfuckers.
Neocons aren't in. Well, actually, neocons are kind of like they might not be. They're being very quiet about it, but the fact is, like most of the Republican Party supports Ukraine.
Like neocons.
If you
are
look
like,
at those votes that are happening in the House and the Senate, like the vast majority of Republicans are still voting for all of these things.
yeah, like neocons are
With
like
Ukraine.
fucking cockroaches. They're fucking everywhere and you can't get rid of them. Okay. Like it's like they're in the Republicans and a couple in the Democrats too. Like neocons are just like, Yeah, they're part of the woodwork now. But let's see, Bandit. McNamara had troops retaking the same hill over and over because he wanted to make it an attrition war. Alesto, this is the origins of NATO, Warsaw Pact, Vietnam. In very extremely layman terms, was because of communism. Now it is the other side. American values are pushing east among other strong arming countries. When an organization gets big enough, you don't need to strong arm them anymore. Well, yeah, because they're now capitalists and they love being part of the game. As much as it's like that's kind of
Yeah.
once you're like it's like the different like communism is like work and we will give you potato, comrade. Capitalism is like, hey, like imagine like Trump holding a big old stack of casino chips, like, hey, you come on our side, I'll give you $100 in free chips, and you can go onto the craps table. It'll be awesome, and then you're in the game, man. You win, you lose, you load, you like it's fine. Come on in. And so it's a totally different side. And so I agree with the idea of domino theory, but I think it's fast like this Ukraine war. Now, okay, Ike, this is going to sound kind of strange, but I'm curious, like, because again, you're in tune with the left. And this is something I've been thinking about for a very long time. And there's this certain string of thought, and I kind of started getting into it a little bit last time, but it just didn't quite pan out. And there's a certain aspect of the left or liberals or what have you that they do truly, and I've debated them many times on Twitter and on different panels, they do truly think that Donald J. Trump got into the office because of Russia. Like, you know, at least a handful of them.
Because of what? I'm sorry, say it again.
They are dead set convinced that Donald J. Trump assumed the office in 2016 because of Russia. And if Russia was like we all know a handful of them.
Right.
And I hear this all the time. And I'm almost convinced that there is an aspect on the left that they support this war in Ukraine. And I know this is just theory, and just kind of go along with me here. Like, it's just take it for the 2 cents.
I don't think I'm going to disagree with what you're about to say if you're going where I think you're going.
Where they support this war as almost sort of like revenge against Russia for making Trump president.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some feeling of that. Yeah, I'm not objecting to that characterization at all. I think that's true. I mean, one of the things that we found during this war is that when you get into some of these territories that like Russia has been occupying for a little while in Ukraine, and then the Ukrainians take it back, one of the things they found are these massive troll farms, which we know about these troll farms, like we've known about them for a long time, but we've never like physically seen them. And yeah, they found a few in like the Donbass area. It is like, the problem is if you're going to be duking it back and forth like on partisan terms to score points, this message is going to be impossible to lose. But if you think about it in good faith for just a minute, like there was an investigation into the Russia thing. We do know that Russia supported 3 candidates. They supported Bernie, they supported Trump, and they supported Jill Stein. So one member from each party. And there was the Senate investigation found that all of this happened, that Russia was trying to get Trump elected, that they were like buying all these social media ads. You also had all of these like people in the Trump campaign that had these that were like passing information back and forth. Like we know all of that stuff. But those were investigations into what happened in the campaign and what happened like with Russia itself. So that Russia was trying to get Trump elected is no secret. Like the Senate Republicans confirmed it too. Every investigation confirmed that. What the sticking point was in how much Trump knew. That's the part where, like, for instance, Mueller wasn't allowed to investigate Trump personally, so he couldn't address that question at all. And the Senate never had like a smoking gun showing that Trump like knew. I mean, we did have like suspicious things like him like saying, you know, hey, Russia, go, you know, if you're listening, go hack Hillary. And then she was hacked that very night, you know. Okay. But still,
I'm gonna tell you, the right, like, because we were all like sharing memes and talking like, you know, like gas stations and bars and fucking little
yeah, sure,
dining hall restaurants. We were all laughing our balls off. I'm like, fucking Russia, hack Hillary. Like, we thought that shit, like, because, yeah, that shit's funny. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a weird thing about it.
They
Like,
hacked
that was-
her at Trump's request. But so that's the part that's in dispute is how much like Trump knew. Now we do know that Roger Stone was a back channel because he admitted that at trial. But if they were trying to get Trump personally, that's where the dispute is happening. But there's no question that Russia was trying to get Trump elected. There's no question that they would like to get him elected again. The only difference is, like, we have defenses in place now to stop that from happening a second time. Like, people like kind of know what they're up to. Like the troll farms are much more easily identified now because there are certain patterns, that they leave. We know what fake accounts look like. We know when there's like a surge of a particular narrative that starts popping up all at once. And we don't even have to know that, like that the IP address comes out of Russia or something like, because we know they know how to mask that. But what you'll find is that a particular phrase will pop up, saying something favorable about Trump or whatever. And all of a sudden, like 4,000 accounts have that exact phrase in it. And they all like got tweeted out like within 4 minutes of each other. Like it's very easy to find that kind of stuff.
And then your Uncle Unky Frats is sending it to, but like, yeah, that's because that's what they're wanting is Uncle Unky Frats to start sending it out once they see it. And that's when it's accomplished something.
I mean, I think there was kind of a perfect storm in 2016 where not only was it a close enough election to where that kind of stuff could like maybe make a difference, but also because we were still naive about social media and what it can do. And we like nationally, like we didn't have a defense against it. And it wasn't just them. It was also China. It was also a bunch of other countries.
Oh, yeah,
and they didn't
everybody
pick
tries to
Trump
interfere
in
in
particular. They
elections.
wanted to pick the most divisive people they could. And so like they backed Bernie for the same reason. They backed Jill Stein for the same reason.
China backed Hillary, and shockingly they and that's why they still pissed. But no, like I'm glad that because this is kind of a weird topic to kind of explore, but like I've always kind of sensed there's this connective tissue, but it's not quite as tight as other connective tissue thoughts of the people who really don't like Trump seem to really like this war. And like there's, and do you see what I kind of mean? Like there's some sort of connective
then you have
tissue
people
here.
like Lindsey Graham who love Trump and love this war.
Okay. Even that's not fair. Lindsey Graham never saw a war he didn't like. Okay, it gets his little Peter hard. Okay,
Yeah, it makes you wonder like why he supports Trump.
Okay, this is pretty. Have you ever seen the show Our Cartoon President?
Sure.
If you don't, Stephen Colbert produced it. It was great. And there was one scene where Trump's having a meeting with all the Republicans, and like Lindsey Graham's there, and for some reason Ben Shapiro's there, and everybody's and like Lindsey Graham goes, "Mr. President Trump, I support everything you do, including when you had a pinball machine installed over my best friend John McCain's grave." But it just didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like he was there for it. And like, so yeah,
I've never
Lindsey
seen
Graham-
anybody. I mean, that guy just fascinates me. Like MAGA absolutely hates him, and he is still ride or die MAGA. Like he does not care. And, like to the point where he calls the Georgia Secretary of State and starts like asking him about like if they can change vote system. Like it's amazing, like what he'll do for this president, and he just gets shit on. It doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter what it's like that kid that wants to sit at the popular kids table, but it just doesn't happen.
Now, like years ago, I wanted to make like kind of my own sketch show. It'd be animated, and it was the whole premise of the show was that that all of DC is kind of in a mass conspiracy to keep Lindsey Graham's mom from finding out he's gay.
Wait, go back to that last comment because there's something in it that I very much
Okay.
agree with.
Alesto, there is no problem with a government wanting someone over wanting someone over someone else. Hell, if that is illegal, then I guess all the billionaires and major millionaires should be made. Oh no, Soros and other families dumping millions into internet media for ads for their candidates.
Yeah. I agree with a lot of this.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it's true. Like, this is the problem, and I think, honestly, I think like conservatives are coming to this point of view too. Like, they're sick of like corporations like putting their hands in elections and stuff. I think everything that's happening in Florida like tells you like why the right is starting to get as fed up with corporations as the left is. Like, yeah, it's true that millionaires and billionaires like deciding elections probably shouldn't be a thing. Now, I don't think you necessarily have to make millionaires and billionaires illegal. Like, they can exist, right? But
yeah, like
they
I thought that
shouldn't
was the
be.
part you're gonna be like, hey,
Yeah. But right, because I'm still a capitalist, right? But they shouldn't be buying elections. Obviously, they shouldn't be buying elections. So you're right. It's not just Putin that shouldn't be trying to buy elections in the United States. Other foreign governments shouldn't be buying elections in the United States, and millionaires and billionaires in the United States shouldn't be buying elections. Like, I agree with all that. Yeah, I think we have to be consistent on that. Like, I think it's fair to point that out.
Oh God. So yeah, we've got but so thankfully you're not to the point where you don't want millionaires and billionaires. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's the difference between liberals and progressives,
Okay.
or
It's
economic
like,
progressives, I should say.
Okay, because my daughter always says, Dad, I'm not a liberal, I'm a leftist. And I'm like,
Yes, she's to the left of me, probably. Yeah, that makes sense given her demographics and her age and everything.
night to freak. God bless, man. Thanks. But like, and so yeah, we have a lot of discussions on a lot of things, and but yeah, that's one thing. They're like, well, all the liberals, Dad, I'm a leftist. Like, and like at one point, I had to say the same thing you point out to Nina. To most conservatives, that's something called a distinction without a difference. Like, it's all just like,
Right. Yes, that's right. It's funny how when you get to a certain distance, like the granularity of your vision sort of like shifts. And so, but the thing is, it is a massive difference though, right? Like, when you're having questions as to whether or not like capitalism like should exist as a concept, like at that point, liberals and conservatives are on the same side, or people who call themselves conservatives, but really they're liberal in the traditional sense of what it means to be a liberal, right?
Yeah.
It's just
that's
that
just
in
a
the
word you can't
1980s,
rehabilitate.
we used to understand the distinction between the left and liberals, but in the 1980s, something shifted where people started lumping in liberals with everybody else on the left. But I think that comes from the two-party system. Like in Europe, they understand. Like, there's a difference between parties that support, like Soc Dems, in Europe versus like socialists and communists. Like, the distinction is pretty clear there, but here, like, it's fuzzier if you're on the right, like what those distinctions are.
And I want to get to this next question here in a second, but Ben is going, oh no, because like, yeah, my daughter's on the left. But
Oh yeah.
and
Well,
this is
that's
something
not a
I kind of
surprise.
noticed. I remember Lethe had Dylan Burns on, and there was this bald dude who was very anti-Ukraine war. And what was fascinating
Non-smoker?
is, what's that?
Was it non-smoker?
I think it was. I forget. But like, I was just watching for a few minutes, and like, because on the left, like I said, like,
Or
it's-
Yankee Tanky? That might have been Yankee Tanky.
like, he was a bald dude that he did smoke a
They're
lot.
both bald
he
and they're
did-
very anti-Ukraine war.
Yeah. And Dylan Burns was on the show too, and it was a pretty big get for Lethe, so I was really happy for him. And like you said, on the left, there's all these infinite little variations, and when you're on the left, that's how it looks. But on the right, like from the
Circular
left,
firing squad.
the right looks like one giant monolith, strangely. And I'll never forget, it was one of the guys asking Dylan Burns, so what about the Azov Nazis? What do you think about them? Are they Nazis? And Dylan Burns basically, like, he gave this like, well, they're kind of like, they're this tiny little division over here that's like, wow, suddenly you see room for there to be all these infinite rooms for divisions on the right, strangely, like, and so like, to me, now I don't accept Nazis in any way, and I don't even really think they're just part of their own fucking insanity. But like, to me, it's like, I've noticed that the right, we have our own variances and we've got our own groups and people that we stick together. And like you said, there's at least 4 bases that are making up the Republican voting base at the moment. And there's going to be a 5th, the moderate normies that are kind of turned off by Biden right now. And there's going to be enough reason to be coming up shortly. I know you don't like that, but it's going to be a nail biter.
No, if there's moderates that are going to shift the internal dynamics of the Republican Party, I'm pretty happy about that. Like I've said for a long time that I know that a Republican is going to be in the White House about 50% of the time. So I have an interest in making sure that whoever is in the White House, whatever Republican is in the White House, is like not crazy, right?
Okay.
So yeah, if there's a moderating influence on the party that you're talking about, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
Now, to Alesto's point, like, now this is going to sound insane to you, Aiko, but like to me, somebody on the right, it's like there doesn't seem to be a lot of distance between you and like the aforementioned Nina here. And like in terms of politics, I'm sure between the two of you, you see like
she hates Biden.
Like, so there's but like to the two of you, there's like this continents of difference. But to somebody on the right, it's like, well, they're just brothers in arms that aren't getting along at the moment. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, Nina and I get along great. Like, I listen to her streams. We go on panels together or whatever. We disagree on stuff, but yeah, I think we get along just fine. But she hates Biden, and honestly, I'm not even sure how much she likes Bernie. Like, she might consider him like too moderate at this point. So, yeah, I think the difference just is that there's that 2016. Shockingly, I'm really surprised about this actually, but 2016 actually convinced a lot of people on the left that, oh yeah, okay, maybe, maybe not voting for Hillary did get Trump in office. Like all of these conversations that were happening on the left during the 2016 election were basically, if you sit it out because you don't like Hillary, you're just going to vote. You're just going to end up, Trump's going to win. I mean, this is an age-old argument. Like, people are sick of hearing it on both sides because it's a constant refrain that repeats itself all the time. But the fact was that it was true. Like, the predictions came true, and the margins for the Green Party were in those Rust Belt states were bigger than the margin of difference between Hillary and Trump. So if just half of those Jill Stein voters had voted for Hillary, then Hillary would have won. So I think enough of them were convinced, because that didn't happen in 2020. In 2020, people held their nose and voted for Biden because they saw Trump as a danger or whatever. That I think that's one of the big things, is that what was considered unthinkable on the left like actually happened. And so now it wasn't, oh, I've been hearing this forever that something like this will happen, and it never does. Well, it did in 2016. And I think that helped. So
I remember
that
actually there was a guy
some of those divisions on the left a little bit.
There was a guy who's a heavy leftist on a forum I was following, and he was from Pennsylvania in 2016. I'm gonna 2016. He's like, I'm gonna sit this one out because Hillary's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I'm like, the day after, I'm like, thank you so much. You are glorious. I love you. And yeah, he was not happy. Now, here's a question for you, as somebody on the left. What's your thoughts on Cornel West, or how's, I think that's how he's
Cornel West. Oh yeah. I mean, he's exactly
running
the kind
for
of person I'm
president.
talking about. He's the kind of person who, he obviously didn't vote for Biden 20, nor did he vote for Hillary in 16. I almost want to say he's an accelerationist, where he's like, if you can't get a progressive in, then you might as well just have the devil in, because then things will go to hell in a handbasket fast enough that people will turn to progressives eventually, or socialists or communists or whatever. Eventually, because they'll see that the two-party system isn't working. Like, that's what he's thinking. And which, okay, yeah, sure, fair enough. I mean, I'm not sure he's the guy who can appeal in those swing states enough to like make a big difference. Kind of reminds me of what people thought Kanye was going to make a difference in the 2020 election. And it just didn't happen.
Well, for him, like, in the idea that the accelerationist stuff, like,
Yeah.
unfortunately, the time to make that statement would have been 2020, because the Democratic Party is not going to be a risky party for the next 20 years. Because look at the lesson they learned. They had Donald Trump, to them, existential threat. Who did they get him out with?
Mhm.
Boring old milquetoast Joe Biden. It's
Boring
going to
was
be.
the ticket in 2020 because people were so sick of exciting.
Well, the thing
Right.
is, Biden missed out on the best campaign opportunity.
Like,
in
hey,
all
Trump
human
said it. He
history.
said you're gonna win so much, you're gonna be sick of winning, and people got sick of winning, so they
Well, like,
voted for Biden.
Biden only needed to campaign on 3 words, and this is it. And if he would have just done, like, I think it wouldn't have been, it would have been so fucking blown out that there wouldn't have even been a margin anywhere close. That, like, but like, if I would have been Biden's campaign advisor, this would have been like, all right, all you need to do is say these 3 words a lot: back to normal.
Well, that's what he did say. That's
Like,
how
he
won.
said
Yeah.
it twice in 2 speeches, and it was just pieced in a like, that should have just been the, like, all you need to think about is back to normal. When you go to schools, back to normal. At your job, back to normal. At Walmart, back to, like, that should have been the fucking
Well, keep in
yes,
mind, the
we
left
can
was
of his fucking speeches.
the left was pissed at him already because in the primaries, he at one point said nothing fundamental will change. And he was, of course, he was trying to like convince like centrist voters that he isn't going to like, you know, shift the system and create some sort of like communist utopia or whatever. But the left like hated the fact that he said that because what it meant was we're going to keep the capitalist system. Like we're going to keep, you know, fracking. We're going to keep all the stuff that we're doing and like nothing fundamental is going to change. And of course, people on the left, people who voted for Bernie wanted fundamental change. And so
He is kind of the definition of the line between liberal and
yes.
leftist.
Yeah,
Like,
and the thing
Biden
is, he could say it because I
prototypical
think he
modern
felt
left.
safer in the primary, right? So he was already starting to think about the general election. Okay, you know, I'm the safe vote, is what he was trying to say. And the left doesn't like safe, but at the same time, given the political environment we were in, like we knew he was going to win South Carolina, and once he won South Carolina, like that was going to be it for the nomination. Like it was it was only a question of like how strongly he would win the primary. I suppose it was a chance it could have been like by a smaller margin than what it was, but he was going to win. Like he was the guy. Like there was no way. Like once he won South Carolina, that was it. And so he had to do a general election strategy instead, which meant being the safe, boring guy, and everybody wanted safe and boring at that point.
Now, this is a question I'm curious what your thoughts are. Now, I don't know if this is a high percentage, but it's a non-0% likelihood for this. Alesto asks, we taken bets on Hawaii going purple, not being a blue stronghold anymore.
I mean, maybe one day, but certainly not in 24.
Well, it's really a question of like, what kind of effect do you think these wildfires will have electorally on Hawaii?
Yeah,
That's kind of wider what the question is.
Yeah, I understand that was the thinking, but I just don't see like a partisan effect based on the wildfires.
No,
Like I just don't see it. I mean, I certainly haven't
Alesto,
seen it in polling.
It might go the other way, considering like one of the islands is going to be owned by just Oprah and The Rock. So, like, yeah, we know.
Well, what you could
Oprah and
do,
The Rock are voting blue. So,
what you could do is you could pass laws that say, you know, only indigenous Hawaiians like can own more than a certain percentage of the land, like in Hawaii, if you wanted to do that. But I don't think you're going to, in order for that to be a partisan advantage for Republicans, there would have to be an indication that Republicans support a policy like that. And I guarantee you they don't.
I'll never forget, like in the 90s, I think it was like
maybe Gorsuch, though.
Something on that. The native Hawaiians were pushing really hard to get tribal status in the United States. Now, do you know why?
Say that again?
Yeah, the native Hawaiians were pushing really hard to get tribal status back in the 90s. I remember seeing a thing on this when I was a kid. And the reason was for casinos. And
sure.
Like,
yeah,
to me, I have no problem with that, you know, capitalism. But like, I'll never forget
Yeah, I do.
Uh,
I'm not a big fan of casinos or gambling like Referenda or any of that stuff.
Is it because it's
Although
sinful or just you don't like the habit?
I guess, yeah. I mean, I think it's basically a tax on the poor, right? Because poor people like disproportionately gamble away more of their money than any other group, and I just think it's regressive. I just don't think it. Also, I grew up in Texas. Blue laws. It was illegal. It was considered immoral by the Southern Baptists to gamble.
Wow.
And I'm not against gambling per se on that, like at that level. If you have extra money that you can afford to lose and you want to I bet on political I do predicted stuff. But I never put anything in there that I can't afford to lose. Right. But gambling addiction is a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I just don't like seeing it like spreading everywhere. And also, if you go into areas where there is a lot of gambling, go to Vegas, or like here in Texas, you can go not too far, like to the state border for Louisiana, and you see this sort of gambling areas, and you see like a bunch of broken lives like surrounding all those casinos. Like
There was
it's a
one
thing.
thing
It's like a real thing.
I'll never forget after the news story got over, my dad had a pretty good joke. He's like, Phil, they can't put casinos in Hawaii. Why? Because Hawaii will become Japan.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a quick little flight to Hawaii where you can be in beautiful beaches and then you can gamble. Like, yeah, the Japanese folks, they loved to gamble back in the 90s. I don't know if it's still a thing now, but in the 90s, it was a thing. And it was like, and so I thought that was kind of funny. It's like, yeah, it would completely change the entire tourist makeup of the entire country. Like, Japanese, it would be like, it's already popular, but like, it would be 10 times more popular. And now, like, to me, like the few casinos I've been to, yeah, I get what you're talking about. When it comes to gambling, I've kind of got this weird juxtaposition because I haven't played a game like in a year. Like, okay, I've played one game of poker in the last year, but I'm very, very good at poker. Okay, like very skilled at it. And that's where, you learn how to read people and all that kind of good stuff. But that, like, I totally understand the not liking some of the outcomes. Like, I remember one time, and like I've been told, good buddy of mine, JKK47, one of the Kiwi Nation formers, he said, Phil is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, except at the poker table. We had a guy who I knew, he was some tough luck and he was basically homeless, and he was slapping down his last $40 to play poker and try to win some money. I won the hand. It was unfortunate. I felt bad about it, but we were at a guy's shop. After the game was over, I took his $40, bought him a $40 bicycle, bought him some cigarettes, and a slice of Casey's pizza. Because he needed a bicycle to get around. Okay,
Right.
Like he was living in a guy's shop, and so I was like, all right, that's one of those things. Like at the poker table, I'm ice fucking cold, but afterwards, like I'm amenable, and that's how everybody kind of knows me. Like,
Right.
like at the table, if you put it on the table, it's coming my way. Okay, like I'm competitive in that regard. It's not even about the money; it's about winning the game, really. But that's fascinating. That, like, because to me, like, I got a sneaking suspicion also the church I'm attending, they're not going to be like, yeah, Phil, let's host a poker game down in the basement. It's like, and like, I haven't really broached the subject of liquor reviews yet.
Right.
Like, it's
Sure.
just like,
Yeah.
that'll come
You're
up eventually.
you're still Catholic in that regard.
Like, okay, you'll like this. You will like this. Okay, I'll at least give you this. It is peculiar to me that biblical literalists
Mm-hmm.
use grape juice in communion.
Right.
Like, that's peculiar. Now, I understand there's a lot of folks that are like former alcoholics, and there's children. You want the children to participate.
I grew up being told that that's what Jesus did. He turned water into grape juice, not wine. Like,
Interesting.
it's not just that they're like taking liberties with it. It's that they literally think that, Jesus didn't drink alcohol
It's like,
or produce it.
no, like he drank a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
And and he wasn't just He didn't just distill in vineyards.
Keep in
and
mind, there was a
damn it.
reason wine was like prescribed in the ancient world, and it wasn't because people
Water
wanted to
was
get drunk
kind of a
necessarily, although I'm sure
questionable.
people did. But obviously, it was the disinfectant, right? Like the Greeks would mix water and wine, like you would do like 4 parts water, 1 part wine, and that was enough to disinfect the water and make it safe to drink. There are lots of like uses for wine for that reason. And so wine was considered sort of magical, right? It purified water, and purification, of course, is a big sort of religious symbol. It's, yeah, absolutely. So the fact that Jesus like turned water into wine, he was basically taking the impure and turning it pure.
Yeah, and like to me, like now I have no problem with a church that does communion because I understand like there's some people that like they're alcoholic. Like if they're alcoholics, you don't.
Yeah,
wanna,
sure.
like
I agree.
you can't.
That's
put them
why.
through that.
That's why you don't have to take the. You can just do the host, right? You can just do the bread. You don't have. You can do the body and not the blood. That's fine.
Yeah.
Like nothing wrong
Gosh,
with that.
I remember like them having to explain to me like, no, it is the body, blood, soul, and divinity. It's like, wait, what? Wait, what? Like the kids at school already look at me weird enough. I have to tell them this now. Like, and because like I, as a Catholic, you'll know this. Like when I was a kid, like me and 2 other kids would go off for lunch and we would debate religion. And the teacher even called us the 3 theologians. And one of them came from a Reform background. One was a very strict Lutheran, and then there's me, the Catholic. Okay, and like they always had me cornered on Mother Mary in terms of argument because like it was one of those like, yeah, we are kind of venerated. You got me there. But the one like the kid who was Reformed, you'll love this. He was.
I mean, I'll have
like,
the Mary conversation all day. I have no problem defending that.
Oh no, like, and I totally like because there's certain things that we'll get into that, but
yeah,
he was Reformed, and so they believed in predestination. And
right.
so, like, whenever he got a bad grade, it's like, you were predestined to get that grade, man. Like,
Right,
shut
yeah.
up, Phil. And I was predestined to say that. And you're like, yeah, we would tease him relentlessly about like, and in football, if he had a play that didn't go, sorry, you were predestined. And they're like, shut up. Like, and so that was kind of how we went back and forth. Now, okay, the Mother Mary topic. Okay, this is one thing that like I've noticed some Protestant churches do just to try to not be Catholic, which I don't think that's a good reason to do. Like just because Catholics might have done it, like Oliver Cromwell, he didn't want to do Christmas because it was too Catholic. Okay,
Right.
it's like that's
Right.
going a little
Right.
too far. But like Mary gave birth to Jesus, so that would make like now that doesn't
Well,
necessarily.
if you believe in the doctrine of original sin, right? This is the logic train that the Catholic Church went through in order to like talk about this. If you believe in the concept, this is the only 2 things that have ever been declared ex cathedra, right? Are both about Mary, and one of them is that Mary had to be without sin, which means she was protected from inheriting original sin. So this was the Immaculate Conception. The people don't fully understand that. They think Immaculate Conception is referring to the conception of Jesus. It's not. It's referring to the conception of Mary. That when Mary was conceived, God protected her from inheriting original sin from her parents. And so she was born protected from original sin. And the reason that was important was because Jesus cannot have proceeded from somebody who contained original sin. So Mary had to be without sin in order for Jesus to become who he was.
I'm going to say something like not a lot of people are going to agree with me. I'm going to piss off almost every Protestant and Catholic and creation here because I've had kind of an interesting journey. But this is how I view Mary. And like Protestants don't like using this term, but she was undoubtedly the mother of God. But I also do believe that she probably did have children later in life in a very human manner. And so
yeah,
that's
the church
one of those,
believes that too. The church believes
okay,
that.
because I've seen some Franciscan monks who will insist that she never.
No. It's not a known thing, right? But there are some passages to indicate that Jesus had brothers. One of them being James. who's described as his brother. But the problem with the Greek is that that word can also be used to almost mean like brother with from a different mother. You know what I mean? Like,
It's like you
hey,
and
my
me
brother.
are-
You know, so it's
like you
hard
and
to
me
know.
both
Or some
worship
people.
Christ, so we're brothers in Christ. Like,
And
yeah,
that word could also mean cousin. So like there's controversy there, but there's no
and I thought about my
doctrinal.
Hispanic ex and how loose cousin can be used.
Yeah.
Like cousin
Yeah.
is like that.
But
fucker
there's
ain't even
no,
here.
but even in the Catholic Church, there's no doctrinal reason why Mary couldn't have had children after Jesus. So it was a virgin birth, according to the Catholic Church. But after that, I mean, she was married, so she absolutely could have continued to conceive and have children, like with Joseph. And I guess you would say that those would be Jesus's like half brothers and half sisters.
brother, I guess. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
that one. Like, I don't even want to get into the Game of Thrones as to how that would work.
Right, yeah,
for the,
sure.
but to me, it's like
I was
I've
fascinated with
noticed-
James with their brother for a long time.
But like
It was kind of
whether like because Protestants don't glorify Mary, and it's the idea like,
Mhm.
but I just don't like
Even though the Bible does.
even though like regardless of what your thoughts are on that, like she gave birth to Jesus. Jesus is God. Therefore, even if you only confer it in title alone, she is the mother of God. Even if you don't believe that like that infers anything that you should venerate beyond that, like because that's the one thing like I've noticed like this current church I've noticed the term will come up, but I have been in some Protestant churches where they will absolutely like that is not a phrase they even want spoken in their church because it just sounds too vaguely Catholic. And it's like, well, no, I mean, Mary gave birth to Jesus. Jesus is God, so clearly she is the mother of God. Like, and so that's one of those things that,
Right.
Other than that, like, I really like the theology of where I'm currently at, but like, that's just one thing I've noticed a lot of different Protestant churches have a very hard time with, and like Lamb of God. Like that's imagery that I've even gotten some pushback on. And I find that kind of fascinating. But it's like, well, I mean, it's regardless how you want to look at it, it's still traditional Christian teachings. But I'm curious, what are your like? Because you actually used to come from a low church tradition, like, and you're one of the few people that actually knows what the fuck that means. For my audience,
Sure.
low church, high church is some church that like the rituals and the traditions are as important or even more important than scripture. And the Catholic Church claims it is.
Well, nothing's more important than scripture, but
they claim
but
to
I know
have
what you
the
mean.
sole ability to interpret scripture. So, and they also said they constructed the Bible so they don't think they're subservient to it. And so that was at least a Pope John Paul's
agree with
position.
any
I don't
of
know
that.
about
Yeah.
Francis, but I remember when I was a kid, that was Pope John Paul's position. Or at least that's what Monsignor told me. He could be bullshit, but but anyway.
I would take issue with that because I mean, even for the Catholic Church, which definitely has a history of giving tradition like very high priority in terms of authority, but it's always like one rung down from the Gospels. Like the Gospels are like the top level of authority in the Catholic Church, but then tradition sort of proceeds from there, right? There are logical like conclusions that you can make because of data that's in the Gospels, and then you can like, for instance, like what we just talked about with like how Mary was immaculately conceived or whatever. That's not from Scripture, but they're conclusions that are made from data that's.
I believe Jesus was born without any human male intervention, but how Mary got to be here without script, I don't know. Like you could be right, I don't know, but that's my position.
Well, it's just a logical conclusion that like theologians made, like based on a close study of Scripture. But there's nothing in Scripture that outright says that Mary was like immaculately conceived, which is why tradition like makes the argument because it's not in Scripture. So for the church, like, yeah, it's infallible. It's the closest thing to Scripture that the church has ever done because it was made. And I dispute infallibility as a power that the Pope has. So I'm not the perfect person to be talking to about that.
Back. Come on
yes.
back. No, I'm kidding.
No, there are absolutely many Catholic arguments as to why ex cathedra statements cannot be infallible. So it's a misconception to think that if you're Catholic, you have to believe in ex cathedra infallibility. That's not true. It's just that there are a lot of people in the church that do believe it, and which is why he was able to get away with that. But no, I think. Fortunately for us, the only 2 times it's been used, it's been for relatively innocuous things like the nature of Mary. Like it's never been used to like settle like politically important questions. So it's kind of a harmless thing, but it's something I don't believe in. Like if a pope ever tried to say something important and then make it infallible through ex cathedra statements or whatever, even if it's something I agreed with, like the Pope wrote a papal encyclical about climate change. That was the first big thing that Pope Francis did, and I loved it. And I think it was fantastic. If he tried to say that was infallible, I'd tell him to fuck off.
Yeah, like I think it was 1965 where they kind of cleaned up a few things. Where it's like, okay, the Pope only occasionally makes infallible statements, not like everything that falls out of his gourd. Because like in 1500, they said any old thing that falls out of the Pope's gourd, infallible, because they were trying to get back at the Protestant Reformation.
There is something that I call the rules of the game analysis, which is to say, if you're Catholic, you have to believe X. And you can say that that's infallible because you're setting the rules of the game, right? It's like saying three strikes and you're out in baseball. That's an infallible rule in baseball, right? Because if you don't play by that rule, then you're not playing baseball, like by definition. So if the church wants to say stuff like that, like doctrinally, you're not Catholic unless you believe this or whatever, I don't have problems with that because you're setting the rules, like what the definition is to be Catholic. So I don't have a problem with that. Just like if you want to say in order to be Baptist, you have to believe in dunking and not sprinkling. Yeah, sure, because you're defining what a Baptist is, so it's fine. Like that's fine.
Like when I found like, wait, so.
But if you ever tried to say like pi is equal to 3, which by the way that has happened in America, there were some conservative county in the South, I can't remember where, that found that people were failing too many math tests, and so they passed a law that said pi is equal to 3.0. Don't try to build a bridge using that assumption, by the way. It doesn't want, you don't want to.
But I like your joke you made last time, cradle Catholics, because that was me.
Yeah.
Like I never learned any, like I was an altar boy, never learned any scripture until I went to a Protestant church. And I'll never forget, I was watching a friar who said, like, the one thing that I do, he said the one thing that he admires about Protestants that he wished Catholics would adopt is, a Protestant Bible is beat up, marked, there's pages, and that thing is read almost every day. A Catholic Bible is collecting dust in the corner and they feel like they shouldn't touch it.
Although strangely, if you're reading the Bible in Greek, like if you're Catholic, you're far more likely to read the Bible in the original Greek, or at least the New Testament, because there is something about dead languages and Catholics. We like our Latin, we like our Greek.
Well, you'll love
not
this.
so much Hebrew, but we're not very good at that. But
I straight up said this at a Bible study one time that one of the best like gateway entries for Protestantism for Catholics is the King James Bible.
Oh, I love the King James Bible
because the language is beautiful, and Catholics generally associate old with better.
Yeah.
And so like it's got the these, the thous, the arts, the thines. And so you'll notice a lot of my biblical verse of the weeks. All, like in the, in Europe and in America, all 46 of them.
Catholic in terms of its liturgy.
Yeah, they're basically kind of Catholic. Now, what's funny is if you look at I was looking up at the numbers for Anglicans, they're almost extinct in Europe and in North America, but in Africa, they're exploding. Like it's like 80% of the world's Anglicans are in Africa, and I was like, well done, Anglicans. You avoided extinction somehow because they were on the like in England. There's like nobody goes to the church.
Yeah, that's true.
And so,
but Europeans generally like they just don't like religion. Especially the further north you go. So like Germany, like the Scandinavians, stuff like that.
But Hebrew isn't a dead language. Actually, the Bible
Hebrew is no longer a dead language. Yeah, that's true. But in most parts of the world, it's still a dead language. It's only spoken.
But
in Orthodox communities or in Israel.
Now, to me, like I never actually got to this explanation, but the Catholics are example of high church. A low church is one that like the gospel is very like pretty much takes precedent over anything anybody else has got to say. And other than the two sacraments of Protestant churches, the other rituals aren't very important. And that's called low church. Where
Yeah, basically, the further away you get from the Catholic Church, the fewer you have. So
Yeah,
the
the
seven sacraments, Catholics are the only ones that have all seven sacraments.
Yep.
I think. Well,
there's a few Protestants got
Orthodox-
4,
Orthodox.
but if you don't recognize the sacraments of the Lord's Supper and baptism, you're not really a Christian church, as far as I'm concerned. Like that's like you have to have those two sacraments.
Well, except the Lord's Supper is not really recognized as a sacrament. I mean, it depends on what you mean, I suppose. But
Martin
it's
Luther
not
would box you over this right now.
yes, he would, but that's just that Baptists have gone way beyond Luther, right? If you were to bring back Martin Luther today and you were to ask him a bunch of questions about what he believed, you would assume he's Catholic. You wouldn't.
He would
assume
be
he's
pretty fucking close. Like he almost
Yeah.
got into a fucking decking match with Zwingli over is means is in the like because
Right.
they were trying to is the Lord's Supper symbolic like the Reforms, or is it still really the body, blood, soul, and divinity of Jesus Christ? And Luther was like, is means is. He even pulled out a knife and carved it into a table and said, is means is. And so he would not like, and so yeah, you're right. Like he like between you and me, there's like Martin Luther. What, like you said, he would have like really struck you as like a Catholic
So-
priest that eventually wanted to sleep with somebody. Like,
Yeah, exactly. I would say, look, I mean, it is true that technically all denominations would say that they have communion, right? But if you believe communion to be symbolic, like growing up, like obviously we didn't drink wine for
that's
the
not
reasons
what I
that you
think. Of Martin
stated
Luther.
as a Southern Baptist. We considered it to be symbolic, and we also didn't do it every week. We did it like whenever we felt like it. It seems like I'd go years between times when they started handing out like crackers and grape juice or whatever, but it didn't really seem to mean anything to anybody really. So yeah, they'll say that it's a sacrament, like but no, like it's not treated as a sacrament. I would say baptism is treated as a sacrament by pretty much everybody. And then
Okay.
beyond that, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Now, I
like,
have been to some churches where, like, the way that communion was, like, I felt like kind of offended. Like, it was not very reverent at all.
Yeah.
Like, and so to that, I understand what you're saying because, like, I've been to some of those smoke machine churches where it's just like it really felt cheap, and like I didn't really like the fact that I was even there or a part of it. So but
Right.
so that's kind of one of my big things, like is like because to me, if you just like have some crackers and some juice in the back of the room and help yourself to it, that's not communion.
Yeah.
Like that's like there has to be some, and like we don't ever, and I kind of wish he did, because the pastor always has a communion communion meditation verse. I know I'm saying that wrong, but and it's really something, but we never film it because who does or doesn't decide to participate in communion, or like that's a private decision. That's not for public consumption. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, and so like that, but it's one of those things that, boy, howdy, I wish you were there. It's really something. And and sometimes like he's got a volunteer that's helping him, and he's got like, it's the bread first. Like, because they don't
Right.
know. Like me, I was trained from the time I was 6. It's the bread first. Yeah. So like, but that it really is an interesting time. And this weekend I'll be attending again, but come harvest, I might be a little more spotty in my attendance. But I gotta tell you, it's a little different. Not being in mortal sin for missing a week of church. That's boy, howdy. That's a little bit of a way. Like, I even kind of joked with them, like, yeah, once you get a new, fresh Catholic to a Protestant church, you'll be shocked by their attendance.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, because they're used to, oh no, I'm going to hell if I don't go. 'Cause,
Yeah, I mean, but you can see the logic, right? Because if the remission of sins is like tied to your connection to God, and you miss Mass, then you're not attending to that connection to God, and so all of the other like the mechanism by which your sins are forgiven, like, is suddenly missing. It's not missing because like you didn't like walk into a church, like technically it's missing because you didn't like keep to your commitment, which is that connection to God. Without God, there is no forgiveness of sins. Right. So like that's the theory behind it at any rate.
Oh no, I remember.
Whereas
it
with
quite well.
Baptists, like I grew up, like if once you're saved, you're done. That's it. You can do all the sinning you want after that, because
But
it's
somebody that
it's a
truly is living
binary.
in Christ won't sin is like that, as you know. Like, of
That's
course,
why I
you're
like-
always going to sin a little bit, but you're not going to live your old sinful life.
Maybe, but the way it was taught to me as a Baptist was once you accepted Jesus into your heart, that's it. You're saved, and there's nothing that can keep you from going to heaven at that point.
Like,
so
what's
you
your
can do
thoughts of
whatever
the
you want.
elect of God theory? Because like I've talked to some people, like there's a part of it that I do believe. Okay,
Mhm.
like the idea of the elect of God is that you are one of God's chosen people. No matter how far you stray, you are still one of God's elect. Now, it's one of those things
Mhm.
that I'm always kind of cautious because that don't get me wrong, the Bible says the elect of God several times, so clearly there is an elect of God.
Sure,
but the
sure.
way that I've heard some people interpret it, I almost wonder if it's like Protestant purgatory. In that, like, it doesn't matter how much old Uncle Johnny sinned, or Uncle Johnny even killed some fucking people.
Well, it's
and,
the
like, abandoned
opposite.
his
It's
family.
the opposite, right? It's that you don't need purgatory because you have a hall pass. Basically, you can do whatever you want, and you go instantly into heaven as soon as you die. Whereas with Catholics, the whole reason purgatory exists is to square that circle, is to address that apparent contradiction, which is your sins are forgiven, but you can sin again. And so, well, what do you do about that? Okay, well, you get to go into heaven, right? But you got to pay for your sins.
Like purgatory is like, because I know how it, like,
tens of thousands of years, like
even in
climbing
really
a mountain,
tragic
though, is
deaths.
like, yeah.
Well, not like what I'm saying is even in like really tragic deaths that occur, it's like, well, okay, maybe he's in purgatory. Like that's kind of the function that it serves. Is like, yeah, this guy was an asshole. What's that? No, for Catholics. No, like most of my family was Catholic, and so like,
right.
And so when there's a particularly like tragic death, like even the idea, like, well, maybe he made it into purgatory. Okay, like, and so that's kind of the function it holds. Now for non-Catholics, for Protestants, like, sorry, Greek Orthodox, you're not in this, just get out of here. But like for Protestants, the elect of God, like, I understand the theory, because like I'm convinced, Ika, that you are one of the elect of God, and that you will be called back, sir. It will be a glorious day. But I also understand there is a free will aspect. I don't know what the fuck it serves, but it's something. Yeah. It does something. Like, I don't know what part in the algebra equation it falls into, but it falls into something.
Okay, so the way it was explained to me is through this like series of analogies, right? Where, you know what Pelagianism is, right? Pelagianism is the heresy that you get to heaven through your own steam, right? So it's whether or not you are worthy enough to get into heaven. There's a guy named Pelagius who came up with that concept that we are the authors of our own salvation. And so if you're a good enough person, you can make it into heaven. Well, that's a heresy, of course.
Yep.
And so
basically the entire Joel Osteen church.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, no. I'd say Joel Osteen. Well, okay. I'm going to leave that because that's a longer discussion. But the analogy is more like, okay, you're on a boat. Okay. And you have to cross a lake, and on the other side is your salvation. So the idea that you are the one holding the oars and you're pulling yourself towards salvation or whatever, that's Pelagianism, right? That's a heresy. And so then other people are like, okay, there's this thing called semi-Pelagianism, which is basically you have to be good, but also you need God's grace. You need both. And that's called semi-Pelagianism. And the analogy for that is you've got one oar and God has the other oar, and you're both sort of pulling. But that's also a heresy. Semi-Pelagianism is also a heresy.
Because I was always taught like it's faith and good works.
Yeah.
Faith without good works is dead.
then there's the idea of predestination, which is basically you're on a sailboat and you're strapped to the mast, and it's up to God to push you to salvation wherever you're going to go, and you have like no say in the matter. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. But if you believe in free will, what it really is, and this is the analogy that I believe, is you're on a sailboat and you get to like point the boat and you can like catch the winds that come by moving the sails and stuff like that.
I was
But
just
it's
thinking that.
but it's
Like,
God that provides the wind. And so, in other
It's
words,
going to push
like,
your boat that way, whether you want to put the sail up or not. You're still going that direct.
Yeah.
God's pushing you, but
And I think
if
that's-
you finally accept the wind, it'll.
I
take
think
you
that's
where
what
you
Paul means when he says faith without works is dead. You have to catch those winds. You can't just sit there on the boat and expect God to do all the work. Even though you're 100% dependent on grace, like you're not going anywhere if that wind doesn't blow. But at the same time, you have a responsibility to accept that grace. And then to do the things that are required of you as a result of, getting that grace. And because if that weren't the case, then faith without works would be fine. There'd be nothing wrong with it, right? But faith without works is dead. So we do have a responsibility to do stuff. And so for me, like that's part of what purgatory is about, right? It's our
places
responsibility.
in
We've got to
Ephesians
climb
you'll
that
find-
mountain.
Okay. There's places in Ephesians, where I know I'm saying that wrong, where you'll find where it says works will not get you to heaven. And it's one of those things where, like me as a
Works
Catholic, that
alone,
was kind of, because like, if you have good works, but like, well, I'm a really good Mormon or something. Well, your good works isn't like, that's not enough. You must have faith in Jesus first and foremost. And that's kind of like what I mean by I call it the Austin heresy, where it's like, hey, you get, if so long as you're
But for Austin, you don't need good works, right? For Austin,
you need good donations.
Being rich, no, you don't even have to donate. Well, maybe you have to donate to Austin, but
If
you don't have to
dude.
donate to your fellow man. You don't have
Ringside
to
tickets are fucking
volunteer
expensive.
for the homeless shelter. You don't have to do any of that. Really, what you have to do is get rich, because Austin this is prosperity gospel. It's God shows that you're one of the elect because he rewards you in this world. And so if you're rich, then you must be a good Christian. Like you must be deserving to get into heaven because you deserve whatever God gave you. Like
Does Joel Austin preach prosperity gospel?
Yeah.
Like
He
explicitly?
is 100% prosperity gospel.
Okay.
That's how he got so.
Because a lot, like in some of my research now, like there's some people that call prosperity gospel explicitly heretical. Like they put it on level of like Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and stuff like that. Like even like they like, which is fast, like because like Seventh-day Adventists are like, what I think is so funny is like, you and me, like Catholic
Well,
Protestant.
to me, it's simony. Like this is the sin of like Simon Magus, right? Is that he wanted the trappings of Christianity, right? He wanted to be able to show the world that he could like do what Jesus does, like perform miracles, do whatever, right? But he wasn't willing to adopt the philosophical stance that Christianity requires. He just wanted to have all the trappings of Christianity. And that's what Osteen does. Like he doesn't require anybody do good works. That's just the opposite of what he preaches.
Because I thought it's funny that this one guy on the chart of like, heretical or maybe not, like Seventh-day Adventist was maybe, but prosperity gospel explicitly heretical. And I just thought that was funny because like Protestants and Catholics, they look at like a Seventh-day, like you'd be like, yes, we believe Jesus is Lord. He died for our sins. He ascended into heaven, and we worship that on Sunday. And then a Seventh-day Adventist is like, I believe in all of those things, but I worship on Saturday. And we're like, what?
Yeah.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Like we just can't take it. But like the prosperity, because that one gets a lot of pushback.
Well,
because I remember
Catholics have anticipatory mass. So because we go by the Jewish rules of when days begin and end. And so when the sun goes down, once the sun goes down, it's the next day. So once the sun goes down, of course, this is why you can go to mass on Saturday night instead of Sunday morning. Because it's technically Sunday on Saturday night. So that's why we call it anticipatory mass. And so that's especially important during Lent, because whatever it is you gave up for Lent, now you get to have, like, once the sun goes down on Saturday, you get to indulge in it because it's Sunday. I know all the loopholes.
All the loophole. But yeah, so I was just trying to, because I remember you and I got into a debate about this one time, and I used a Bible verse that, like, talked about, like, well, okay, Jesus wants you to be good here and in spirit and in heaven. And like, that's like the one verse that Joel Osteen actually knows, which is kind of funny. It was like, okay, there we go.
Right.
So
yeah,
like,
sure.
I find that a little fascinating. Like, pretty much everybody shits on him, which
He wouldn't even open up his church to the flood victims from Hurricane Harvey. Like, I mean, until he got called out on
did
it,
you ever
then-
hear the story about there being money hidden in the drywall? There was
no.
some dudes who were working on drywall. They knocked down a wall and they literally found just like cash in the dry. Now this is, rumor, innuendo, take it for what,
Yeah,
but
sure.
so yeah, like
it's easy
if
to
that
believe
motherfucker's
about.
literally storing the cash in the walls, yeah, I probably wouldn't want a bunch of people in there all without my like army of security. But yeah, like, so yeah, that's a little funny. So yeah, he's one guy, like, and also, God, I remember years ago my ex wanted to go. And this will just disgust you, but yeah, the ticket prices were insane.
Yeah.
Because like the Easter Mass to
And
get
there's
like
no accountability in terms of where that money
floor
goes. It's
seats,
like
like
sometimes I'm tempted to
fucking-
do what the Germans do and decide that some churches are legitimate and others aren't, and like have a standard. Like Scientology is not considered a church
oh, absolutely not.
in Germany, and like, fuck, man. Sometimes I think we should just do that.
Like, we need to be a little more stringent on what gets church standards and not like, like, here's the thing. I'm not gonna be like, no, only Christian. Like, yeah, obviously, like Judaism, Islam,
Right. I mean, we have
major,
First
like,
Amendment problems is the thing.
yeah. So it's kind of one of those, like, at what point is like,
But the First Amendment doesn't
if we
give
had
you like tax
true-
exempt status, right? Like that's
Yeah, but,
an
like-
extra thing that we gave in the 50s.
But like, yeah, we do obviously draw a line. Like we said, David Koresh, no,
Right.
no, I'm sorry. We're drawing a line here, man. Like there is a line we draw somewhere at some point.
Although I wouldn't be
And-
surprised. I've never looked it up, but he might have gotten tax exempt status. I don't know.
He might have, like, for a minute anyways, towards the end, not anymore. Let's see, Bandit, you know why there's no Seventh-day Adventists in Latin South America? Because Sunday is the last day of the week there. And it's kind of funny. I kind of consider, now again, maybe it's because my grandma was half Hispanic.
I mean,
That's
it's
part of
called
the
the weekend.
Yeah, like I always considered Sunday the last day of the week. Like, and it's like, it's just a weird like framing in the mind. Like, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to shift that. Like, it's Saturday's the second to last day of the week, Sunday's the last day of the week, and then Monday's the beginning of the week. Like, that's just how I've always.
Because on the seventh day he rested.
Yeah, and that's just how I've always structured it in my mind. And so, but yeah, like Seventh-day Adventists. One of my martial arts instructors.
But in
years
calendars,
ago
it's the first day of the week.
Yeah,
Like,
on
when
my
you look at
calendar,
monthly
it's.
count- yeah.
Yeah, so the Seventh-day Adventists are like, see, we fucking told you, motherfucker. But yeah, like one of my martial arts instructors years ago was a Seventh-day Adventist. Very nice man. Like, very, like, taught me a lot about life and like, just like when you learn martial arts and you get your ass fucking beat, like, and your best is not good enough, you learn a lot of good lessons there. Like, you learn some great, like, one time I locked the cage with myself and the guy was a pro fighter with a record of 10-4. It wasn't good, man. Oh my God. But yeah, so that's sort of my experience with that, but I've never actually run into anybody that's actually prosperity gospel. Never, actually. Like, you'll
Well, they won't
run
use the word because it sounds disparaging when you say it, but a lot of people in America believe in the prosperity gospel. They believe that that they have what they have because they deserve it. Like, it's just a very American thing to think in a lot of ways.
It's like you have what you
instead of
have
thinking
because
of it
the
as
Lord blessed it to you, and
Right,
for
yes,
no other reason.
exactly,
Like, yeah,
right.
that's like, and it
Right.
is there, like it's like Job, the Lord giveth, and oh, can he taketh. So don't ever take any of your blessings for granted, even for a minute. That's like that's how I live my life, anywho, because
That's why I
I've
love
seen
the Book of
blessings
Job.
come and go. What's that?
The Book of Job is my favorite book in the Old Testament
Nice.
because the
Man.
Lord does taketh away in that story.
Oh, yep. It's we've all experienced that, and um, oh Lord, now I'm just getting into like learning the Bible with any like measurable like usability. Like the last time, I think you were here when, yeah, you were here when Sprout was here,
Yeah.
and I was like, he was like, there's no Holy Spirit in the Bible, and then I had to find, like, here it is, John 15:26. I actually read this in church, so no, this is when he talks about there's the Holy Spirit. He's sending the Spirit of truth. He's sending the Helper. It proceeds from him and the Father. So fuck you, Eastern Orthodox, you're wrong again, because like I don't know if you know this, like the one thing that Eastern Orthodox that separates us Protestants, Catholics, any other Christian from the Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, whatever. And my great grandfather is Greek Orthodox, so it's not like I've got some like, but they don't acknowledge the full Trinity. They say that the Holy Spirit proceeds only from the Father and not from the Son. And to me, that's heresy. Like I can't like that's no like. And so even Andrew Wilson, nice guy, met him many times, talked to them a couple of times, nice guy. He considers himself a trad Christian because he's Eastern Orthodox. Like, no, I'm sorry, you're believing a heresy. I'm sorry. I know the churches are lovely, but they don't believe in a true Trinity. I can't get behind that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a lot of attempts to sort of reconcile that now. I don't think that part of the schism probably isn't the biggest problem anymore because a lot of people just say, well, it was a semantic sort of linguistic difference. Wasn't worth fighting wars over, which is what we ended up doing.
No, did the Catholics and the Orthodox ever like,
yeah.
Like when I explained to my daughter, I showed her the difference between the Catholic sign of the cross and the Eastern Orthodox sign of the cross.
Right.
Like, well, because here's the thing, kiddo. If you have to, like, it's something that Daitaruaki Jiu-Jitsu would teach you is that if you need to conceal yourself in a large crowd, the easiest place to do that is religious rituals, religious gatherings. It's the quickest place to hide yourself in a religious gathering of 50 or more people. So you need to be knowledgeable of the religious rituals. So guess what, kiddo? If you're anywhere in this side of the world, people are going to assume you're Catholic if you need to duck into a Catholic church. So you just need to know how to cross yourself properly. If you're in Europe or somewhere, people probably assume you're like, I don't know, Turkish or Albanian or something. I don't know. And so you got to cross yourself the other way. And then you'll blend in. Okay. Like that's just one, like they would instruct, like, be sure to know how the Buddhists pray with their beads. Be sure to know what the Shinto do. Like if you're operating in that area, make sure you know all the religious rituals of your area. And so that was something I kind of, and I was like, all right, this is the way the Catholics cross themselves. This is the way the Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, it doesn't seem like much, but there was probably about 1,000 years of killing over that. So, yeah, get it straight.
I mean, being able to show that you're part of the tribe is always like a, you know, something that matters.
Oh, like
sort of like when you don't wear a flag pin 100% of the time, you know. It's yeah.
Okay, Bandit's like, what's the difference? Okay, like I don't cross myself anymore. Would you like, okay, that is the Catholic crossing. Now, the way the Orthodox do it is they go from the right shoulder to the left. That's it. That's the one difference from the right hand of the Father. Yep, that's it. That's how a 1,000-year war of death and destruction has been fought over that. Okay, but like, yeah, the Catholics cross themselves in that one way, and it's, you know, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and that. The show Peaky Blinders, and it's actually happened in real time, is the spy actually got exposed because of this. She was raised Church of England. She's a spy trying to break into a gang that's Catholic Romani. And she comes into the Catholic church. She walks in all pretty, walks right in, sits down. Mob boss goes, so you're a liar and a Protestant. What do you mean? no Catholic girl would ever enter a Catholic church without first making the sign of the cross. Like, oh, she just outed herself as Protestant. Like, and it's like, oh fuck. And so yeah, that's a real thing. You need to know what's proper if you're going into those areas.
Yeah,
And so,
they also know you're an American. Like when I was in Italy, like they knew you're American instantly if you were a girl and you walked into a church and your shoulders were exposed.
Mhm.
Because you would never do that in Italy.
Now, it's funny is like my daughter, I've taken her to my church a couple of times now. She go like usually it's like some with her mother, it's usually some sort of Pentecostal, which I've always kind of like the tongues thing. I've never been a fan, gonna be honest, never a fan. And they do not dress conservatively or to me very reverently. Like that was the one thing I always noticed. Like, it's like, you're not going to the club. What the fuck? But anyways.
Oh man, one time I went to an Eastern Orthodox like monastery, and we had to be warned not to eat within 2 or 3 hours of going inside because you are not allowed to be gestating while you're inside of the monastery, like or inside of the chapel that's at the monastery, because you can't have anything in your stomach that would mix with the host. Can't have
Wow.
Jesus and your, lunch like mixing together.
That's exacting. That's precise. You know, like, and again, like that's another, folks. That's
You have
an
to go to the
example of
church
high
hungry.
church. Like you go, you don't even come in with that. Like so that, wow. But anyway, like my daughter comes to church one time, lovely dress, but like to me, I even told her like I was raised Catholic. That's like 20 steps above Amish in terms of
Right.
how conservative
Sure,
they
yeah.
want you to dress. So you always got to remember, kiddo, you will never be able to dress conservatively enough for my sensibilities when we go to church. Lovely dress. She actually met a girl there that was her age even, who like she was having some problems in life. She was like, oh my God, lovely dress. And like they hit it off. Next time she came to church, the other girl, she came in a very nice dress. And so I was like, oh, okay, good. You inspired somebody. Good for you. And so like to me it's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. You can actually see a shoulder.
Right. Yeah.
Like, but like,
Or I mean, I
she
remember
looked
after
lovely.
9/11, like when people were like giving Muslims like shit or whatever, one of the things that they were trying to say was, oh, these Muslim women have to wear, a hijab or whatever. And I remember thinking, motherfuckers, like you're Catholic, like your grandmother probably still wears a head covering when she goes to church. Like she would never walk into a church without a head covering, because up until Vatican II, that's every Catholic. If you're a woman, you had the same modesty rules that Muslims have. Like we just gave that up like 50 years ago. Like,
Yeah,
and now we're gonna make be outraged that Muslims have a tradition that Catholics only just dropped within living memory. Come on.
I guess I'll say, yeah, my grandma, come to think of it, did have some headdress stuff that I didn't really
The
have any
little doily things. Yeah,
for.
sure.
Yeah. Like I was like, oh, okay. Now it was when she was younger. Like now, to me, I just thought that was the fashion at the time.
No. It's a modesty rule. It's almost exactly the same rule as why Muslims have to wear hijabs. It's a modesty thing. You have to. Your hair has to be covered.
And that's not
in a
exclusive
church.
to Catholics either. There's a lot of
No,
Protestant
that's a
denominations
Christian
where that
tradition.
was,
It's just that Catholics held on to it the longest. But yeah, all
well, there's a
Christians do.
couple Mennonite churches I went to where that's
Right,
so,
yeah.
like now I had to tell my ex, like,
Because
I
that's
was
a
like,
Christian tradition.
do you realize like how difficult that was for me to go into a Mennonite church? The way I was raised, that was indistinguishable from witchcraft. Okay, like really, like the way, like again, I was like you said, a cradle Catholic where you're like, everything else is Satan. Pretty much everything else is Satan, and when you walk out of it, it's all Satan. Okay, like now, like other than a few churches, like unfortunately, folks, when you walk out your front door, it is all Satan. Sorry, like it's Satan, like it's a lot of Satan wherever you look. Bandit goes, I found something that Orthodox do. They're reversed to mirror the priests that are blessing.
Oh yeah,
They're
sure. Well, that's another. There's another contradiction or controversy in the church that dates back to Vatican II, and that is in Mass before
faith.
Vatican II, like the old Latin masses and stuff. The priest. There's two ways to look at this, but basically, the priest has his back to the congregation, and so from. And I'm gonna steel man both sides, okay? Because I don't give a shit about this controversy. But in the old way of doing it, the way that liberals in the church describe it, they say, well, he has his back to the people, and that's disrespectful or whatever. But the way to look at it is he is one of the people in the church. And they're all looking in the same direction, and they're looking towards God or whatever. And so he's actually part of the people and not like, separate from it or whatever. But in currently the way we do it is the priest faces the parishioners. And so the uncharitable way to describe that one is that he now has his back to God or whatever, or he's standing in the place of God as if he is God. And that's wrong.
I could be even less charitable. Like, you'll hate that. Like,
yeah.
this is like rubbing it in. Like, nah, you're just copying what worked in the Protestant churches. Like,
yeah,
ouch, I know that hurts.
Yeah.
The preacher facing the congregation, that allows for personal connection, which is why I think Protestant churches are a lot more about your personal relationship with Jesus Christ, because it's a more personal, because this is something like I didn't really know what I was seeing when I was a kid. I was in early 90s. I was a wheat tyke. This old priest gets wheeled up, like they do regular mass, and then they wheel up this old priest, and he basically every fiber of his being and strength to do it. And the place was packed, and I didn't know, this guy was there. It was kind of like a retirement send-off party. Basically, after regular mass, they let him do the Latin mass. He was one of the last fuckers who actually knew how to do it. And this was just like a treat they were letting us.
Oh, hey, the UAW just went on strike.
What now?
The UAW just went on strike.
UAW, United
Auto Workers, yeah. All three, GM, Ford, and Stellantis. So yeah.
United Auto Work. Wow. Okay, that's some fucking shit.
It's not a big surprise because that date's been sort of coming up for a while. But yeah, it just happened. Everyone was thinking maybe there would be a last minute deal to sort of stave it off. But apparently not.
That's
so
still
we'll
some shit there, man. I doubt it'll go as long as the writer's strike, but we'll see. Now I'm curious.
Yeah, it's a bigger deal than the writer's strike in a lot of ways.
We'll get back to theology.
I think the writers are going to win on that one, but I'm not
I was just
sure.
going to ask you, what's your thoughts on this?
I support the writer's strike. I'm a skeptic on unions because of the abuses of the past or whatever. But at the same time, I think we've reached a point in terms of where workers are in America, where I think you have to balance your risks. There will come a time again when I'm fed up with unions and fuck them, but I don't think we're there yet. I think we're to the point now where there's an opportunity for workers to sort of stand up. Right now, there's a labor shortage, right? Unemployment is really low. This is a really good time for workers to sort of demand more, collectively. It's not going to be easy to find scabs when you go on strike if unemployment is super low. The only way you'd be able to attract people to take the place of those striking workers is if you paid them more, and paying them more is what they don't want to do. That's the whole point of them not giving into union demands right now. So I think unions have a lot of leverage right now, just sort of naturally. So for now, I support them, but they're. I remember a time when unions were pretty, the union fuckery was pretty bad. I don't know if I told you the story, when I was a kid in the 80s, I remember there was a strike, firefighter strike. And what they would do is they would go to the homes of houses that were burning, and they would set up lawn chairs and drink beers and stuff and cheer on the fire. As the crying family is, on the lawn, shit like that. That's the kind of bullshit of Like,
Mm.
so I have this really strong sort of bias, like from growing up in terms of like, I could tell you so many stories about people I knew who, or stories about unions. And like, I knew a guy who like managed a place, and the guy knew that he couldn't be fired unless he was written up 3 times in a 90-day period. And so he would just take naps on the job. And the first 2 times they would write him up, he would know, okay, now I can't do it again until the 90 days is up or whatever. And so this went on for years where he was just like taking naps on the job and they couldn't do anything until finally one day he fucked up and he did it like 3 times.
Oops.
And
Yep.
they were able to fire him. But like, that's the kind of shit that in my brain I associate with unions, and I don't like it. But it doesn't look like that's what unions are doing right now. It seems like they're fighting for like better working conditions, like health benefits, better pay, things like that.
Well, there's also
So-
kind of there's a much bigger issue to this
Mhm.
than just, simple unionism to me.
Right.
The writers are not wanting basically Chat GPT to take their
Right.
jobs.
You're right. Exactly. Yeah. That's another thing that unions are really good at, is seeing future threats, and like sort of staving them off. Yeah, for sure.
Now, this is one of those things, like, I'm torn about it because I understand, like, authentic human art to me has more value, but it's also one of those, like,
Does it
remember
though?
when we stopped doing stem cell research? It's like, God, I understand it, but boy, you hate to stop progress.
Right.
Like, it's one of those things you're torn because, like,
Well, it's
eventually,
not that they don't want. It's not that they don't want these automated services to exist. It's that they want to be fairly compensated when it does. So here's the problem. The problem isn't ChatGPT like doing their work for them. The problem is if you have an actor, or this is a writer too, if you have like, if you have something that you've written, and then it gets scanned into an artificial intelligence that can spit out 30 more scripts just like it, then it's really using your work 30 times, but only paying you for the first time. Or an actor, the actors are striking for the same thing, right? They get these body scans done of their image. We'll be able to have a Star Trek that has a young Captain Kirk in it, who's like, who a computer generated Shatner, I mean, and not a different actor. Stuff like
Mhm.
that, right? So where you can continually make MCU movies long after those actors, have aged out of their roles and stuff like that. Well, you're still using
Oh,
their
it's-
image and their
it's
likeness,
deeper,
but
man. Like, you can go, like, eventually there will be an app where it's like, I'm on the drive home. It's like, all right, I want you to, by the time I get home, make me a Quentin Tarantino style comedy starring George Clooney, William Shatner, and fucking fuck it, Butterbean. And I want it to be a comedy about werewolves hunting zombies. And they'll have that shit just ready for you by the time you get home.
Right.
And you'll have a custom made movie experience. You don't need writers anymore.
But that's just it. Like, all of those snippets of code, though, were written using the work of prior works that were written by writers. It's just that they're not going to be compensated for it because there's nothing like in the contracts that allow that. Whereas if you had a system in the future where you could ask for that custom thing, and if it's a movie with George Clooney in it, then Clooney gets
Clooney
like
gets a
piece of
nickel.
that.
Right. Clooney gets a nickel, and like,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
And that,
exactly.
so basically, all of the developed IP, pretty much from 2023 and before, will be the only shit that's ever developed anymore, because it's all just kind of reworking. Because like pro wrestling, great example of it. It's really just like in fantasy, all they would do is just mix previous IP. It's like, okay, I'm finally going to see Hulk Hogan versus Stone Cold Steve Austin. Make it happen. Make it happen, AI. And yeah, you can finally see that. It's just all reworking previous. And so there's going to be a real lack of original. Like, if we thought we had a lack of originality now, oh fuck. So that, like, so they're.
Well, I also don't like
fighting
the
for it.
idea of lacking a shared experience, right? Like, when everyone watched Game of Thrones, like, that was water cooler talk, right? The next day, like, oh man, can you imagine it? And it was even better, like, when I was a kid, because you didn't even have like downloadable stuff, or like everybody watched the same 3 channels. So if there was a big viral television show, everyone watched it the exact same night. And so there's that sort of shared experience, but we still kind of have that shared experience, right? We just, if you watch it the day it drops, then everyone kind of has seen the same thing the next day. But with this, where everything is customized or whatever, you don't have a shared experience because you
That is
just
a
made
big-
up something that only you are going to watch.
once.
That's going to be a little less fun, you know?
And yet I remember my English teacher when I was a kid warned us about this, that there's going to be a loss greater over more time, greater and greater loss of shared experience as time goes on. Because a great example, Garfield. Garfield.
Right.
Like, even if people hated Garfield, there was nobody in our culture that didn't have some fuzzy cultural awareness of Garfield in 1985.
Sure.
Okay, or like 1995 or 2002, and now that's sort of gone away, where there's something even like Garfield where everybody, like, I guess the only equivalent we have now is Hello Kitty. Like, everybody's got at least some fuzzy awareness.
Pokemon,
Yeah, like
maybe. I would say, I would argue like the MCU is something that's kind of, I think I read somewhere like the Superman symbol is the symbol that's most known around the world.
Hmm.
Like
Fascinating.
followed quickly by like Coca-Cola or something. But yeah, everyone knows Superman apparently.
well done, marketing
Yeah.
team. Like,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like, what's fascinating is Batman and Superman.
Mhm.
They're literally, in a weird way, the embodiment of Batman, and it's actually in lore. He was raised Catholic. Superman was raised some form of non-denominational Protestant. Okay, like, and I forget which one it was, but it's some sort of like very nice. Low
Yeah,
church,
I
no
would
pictures of
peg him
Jesus.
as like a Methodist, maybe
Yeah, Methodist would be good. Equal,
Lutheran,
but like,
potentially.
where you've got like Batman, very strict legalism. Okay,
Right.
like, you've got a code, and it's what's right is right, and it doesn't matter because it's right. Superman's more of like that warm mercy. Okay, like, yeah, it's like the actual mercy of Jesus. Like, yes, I could absolutely crush you, but I'm going to save you instead. And it's very it's
Yeah, I suppose you could say
fascinating.
he's kind of New Testament versus Old Testament, sort of like approaches to things for sure.
Well, like, to me, I think like both heroes are actually New Testament, but it's how Catholic versus Protestant approaches the idea of justice. Because you'll notice, like, between the two, who's going to be more merciful? You can always count on Superman to be more merciful.
But also,
than
Superman
Batman.
is a rule follower, which is kind of Catholic, you know, whereas Batman like breaks a lot of rules. Like,
but it's too. But do you like? And I get your metaphor there, but like, again, I think, yeah, actually,
well, Catholics are rule
Catholic-
followers.
Yeah, but like, you understand, like, for Batman, there's still like, he doesn't kill, and he will not break
Right.
that rule.
No,
no
right.
matter
Yeah, he doesn't
fucking
break
what.
that
It's-
rule.
like-
Neither does Superman. Superman. Also
So
doesn't
it
kill, but-
still follows to like, it's a very strict legalism. Like, and so, and
But he
I'm not even
breaks
saying that in a bad way, but it's
almost
like
he breaks so many there's a reason why like the Gotham Police Department's always after Batman, because he's always like breaking into
breaking
places,
all the
like
rules.
rifling. He doesn't give a shit about the right to privacy, you know, any of that stuff. Like, he if he's after you, he's after you. Yeah, he won't kill you. He might break every bone in your body, but he won't kill
But I
you.
didn't kill you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna break every bone in your body, then I'm gonna have the justice system try you for murder and then execute you by the
like, yeah,
But
it's a little,
yeah, and that's the other thing too, is like there was a really great scene where like Batman and Catwoman are sort of having like a rooftop romance or whatever, and they've been kind of seeing each other for a few weeks at this point. But then there's this villain like who's been trying to kill, like, at one point in that scene even had almost killed Catwoman, but Batman sort of like swoops in and saves her or whatever, but then also saves him, and he's also like killed a bunch of people like throughout the story or whatever. And then Catwoman's like, "Are you insane? What are you doing?" And you know, he just tried to kill me. He killed a whole bunch of people. Like, why are you? Because he risked his life. He did like a whole bunch of shit in order to save that villain's life or whatever. And finally he said, well, he can be saved, like I could save him, so I saved him. And she's like, oh, now I get it. you're insane. Like you're as bad as they are. Like you have this like psychotic inability to kill, even if like that's what it takes to protect Gotham, to protect the people around you, to protect yourself. You just cannot do it. And that is true. Like if he had to kill somebody in order to save the people he loves most in the world, save Alfred, he wouldn't do it. And it's, I mean, the sparing the Joker like has cost I don't know how many lives, like because the Joker always kills people like when he gets free or whatever, and he always gets free. Like in the world of Gotham, like it's a deeply immoral act to allow the Joker to live. It just is.
There's two explanations. That one under the Red Hood I always loved, where there's this, Jason Todd and Batman are like, why is he still alive? Why have you not killed him? Yeah. And all the friends he's crippled, the graveyards he's filled, and Batman goes, no, it wouldn't be too easy to cross. It'd be too hard to cross that line. It'd be too easy. And their exchange there.
Yeah.
Then there's another one that I always, have you ever read the comic, The Death of the Family?
The death of death what? Oh, death, of course.
Death of, not death in the family.
I voted in Death of the Family. You know about that vote, right?
No.
So several months before they published that issue, they said, okay, there's this thing that's going to happen or whatever with Robin. And I think they had published that part of it. And then they voted like, should Jason Todd survive or not? Like, should we kill him? Because people didn't like Jason Todd. And so they were like, okay, fans, fuck you. We're going to give you an opportunity to kill him if you want, which they were thinking that the fan base would never do it, right? Which is why they did it, right? But then everybody voted to kill him. And so they were like, oh, fuck, now we got to do it. And so that's how they killed Robin. That's how they killed Jason Todd. Was because of a fan vote. Yeah, and I voted in that. I voted to spare him. I just want to say I voted to spare him. I didn't want him dead.
No kidding. Okay, wow. So we have comic book legendary royalty here. Actually, we've got a guy who actually voted in the Death in the Family comic. But like what I'm talking about is, and it's one you definitely need to read. It's a newer one called Death of the Family.
Oh,
where
I haven't read that one.
Joker has. I'm going to very, very quickly just to kind of get you to the point. Sure. Joker has a guy called some plastic surgeon guy cuts his face off, completely cuts it off, and when he escapes from Arkham, plasters it on the wall.
Right.
And then his face is left there. So they leave it in a freezer in the police lockbox, and he's gone for a year.
Doesn't Duella get that mask eventually?
Hang on.
Okay.
What happens is then one day at the police station, the lights go out, and Gordon's like, "Oh God, it's the Joker!" And you hear snap, 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 like the Joker's killing people while he's laughing, but he's laughing in a different way. And what he does is he takes the face that was in the police locker room, and then he straps it back to his face.
Right.
So he's got this like sick grin all the time. And what happens is
they did some of that in Gotham too, in the TV show. They kind of lifted off of that.
Okay. And yeah, a little bit. Now the big the big point here is at one point, Joker's captured Batman. He's captured the entire Bat family. And they're all sitting there at this table. They're all tied up. And he admits to all of them, none of you ever knew? I've known who all of you are this whole time. Batman told me who he was the first time he captured me at Gotham. And he never told any of you. He thought I was never getting out. And he said, Joker, I'm the one who put you in. And he never told any of you that I knew the whole time. And do you know why? Because he loves me more than any of you. And like that's the big reveal, is that Batman put them all in danger, never telling them that he revealed his identity to the Joker. So he was able to really easy 1, 2, 3 figure out who everybody was from there. And the reason is he enjoyed the game. Like, it wasn't that he enjoyed the game. He had to prove him wrong. Like he
Right.
couldn't just beat him. He had to prove him wrong too.
Right.
And at that point, he didn't kill anybody. He didn't hurt anybody at all. He left. Like they had, and
Right.
that was but at that point, none of them trust him anymore. His
Right.
own son, Damien, doesn't trust him anymore. No, and that's death of the family. Like Joker broke the Bat family. And it's a beautiful, beautiful story. And like, I'm not even going to get into the deeper psychology, but that moment where the Joker, you don't understand, he loves me.
But in a way,
more
it's
than any
true.
of
Like
you.
Batman's like greatest ambition is to cure the Joker, is for him to like reform. Which
Because if he can
actually you get
reform
to
him,
see in the White
he's
Knight
right.
series. But in the White Knight series, he actually does kill the Joker. It's an alternate universe thing, but really good series if you haven't seen it. But yeah, that is kind of it, because he sees the Joker as emblematic of the illness of Gotham more broadly. And if there's hope for the Joker, then there's hope for everyone. But you know what? Fuck that. You just got to kill the Joker. Like, you just have to.
Yeah, I know, but like it's one of those things that like it gnaws at Batman so deeply
Yeah.
that it's like he must it's not just a battle, like it's a battle for humanity's soul
Right.
to like be able to like not even like cure the Joker, but to just prove like even the Joker has to admit I was wrong. Like that's and Joker's never gonna fucking do that. Like, you know, like that's the whole point. But like, and so Batman is in that regard. What's the guy who's always pushing the stone up the hill? You know who I'm talking. I can't remember his name.
Sisyphus.
There we go. Yeah, he's Sisyphus in that regard, where he's always trying to push. And like, it's too bad Heath Ledger had to die, because when at the end of the movie he goes, "I think we're gonna do this forever," I'm like, yes. 7 more sequels. Like, but unfortunately he was dead. So
Right.
but like and so like I was like, yes, I want to see 8 more movies of this. Just Christian Bale, Heath Ledger. This is all you do now. This is what you do. You make Batman and Joker movies. That's it. But it's too bad. And so it is like literally the
I have those
debate of
hopes.
order.
I have those hopes for the actual Joker films, though. Because this Joker 2 is coming out soon next year. I think.
Okay. Interesting.
Did you see Joker?
I actually have not, so no
Oh
spoilers.
my god, it's the best
like-
DC film ever made.
Okay. Well, fuck with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll definitely watch it this weekend. This weekend, me and the kiddo, we're gonna watch either Thank You for Smoking or
That's a very good movie.
it's it's the greatest movie ever made in my as to my worldview. It's one of the greatest movies ever made. Okay, like it's amazing. Like it's just like, no, kiddo, that's the power of argument. Like when he's explaining to his son the power of argument, very powerful stuff. Like because like I've always told my daughter, persuasion, if properly wielded, is more powerful than gravity. Okay.
I'm not sure how you're going to feel about this, but I showed that movie to one of my debate classes on the day that Rush Limbaugh died, because he has that history with promoting smoking and like denying the cancer.
Actually, no,
connection and
it's
all this stuff.
appropriate, and Rush would have even preferred it if I know, because that's the kind of movie that he would have been like, oh yeah, and show.
But I mean, the thing is, like, okay, everyone knows he killed himself with cigarettes, right? But how many of his fan base did he kill with cigarettes? Because really, cigars is what he promoted more than anything else. But like, how many people are dead specifically because he thought the way to own the libs was to smoke more?
now the thing is, like, I always tell people that it's kind of the unfortunate reality of life. Like, people think like you shouldn't smoke because it could get you, or you need to jog more. You need to like. Unfortunate reality of it is none of us are
But
getting
there's
out of this
degrees
shit
of
alive.
risk.
Well, yeah, no, just hear me out here. Because this is the unfortunate reality is none of us are getting out of this shit alive. And the reason you die, it might have something to do with your choices. It might not. Like,
yeah, but I tell you what, lung cancer is a horrible way to die. Like, it's
oh yeah, I
not
know
like,
my grandma died of it. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's not a way I would wish
like,
on
give me
anybody.
I'd much rather have a heart attack or whatever. There's a lot of other ways to die. Like, that's one of the worst.
I'm hoping that
Not
I
being
think it
able
was
to breathe.
either Moderna or Pfizer. They're working on an actual, like, because of the COVID mRNA, they got like Now, granted, folks, it's for one specific kind of cancer and blah 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 blah, but they actually
Right.
do have an mRNA potential cancer vaccine. Now, again, like it's
You know, that's
we're
the
not
one
there
thing
yet.
everyone
We're not there yet, but like,
that's the one thing everyone should be able to agree on, like, and get together and like put their partisan differences aside, is that cancer moonshot that Biden wants to do. Like, we should just fucking do it. Let's just do it.
yeah, there's nobody that's gonna be like, oh, what I like more of. Well, yeah, there's nobody that's gonna be like, yeah, down for like, yeah, we need to get like it's time to put cancer down. That'd be
I
nice.
mean, I think maybe if he gets a second term, I think he'll go for the cancer moonshot thing as one of his priorities for sure. But when he does, I hope he doesn't get resistance on it. I hope everyone just says, you know what, let's just for once, just like, can we just this one thing that we all agree on? We hate cancer, and then we can go back to hating each other after that.
Now, the thing is, like, if we can actually figure out a way to really beat cancer and Alzheimer's, then there's actual motivation to really take care of yourself. Because I've seen 80.
Right.
It doesn't look good with all the Alzheimer and like.
No, I'm caring
no.
for. I mean, I don't know if it's Alzheimer, but my mom has some form of dementia, and I'm her caretaker right now. And
Okay.
so, like, I'm witnessing it firsthand, and I'm like doing a lot of research on it and stuff, talking to doctors and whatever. If it's not Alzheimer's, then it's vascular, but it's some kind of. So I absolutely think, it's certainly it's a fair priority for sure.
Yeah,
But I mean, I
those
think we just should all agree on the cancer thing.
Yeah,
Let's just
I
put it
like
down.
you're not gonna get any like disagreement with me on this. Like a pretty funny video game, Saints Row the Fourth, where you're the president. You start the game as the president of the United States. You're already in control of everything, and your assistant comes like, "All right, do we end homelessness or do we end cancer?" And like we only got enough for like, and then you take the pick, and like, cause my grandma died of cancer, my grandpa had a lot of cancer problems, so I was like, and then the main character goes, "Cancer had a good run, but it's time to put him down." And,
There's a Superman run where this isn't a major plot point, but there's just this scene. They're just trying to establish like how evil Lex Luthor is, and one of his assistants comes up and says, "Oh, we had a breakthrough, like one of the companies that you own or whatever. We just cured cancer." And he says, "Lock it up. We're not releasing it. We're going to milk this over the next few decades, just a little bit of treatments at a time." And as he's staring out the window, with his hands. Yeah.
I cured cancer and I'm keeping it all.
And the thing that you have to admit, which you hate to admit when you're reading it, is the world is still better off because at least he's releasing a part of it. Like, because without him, we wouldn't have the cure at all.
Any of it. Because he's gonna milk every billionaire first.
Right.
Who's gonna like, oh yeah, like yeah, that's rough.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so Lex Luthor, I remember there was a guy, unfortunately got taken down, channel bad guy, because he would do like comic book strips, but it showed the actual image. And so he got just completely destroyed. But like this guy could cut an amazing promo, and his 30-minute thing about Lex Luthor, you would swear that Lex Luthor was the answer to life's problems by the time this guy was done. He was like he was the most greatest gifted person. Like I was like, okay, this guy's got some moxie. Unfortunately, the YouTube copyright strikes took that poor fucker down. Like, oh man, I'd be sending everybody his shit. He used to be known as Channel Bad Guy, but even that didn't make it. And so like Lex Luthor, he's like, unfortunately, in at least some of the comic book betrayals and a little bit of the movie Batman Superman,
Right.
he's kind of fucking right. It's like, yeah, there's this alien here that's able to circumvent all of our physical limitations.
Right.
Why are you all cheering him? Like, this is going to be the destruction of our species. Oh, he can breed with our species? Okay, we're going to be extinct in 100 years. Okay, all right. Like, it was like, yeah, he's kind of right. Like, I don't know how else to. Like, it's like, oh, the Kryptonians can breed with humans.
Have you ever seen President?
Guys.
Have you ever seen President Supervillain?
I have not.
It's a guy who takes like frames from Marvel Comics, but then but replaces the dialogue boxes with Trump quotes.
Okay. Yes, I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, you've seen it, yeah.
Yep. Some
Yeah, it's
folks,
hilarious.
like back in the great meme wars of 2015, 2016,
Right.
some
right.
folks on the left made the mistake of thinking those were memes. But yes, I do remember them quite well now.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna put. I just put one of them in.
Put it in the
Twitch
private chat,
chat.
then I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll put it. Yeah, okay. I'll put it here too.
Because yeah, for some reason,
Oh, that's right. I
Yeah.
can't put it in Twitch chat. Yeah, I'll put it inside chat for.
there we
stream
go.
there. But there's a bunch of
Chat.
them. But they're just all really like. It's always that same character. But they just take. He just takes
Red
like
Skull.
the words from. Yeah. But Trump quotes are sometimes they're just too perfect for like those Red Skull. These are real panels like from real comics. That's the funny part, and real quotes.
Get this banner thingy off.
And it always seems fake. You're always like, no, he didn't really say that. And then you go back and look it up because the guy who does them, he also sends a link to the original, whatever, like article in which he's quoted, or the tweet in which he said it, or I guess now the Truth Social post or whatever.
Well, it's like the thing is like Trump's speeches. If you just read them,
Right.
it's not like it's. Oh, let me tell you something. It's so great to be here. Look at that hat. That's an amazing hat. It's the greatest. It's amazing. And now let me tell you something. Amazing hat. Now you need to sit down. Sit like, yeah, if you try to, oh, we lost iCal. He's like, nope, I got Red Skull on. That's all that matters. He's like, nope, that's it. Okay, he's back. It's like, nope, you got your Red Skull on the screen. That's it. Mission accomplished. Like, ha ha, got him. Like, he doesn't see it. There's a little tiny wiener drawn on there. Ha ha. Like, oh, really?
Yeah, I hit a wrong button.
Oh, no,
I'm
it's fine. It's
boomering
fine.
heavily today.
But like, yeah, like Trump, he's always got that very strange delivery that's like, if you read it, it makes no sense. If you hear it, it makes perfect sense. Because like, here's the thing, Ical. Like, here's another one of the
It's
reasons
worse
why-
when you hear it because he usually shouts it. Because he's
Well-
usually at a microphone in front of a big crowd or whatever, and like that effect, like the microphone, like it sounds different to the microphone than it does like to the big crowd or whatever. Like that. Who was that guy? The Yeehaw guy, like from 2004 or
Howard
whatever.
Dean.
Howard Dean.
Ah! I
Yeah,
remember him.
exactly. Like if you ask anybody who was in the room that day, like he sounded fine. Like there was nothing wrong with what he was saying or doing. But the microphone wasn't picking up all of the ambient like crowd noises. So it sounded insane, like on the microphone. But it was fine. Like if you were in the room, it was fine. Like there was Trump's kind of like that. Like if he's in front of that microphone and he's like shouting unnecessarily loud is what it seems like. But it's just because he's in a room, stadium full of people or whatever. And so I think sometimes the audio makes them sound worse.
Oh yeah, like, and if you haven't seen it, Shane Gillis, he's a comedian who does an amazing Trump impression. I wish it was like half as good as his. And like he always talks about like he had a great one where he's like Trump is always like talking like mad shit and like he like if someone were to like try to like harm him when he was on stage in some way, like he would be talking mad shit the whole way while the guys run up, like he would be in the middle like my opponent's gay. I walked in, I saw him, I said, wow, he's gay. And like, look at that guy, you're gay. Sit down. Like he would be talking shit to him the whole time. Like it's the weirdest thing. And
did you see his Megyn Kelly interview?
I have not. I'll have to check it out. Wasn't that like just today or yesterday?
That was just, I saw it today. I don't know if it was, it might've been yesterday, but she was actually, it was a pretty good interview. Like she was asking some pretty aggressive questions at certain times. And she started asking him about Fauci. And she started quoting all of his Fauci praise back to him. And it was just hilarious because at one point she asked him, because he was like, he was trying to like deny that he ever said it or that he ever liked Fauci or any of that stuff. And at one
I
point,
never said I really like Fauci. I said that he's a great guy. What about this quote from 2020 March?
Yeah, right.
I really like Fauci, and he is a great guy.
right, exactly.
That's out of context.
So that whole line of questioning was going back and forth, back and forth. And at the very end, she was like, as you were stepping down from your presidency, you gave him a presidential commendation. And he just immediately responds to that by saying, well, I don't know who gave him that commendation. Like, it was you. It was you were. It was so funny.
Wow.
He
I'll have
just
to
was
check that one
denying
out.
everything.
Is
This is one of the few times somebody actually got to interview Trump and like speak his past words like back to him. I mean, she did that on a bunch of other stuff too, of course.
Now, Megyn Kelly and Trump have not had the most loving.
I'm a little
relationships.
surprised he didn't insult. I didn't see the whole thing, but the parts that I saw, like he wasn't insulting her or yelling at her or anything like that. He
He
was just
should have
like,
thrown it. Like, if he didn't throw in one jab at Rosie O'Donnell, I would be fucking disappointed. Like, I mean, like that was like, you remember that shit that like
Yeah,
immediately put him like on everyone's map, because that was brilliant persuasion when like, what about like, because
well,
what
I mean,
she was
he
basically
destroyed her career.
Rosie O'Donnell's or Megyn
No,
Kelly?
no. Fuck who? Now the person who was interviewing her yesterday, Megyn Kelly. He destroyed Megyn Kelly's career. Like, she was off Fox basically because of Trump, and then she tried her hand at like mainstream media, and that didn't work because she got into that blackface scandal or whatever. And then and now she's just basically a podcaster. I mean, a successful one, but nothing like when she was on Fox.
Well, it's like Trump is now doing his own podcast circuit. It's nice, like, because he's making the right wing Joe Rogan with Tucker Carlson now, whether we like it or not.
Right.
Like, Tucker is like fucking boomer Joe Rogan. All right, it's. I know that's a weird way to put it.
Well,
but
Tucker's
I'm kinda
ratings
right.
are kind of falling off the map. I don't think he's gonna. I mean, I think it's sustainable. Obviously, like he'll make money doing it or whatever, but he's not gonna make Fox money. Like it's.
No,
he's
nothing's
not-
Fox money, but
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
nothing like. But you gotta.
But at the beginning, it looked like he was because he had a
movie.
shit ton of people tuned in for that first episode, and I wasn't expecting it to fall off the map quite as fast as it has. But it's really hard. Everyone thought the same of who was the guy before him that got fired. The Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah.
It was the same thing. I thought, oh, Bill O'Reilly's going to carve out like his own independent like YouTube thing. Well, I mean, yeah, he does it, but he's not what he was. And I think the same thing's happening to Tucker. And also Fox's ratings are like coming right back to where they were. Like all of these like big sort of like creators like sort of like undo themselves after a while.
Well, now the Tucker one, like that one's pretty multi-layered though. Like it's like when we all thought like this is why they got rid of him, then we found out, oh, and this,
Yes.
and like I think the biggest one, and I really think I think he would have like Rupert Murdoch just fucking hates Tucker Carlson personally as a fucking human being. Okay, like
Yeah,
I
sure.
think if that one particular fact was opposite, I think Tucker would still be at Fox News. But like Rupert's ex fiance, one time they're at a big dinner party, and she pulls out the Bible and starts quoting the Bible, and he's just like wanting to sink in it. And she loved Tucker Carlson. It was favorite thing. Her favorite show is Tucker Carlson. And so I was like, do you suppose this motherfucker is just petty enough that he got rid of Tucker Carlson just as a fucking fuck you to his ex? Like, I could, like, he's got enough billions that he could eat that. Okay, he's got enough billions. He could just like.
Well,
no,
Tucker doesn't
fuck you.
need the money anyway. He's doing it for influence, right? I mean, he's the heir to the whatever that frozen
Rush
chicken
Limbaugh.
dinner. Yeah. He doesn't need any of this in terms of when it comes to money. He's out for political influence. And I don't think he's got that influence at Twitter. I mean, it's the best he can do, but I mean, it's just nothing compares to the reach that Fox has.
No,
on the
but
right.
like Tucker, like to me, I wouldn't have spent as much capital as I did with the Obama. Hey, I totally like the guy who's just kind of claiming that he had sex with Obama and should have like.
Right.
I don't think like.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like-
that was so funny. I watched that thing from beginning to end. It was fascinating. I couldn't take my eyes off of it.
Well, like to me, it's like I always say, like any accusation, you kind of have to like, okay, what's your physical evidence for this?
Well, I was willing to
Because-
believe. I mean, if you read his book, right, like Obama, he said, he got laid a lot, and I don't think he shies away from being bisexual. I mean, and he's never said he's bisexual, but I don't think he would care. At least at this point. Yeah,
Since the
when he
letters
wrote the
came
book, he
out,
wouldn't.
we all kind of know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think he is because I don't think the evidence is there. But if he was, like, nobody would give a shit. His base would care. I don't think anybody cares.
In a letter he said he makes love to men every day in his mind.
Right. Yes. See, this is what I mean. Like,
a
so
little-
he wouldn't give a shit about that coming out. But but the problem is, like, this guy, when he said this in 2008, he took a lie detector test, which Tucker pointed out. He was so, this was such a convincing story that he even took a lie detector test. What Tucker left out was that he failed that lie detector test, and then he
You
took
took
it
it.
again this month because of this whole Tucker thing, and he failed that one too. So like he's like he's basically a con man. Like he's even Tucker had to say he has a history of deception or whatever. So I don't know why Tucker expects his audience to believe it, except for the fact that he knows that they'll believe anything he says, a certain segment of his audience at any rate. I just
gotta
think
give him credit though. Like this is kind of a weird story, but like it or not, Tucker brings it forward. You and I both know here's a guy who says he fucked Obama now.
Yeah,
like, whoa,
sure,
like
yeah,
this
of
motherfucker.
course.
Like, sure, the reach might not be as much as the first episode, but fuck, he's still getting it out there, man. Like it's
well,
a weird.
he's getting stuff out there that he could never do at Fox.
Exactly. Oh man. So
And the fact that he did jump his leash one
2024
time,
is gonna be
cost him
fucking
$800 million. So
yeah, and I'm sure Tucker just cries himself to sleep at all that money he cost Rupert Murdoch.
But,
I'm sure
but keep in mind,
like-
like he's also on the list. Like he hasn't been his own lawsuit with Dominion hasn't happened yet. So they sued Fox, but they're also suing Tucker personally. And we all know what they've got on him because like it all came out with the leak, right? So yeah, he'll still be.
You'll
rich
notice
even
he
after
strangely
the sale.
hasn't mentioned the word Dominion.
Yes.
Since like,
Yeah.
let's just see how that all. And then the minute that's all settled, let me tell you about Satan.
And then Smartmatic
Dominion
is
and-
coming. Like that lawsuit is about a year and a half away, I think. Still,
Lawfare. It's fun.
Yeah.
But like to me, regardless, like Tucker's gonna like. Unfortunately, like all of the big times now, Tucker, Rachel, fucking Piers Morgan, you find yourself in court at some point. It doesn't matter how big you get, you're going to court. Like it's
yeah, but this was a pretty unprecedented, like large sum, like $800 million, and we're not even like we're only part way through all of this shitstorm from all of that. Like, I think that should at least like make Fox like a little more responsible on election night the next time around. In terms of
don't matter.
what
Everybody's
they
gonna
report.
watching Tucker, and he's gonna go off. He's like, "Fuck it!" Ah! Like,
well, with Tucker,
fight
there's
for
no one
it.
else you can sue, right? Like you can just sue Tucker. It's not like you can sue like Elon or whatever. I mean, unless you decide that the exemption that social media has for that kind of stuff, like it has to go away. Have you noticed Republicans aren't talking about that anymore?
no, it's kind of
Getting
funny. And
rid
you
of
notice
the
how
section-
Democrats have suddenly had a come to Jesus moment about their private company can do whatever they want.
Well, no. I mean, they still are. I still say that about Twitter. They can do whatever they want. But the threat that Republicans have made to make Section 320? What the fuck's it called? I can't even remember the name of it anymore.
5 something or 250 something. Like, yeah, I know what you're talking about, but it's section
Yeah.
whatever the fuck. Like we'll go with that. Section whatever the fuck we need to do. Well, now that we got
Section 230. Yeah.
okay, yeah, you're closer.
Yeah, it's still the case. He can do what he wants. The problem is doing what he wants is like causing Twitter to like
Grab a soda.
inexorably fail. Like it's he's still losing money. I think he just tweeted something not too long ago too about how he still has lost 60% of his of Twitter's income like since he took over. I just don't know what his plan is for that.
And I'm back. Like I was just like Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis the whole time I'm gone. I'm sure that's it. Now you're saying you think Twitter's gonna fail? I don't know. Like they've been.
It is failing, right? Like it's only, but that doesn't mean
last month it had one of its all-time records for usage. So, or maybe the month before. But yeah, like Elon was just posting like,
well, right.
Yeah, we
he
had one of
keeps
our
shifting
all-time
his
usage.
metrics around that it's impossible to know like what that means. What we do know is that his advertising revenue still is at 40% of what it was last year. So,
yeah, but we're going to a subscription base now. So yeah, there's going to be some differences. but I
subscription
like it
hasn't
better.
brought in the money, nowhere near enough money to take the place of that revenue.
Well,
drop.
yeah, when the difference is $8 versus $15,000 to $30,000 for a blue check mark, yeah,
Right,
you're gonna
right.
see some. Like,
I think-
regardless of how we want to look, that shit was fucked. Okay, like, and so it's better that Elon's in charge now because, like, the weird, you got to know somebody to get a blue check mark, and you got to bribe some fucker $15,000 to get it. Like that was like that. Like, and
yeah, I mean, I don't know
discovered
how
that
any of
when
that.
Elon
All I
took
know
over.
is like a blue check mark was is supposed to mean that you are who you say you are, and that required like a big apparatus behind it. If you pay $8 to Twitter now or to X now, they won't verify that you are who you say they are because that apparatus is gone. So the check mark, like if he had charged $8 for a check mark but still did the verification, I'd be fine with that. But now you can just get a blue check mark and they don't do anything to verify you are who you say they are. So you can just get a blue check mark. It doesn't mean verified anymore. I don't know what it means. Like they need a new word for it, but it doesn't mean that you're verified because that verification required a ton of like infrastructure within the company that just no longer exists. So he can't verify people anymore if he wanted to.
Well, part of that infrastructure was apparently bribes. So I don't like, even if we're having to lose a little bit of something, I think we're having a far.
I mean, you can
better
pay.
system now.
I don't know what you mean by like. You could say that you're bribing him now if you pay him $8. Like whatever, it's a private company. Like if you're paying somebody, if somebody paid you today, like whatever does subscribes to your channel or whatever, like you're gonna give them. There's a variety of things that you can give them. Like I mean, that's just how
The
social
joy
media works.
of my content is payment enough, sir. But I understand the analogy you're trying to put here. But like, I'm sorry, man. Like this is a little dirty, and especially like when we find out just how in bed these tech companies have been with the government in the last few years.
I'm not
where
for social. I'm
it's
not for
not
Section
quite-
230. I was never for Section 230 like from the beginning. I just don't think it's it made no sense for the Republicans to threaten that because if you because they were trying to say that it was like on a free speech basis. But if you were to take away Section 230, like speech would be more restricted, not less, because nobody would want the liability of like irresponsible messaging on their platform. So you would get like a skyrocketing of if you took away Section 230, you would get a skyrocketing of censorship on platforms everywhere. And the thing is, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to say that that social media platforms should be responsible or liable for the messaging that's on their platforms. I don't have a problem with that. So, like, Section 230 never made sense to me to begin with.
Like, yeah, to me, like, I think like a platform has a responsibility to take certain things down, but like I kind of use like if some jihadi terrorist sneak
Yeah.
something on Twitter and it's up there for a few hours, I don't think they should be liable.
Well, that's different.
Like,
That's
you know,
different. Like if you can prove that you've responded to it, or really anyone who's suing you would have to prove that you purposely didn't take it down, or that you didn't respond to like the reporting requests and things like that. Like it would be up to a jury to decide whether or not you like responded appropriately to any given event. But that's the whole idea of liability law, is that if somebody like misuses your platform, then there's a reasonability standard in terms of like how you should have responded. So like if I, for instance, use Twitter to harass somebody, like tell them to kill themselves and I know they're suicidal and all this other stuff, and then they do, but in the meantime there were tons of reports to Twitter saying this is irresponsible, you know, this girl has a history of self-harm, this and that, or somebody's being swatted on your site or something like that, and then Twitter doesn't respond, like ignores it like for weeks or months on end, and then the consequence finally happens. Yeah, I think it'd be fair to hold Twitter responsible, or Facebook, or any of the other like platforms, to say, oh, I'm not responsible in any way for things that people say on my site. I think that's giving social media companies like too much power, which is why I was against that part of the digital like Millennium Copyright Act or whatever to begin with. It's also why I'm not a big fan of like limited liability, like broadly as a concept. The idea that you can create a company, suck all the value of it out of it, and deposit that into your bank account, and then declare bankruptcy on behalf of that company, and leave all the creditors like stuck. That business model makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, the point of an LLC and an LLP is that, okay, no matter what, you know, you get to keep your house and your car. If shit goes,
But it
tits
goes
up.
way beyond that, right? It's
Oh,
that
of course it does.
you're
but
not responsible for
behind
the company. So if like you have 3 people who own a company and then they do like highly like unethical shit, right? Or like they take out a $10 million bank loan, right? And then they all like, those 3 people like withdraw like a 3 million each, and then they declare bankruptcy. That doesn't make any. That's a very simplified version of.
I was about to say, like that argument is kind of, you're saying bankruptcy is theft. That's how I would.
It can be. It can be. Like Bain Capital made a lot of its money that way. They would take over. They would take over a corporation, pull all of the assets out, and then have it declare bankruptcy. Like that. No, you shouldn't be able to do that. Like you should have a fiduciary responsibility to your employees, to the people who have like loaned you money, and your investors, all that stuff. And you should be like as a part owner in the company, you should be liable for doing those kinds of things.
Yeah, I'm not going to name names, but I know a guy in this county actually, and people don't do business with him, but on a cash basis now. But he's an old timer and he's passed now, but he figured out, like, he basically built himself a McMansion out in the middle of the country, middle of nowhere,
Right.
got all the contractors in town, you know, the lumberyard, the plumbers, the electricians, everybody. He owed a whole lot of money, declared bankruptcy.
Right. Right.
And can't take his house, can't take his car. He'd already, before he did this, put all of his previous property in his son's name, and basically just stole from every contractor in town. And like, it's one of those, when you see, like, he ain't got no credit account and no store in town now, because like, nope, sorry, we know you ain't good for it. So it's cash up front for you. And so, yeah, that's one of those things that, like bankruptcy court is one of those that when it's abused, it is just kind of legalized theft. And so like when you're like, but like for LLCs, LLPs, it's a useful way for different people to incorporate. So it's one of the things that I don't like. Now,
well, what makes it useful
just,
is that you're not responsible for what your company does. That's what makes it useful, right? But that's what's created, in my opinion, it's created a massive like sort of mess, because it becomes.
Well, what's funny is it's kind of also false, because guess what? Like when you take out a big loan, usually you end up having to indemnify your house and your car fucking anyway. So it's like, yeah. So it's,
I mean, yeah, for regular people, that's true, right? But like if you're a billionaire or you know, those same kind of rules don't apply to you. You can just, I mean, you could just like buy up all these businesses, like suck them dry, pull all the what assets out of them, liquefy it or whatever, and then have it declare bankruptcy and it can't come back on you. Well, you just took all the assets out of that company. Like, you should still be responsible.
Well, there's also
to
like
some
there
degree.
are times you do need a level of separation. Like it's like at that point, like if somebody sues a company, can then they're going to start suing every single employee and every single owner and every
No, every owner. Like for instance, if you have a whole bunch of, let's say it's a publicly owned company or whatever, if you own 1% of the company, then you have 1% of the liability for that company. Yeah, that's the way it should work.
Like I understand what you're saying there, but like no, that there has to be some level of legal separation.
I mean, not
because
the employees,
all,
right? You can't hold the employees responsible.
Not all business partners are in the exact same financial position in life in every single thing.
No,
So,
but
like,
here's what you're doing. You're talking about privatizing the profits and socializing the losses. And that's not
only if you declare bankruptcy.
because
Because otherwise the profits are staying in the company.
Well, that's
Like,
the
they're not-
idea. Like,
who are they
but
social?
No,
Like-
well, but also not just. Well, yeah, ultimately it ends in that, right? But if you're doing something like any company that does something like highly unethical, and they know like ultimately what it's going to result in, but because they know it's not going to hit their personal bank accounts, they go ahead and do it, and they make that's a big problem. Like, I think that's ultimately like one of the things that's
like if you do something criminally negligent, they're coming after you. Like,
well, they should.
All the lines are gone.
How many people went to prison for the that big sort of like banking collapse in 2008? I mean, nobody was held responsible for that. Nobody went to jail for that. I mean, there's the occasional Bernie Madoff, but for the most part, people get away with that.
That was a selling off of company assets. That was that guy. Like, the big sell off that kind of triggered this whole thing. It's one of those like tremendously unethical, but they were like, it was his to sell. Like, what else were we supposed to do?
What do you mean? You're talking about? I'm talking about the way they
2008
repackaged
crash.
Yeah,
where
the way they repackaged bad loans or whatever, and then
the loss was going to be greater than the market capitalization. I think it was Merrill Lynch.
No. I don't blame them for the bailout.
I
I don't blame them. The bailout. You had to do the bailout. That's the after effect. I'm talking about, but people who like made the decisions to take these bad loans and then slice them up and then sell them and then get them a high rating by bribing the rating agencies like Fitch and Moody's and stuff. That whole like corrupt circle of people should have gone to prison for that, and they didn't. Like, no one was held responsible for that.
And that's there is a few people who made the decision to do the bribes, and that's where somebody probably probably should have at least had to talk to a lawyer.
These credit rating agencies that gave like AAA ratings to like these really bad loans, they either did it out of outright corruption or because they were masked so well it became impossible under the current system to be able to see like what was in those repackaged investment portfolios or whatever. Either way, there's crimes in there, right? It's either the agencies themselves like were being willfully negligent, or there were people on the other side that were just too good at like cooking the books. But those were crimes either way. And I think it was probably both. And I think we should have gone after those kinds of people a lot more aggressively. Bush wasn't interested in that. Obama wasn't interested in that. Nobody was interested in going after those people. And I understand that, like, if we failed to bail them out, it would have made things way, way worse. Like, you had to do the bailout. There's no question about that. But there should have been way more strings attached to those bailouts too. And the strings that we did attach, like, tended to work, right? Like, people criticized the fact that the federal government now owned parts of companies, because that was what the deal they made in order to like give them the bailout. But then the government then turned around and sold it at a profit. Like, once things like were fixed. So that was pretty cool. Like we should have done more of that kind of stuff. We should have a sovereign wealth fund like they have in Norway, where the government profits from
I'm
the
just
fossil
gonna
fuel industry.
I don't mean to keep harping on this, but like it's one thing, like the LLC and LLP is like
Mhm.
one of like it's how, like, to give an example, like I
Well,
know a
that's
lot
too
of farms
deep in
and
the
they're pretty
system.
much.
I'm not saying there's anything we can do about it now because like,
I was about to say it's
this is a
fundamental
mistake we
to, like,
made way back in the day.
Like-
I don't think you can get rid of LLCs.
Well,
at this point.
I was about to say, like, it's like when it also makes like the inheritance and the continued running of a company, even while an estate is still in being worked out. Like without the LLC, LLP structure and the corporate structure that we have now, like when Grandpa died, it would have been impossible for us to run our farm until his estate was settled 2 years later. If it wasn't for the company he had set up to do that, like specifically for that, like it's to keep his shit run. Like that's kind of the weird.
How do you
because
hold owners responsible for the decisions they make for their companies? Because we're not putting people in prison, and we're not letting them be liable, like for the.
What do you think should be
consequences.
done? Like, and I'm not being dense here. I'm just wondering.
Well,
like,
I'm saying
genuinely-
back when this first thing was structured to begin with, we should have had another way. Let me put it this way: when we talk about doing this kind of limited liability or whatever on the consumer end, it's a non-starter, right? Like student loan forgiveness, for instance. No, like this is the debt you have; you shouldn't be released from it ever. But we don't have that. At the corporate level, like it's way more easier. It's way easier for a corporation to commit bankruptcy, and then for the people who own it to like not have any liability for what happens as a result of that because of limited liability. And yet, there's got to be a way. Like I'm not a lawyer, and also we would have to go back in time for this because our entire system is structured around this now. To where if you were to get rid of limited liability now, it would be unworkable. It would be impossible.
the
to do.
fucking roads wouldn't even like they might just.
Yeah,
turn
that's what I'm
right over.
saying.
Like
The
it's
system
just
is
like
too
no,
dependent on it.
Yeah,
But
like,
it's also unsustainable because it becomes too basically. The credit rating agencies and the banks are just going to have to get better at being able to detect risk because a lot of basically it's the middle class that takes it on the chin every single time something like this happens because they're the medium level investor that is left holding the bag when shit goes down.
But no, I'm really curious here. Like, when you say there's no like, what do you think should happen? Like, what should be the consequence? You think here?
All right, let's say you're bank
Like,
capital.
do you think
right?
people should go
And
to
you
like
buy-
prison? Do you think they should like be thrown out on the streets? Like, obviously, you're wanting some kind of pain. Here.
If people are doing something like this on purpose, yeah, for sure they go to prison. Of course, I mean, of course, if you commit a crime, you should go to prison. But also, if you're going to drain a company of all of its resources with the intention of having it declare bankruptcy and then leaving all the creditors on the hook, you shouldn't be able to do that. Like some of your assets that you pulled out for that intent, like people should have to prove it. Like the creditors should have to prove it, but they should be able to go after that money and claw it back. I'm talking like corporations like Bain Capital that are doing this now. Like you can exempt the first $10 million underneath it or something in order to protect people who are just like protecting their like family assets or whatever. But I mean, I'm talking about, like when Bain Capital would just take over like, $100 billion corporation and then just pull all of its assets out and then have it declare bankruptcy. Like that shit is unsustainable, like in a capitalist system. Like you have to be able to, there's only so much debt that you can allow to just like sort of disappear off the books before like bank. This is why the banking system collapsed and why it looks like it's on its way to collapsing again. because these sorts of things are unsustainable, and something's going to have to fix it. And quantitative easing, can only go so far. There's got to be other way, because quantitative easing is like just taking all of that money out of everybody's pockets.
Now, I will say from the 2008 crash, there's one thing that I had to give that motherfucker credit. Okay, you probably heard him called the Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, yeah.
Now, what's funny is whenever anything wrong in Nebraska ever happens, eventually somebody calls into the radio show and just basically asks, "Well, why doesn't Uncle Warren pay for it?" It's kind of funny, but
Yeah.
in the aftermath of 2008, derivatives were banned in most of the United States market, with one
Mhm.
exception. And that would be Berkshire Hathaway. Warren Buffett is the only guy that's allowed to construct derivatives anymore, because he's basically like, well, yeah, they all fucked up, but come on, government, you can trust old me, Warren Buffett, to do derivatives, right?
Well, this is
Okay.
isn't this the issue with our system, is that there are certain players in markets that are so big that you just can't, you just have to let them do what they want. And at some point you have to ask
That would
yourself,
be Warren.
how is that sustainable, right? So there's got to be a
Yeah,
way.
they always die. That's how. And then
They
that
die,
shit
but
gets-
they don't, unless they split their wealth. I mean, yeah, he's going to, because he's taken the pledge to give away all of his money. But not every billionaire does that.
Well, even if they don't, it doesn't matter, because here's the thing. Let's say Warren Buffett gave every penny to only his children and nothing more. They're
or
all going to
only
have
one
children.
child.
They're all going to die. And it's all the thing is, nobody gets to take it with you.
But,
Like,
right,
it
but that's
all
not a
gets
that's
right
not a quick
into
enough
the
fix,
turn
right?
game,
Because if
man.
that money,
nothing's
the
ever
last
immediate.
time wealth concentration in this country was as high
If you
as
try to do
is
it
now.
arbitrarily, it's going to be done wrong. Price
when
is
the
a
last
very
time
precise mechanism.
Do you know when the last time wealth concentration was this high in the United States?
I'm guessing you're going to say the 1920s or something.
1929.
Okay.
Because because money has to move. That's how capitalism works, right? The spice must flow, to use a
that could
Dune
also
reference.
be because we got a lot more money in the system now. And so the very rich just sucked up a lot of that inflation into their, coffers over the last 7 years.
Yeah. And see, this is what I'm saying, is that when that money sits in a bank and just sits there unproductive, because there's more money in the system than there ever has been before, you need more money to flow through the system than we've ever had before. And money flows up. If a poor person has money, you put that money in a poor person's pocket.
The money doesn't sit in a bank unproductive. That bank loans
It
that
does.
out to other people.
No, but
And
that's
so
just it.
the idea that it sits unproductive, what do you think the bank does? You think they just put it in the vault and just look at it? No, it's the money that you got for your mortgage.
They try to loan it out, but the problem is in times like now, there's not enough. So there's not enough places
Never
to invest
enough.
it in. In fact,
That's why the interest rates are so high.
the economy is overheated right now, which has to do with unemployment being as low as it is and productivity as high as it is and everything else. And so there's that money has to, in order for it to flow, you can't just do the supply end. You can't just invest in a company, because if you're investing in that company and there's nobody who can buy those services, then that company is going to fail and it's not going to be able to pay back its loans. So what you need is, on the demand side, you need people to also be spending. And if you're wealthy, the vast majority of what you own is going to be in the bank. Whereas if you're middle class, a lot of what you earn, more of what you're earning, is going right back into the system. And so you're buying stuff, and that's sort of stimulates the economy. And so at some point, because money flows up, because at some point you need some of that money to flow back down so it can flow up again. And when it doesn't, you get something like the Great Depression. So in 1929, wealth concentrations were so high that none of that was sustainable anymore, and everything came crashing down.
Well,
And the
again, I
Fed
would say,
is
like, when
there
you're
to
saying
make
it's not
sure
doing anything,
that
like the money in that bank is being reinvested. It's always sloshing in the sluices. The idea that it's just being under the floorboards, like that's
But
the
it
only
is.
money that's truly useless when it's under floorboards.
Well, you know what
Even if
velocity
it's
is.
getting, even if it's if it's in a CD, if you will, where you think it's not, that's just a bank knowing that they're not going to have money withdrawn for an extra long time so that they can make even more adventurous loans.
But the
That
reason
money
that
is
CD pays
always
more,
sloshing in the sluices.
yeah, but the reason that money pays more is they're getting it off the higher interest rates because the prime rate's higher right now. So you can actually put money in a CD and it can actually like sort of pay back more. But it's not from investment. Like it can be, some of it can be from investment, but it's not enough. The money has to flow in both directions. So yeah, investing in companies by lending that money out can work, but it has to work in both directions. So that means you have to lend, which means that's you're lending down, right, to help like companies be able to produce stuff. But then people have to buy that stuff, which means you need to be healthy on the demand level too. And rich people aren't demanding as much. They're not spending their money, they're saving more of their money. And so part of what you need in order to maintain the growth rates that capitalism requires is you need your savings rate to be relatively low. In other words, you want people spending money and not saving it as much.
John Maynard Keynes, he would be so happy to hear everything you just said. But
everyone became a Keynesian in 2008 when they
fuck.
saw that they could what was happening.
Well, everybody became a Keynesian, whether half the world liked it or not. The government just said we're doing that now.
Well,
That's
right.
Just the
But I
the
mean, you
world.
just said so yourself. Like we had to do the bailout, right? Like what was
No, I didn't say we had to do the like. No. Like I like that. I was just saying like no. That's how we arrived here. I didn't say it was something we like. Even the auto bailout, like to me, it's gonna sound really brutal, but if it wouldn't have been
Just
bailed
let
out,
China have the market?
somebody would have come in and bought the company on pennies upon the dollar, and we would have eventually arrived
Probably
at
the
a
Chinese.
much more nimble, lean, capable car manufacturer. Because right now, like GM, I remember their CEO said in 2007, excuse me, we're not really a car company. We're a healthcare provider that sells cars in order to cash flow it.
Yeah, but that lean
And once you're that bloated,
entity,
you're not really you've lost
But
sight
that
of
lean
what your
entity
company's
that you're
even
talking
for.
about that would have like taken over that market is the Chinese.
Might have.
Like they're the
It
only
might have.
ones that are investing in the kinds
Might have been
of
Elon Musk making
El-
battery powered cars 10 years
just-
earlier than they got popular.
But you just repeated what I said because when you say Elon, I hear China. Like
Okay.
I know you're. First of all, he pledged to China that he believed in core socialist values. He's not going to piss them off. He knows that his assets.
Said what
in
you got to
America,
do to go do business there. Every fucking like. Okay,
well, it's not
so
just
I'm
that, but
assuming you hate LeBron
he
James.
knows he knows who's going to cap him and who isn't, right? Like in Europe, his assets in
Hate
Europe
LeBron
and in
James.
North America, like he has certain rights that aren't going to be violated. But in China, he can't piss them off. So ultimately, he has to do China's bidding. And
Well,
he's also
you got to say their
doubling-
Boy Scout pledge before you get in to do their business. It's like I get it, but
well, yeah.
But not like so when you say that's the same thing, like no, Elon's his own man, he's his own.
Well,
like,
no,
as
yeah,
we've seen,
of
he's
course
not
is.
going to follow any government's express
making my
bidding.
point.
Starlink actually showed that, so he's actually very
That
much
makes
his
my
own.
point too. You're saying
No,
he doesn't feel
because
threatened by
China would not like no. China will do what's best for business. Elon actually has principles that he's going to stand on, and he's one person versus an entire company.
Well, no,
Two
he
totally
doesn't. He
No,
doesn't.
no.
And
What? No, what? No, how many people does Elon oppress? Zero. No,
Turkey.
Elon oppresses no one. Who's he
No, no, no.
oppressing?
Turkey.
No, China oppresses plenty. Just ask the Muslim minorities in China.
No.
How many people does Elon oppress?
No, I'm
Zero.
not saying,
So I'm sorry.
No, I'm
When
saying
you're
Elon
saying the
is
exact
pressed,
same
right?
thing. You have
When
to
Turkey
acknowledge
says-
that Elon is not oppressing anybody.
Yeah, when Turkey says to Elon, "Hey, remove all criticism of our president before these elections, he said, okay. And he did it. He did what Turkey wanted. And then when people asked him, like, doesn't this violate your free speech principles? And he said, well, what do you want me to do? Like, lose all that business in Turkey? Like, no, I'm not going to do
No,
that.
he said he's always going to operate within the law. And see, he doesn't make the law.
So
in
he's not a
Turkey.
free speech absolutist. He's not.
No,
going
it's
on
the Turkish
principles. He's
people who
going
are
on
oppressing the people
pragmatism.
in Turkey. Nice try, though.
And he's helping them.
No,
do that.
he
He said
said
he would
within
never
the
do
law.
that
He's always
before.
said with no. Sorry, man, you're wrong here. He said he's
I-
going
I-
to do
I
whatever
accept
he
your
has to
apology.
within the law, and he is a free speech absolutist within the law. Turkey had a law. He doesn't like the law.
So what
he
you're
didn't
saying
make
is-
the law.
so what you're
So I'm
saying is
sorry. So Elon still oppresses nobody.
No. So
but
what you're saying
Turkey
is,
did oppress
what-
some people. So I'm
what you're
sorry, you're
saying
not
is
going to get away with that. You're trying to
just made my
smuggle
point.
something into the argument that's just not there.
you just
Sorry.
repeated my point, which is that he
No,
knows
more smuggling.
he knows he can do what he wants in free countries like America and in like Western Europe, but then when he wants to operate in countries where he's not allowed to, then those are the people he has to listen to.
So
Because
who's-
those
but
are the
no.
laws-
You
because
still
those are
haven't
laws
answered
that
my question.
require
Who's
him to do it.
oppressing though? Because you tried with the Turkey thing. That's not true. That's the Turkish government's own law.
But it is.
So no. Sorry,
He
nice
caved
try.
to
So
the
who's he
Turkish
actually
government, Dave.
oppressing?
He's going.
So
to
you
cave
think
to
Elon
the-
is oppressing the people of Turkey? Who
He's-
is he
he's-
actually oppressing?
He's part of the system that is doing the oppressing. He didn't have to go into China, but he knows that they have cheap slave labor there, and so he wanted to take advantage of that, and so he was willing to go into that
So
market. Now he could stand on principle. It's not illegal to refuse to invest in China. Okay, so it's not like the law
But who's
forced him to
being
invest in
oppressed?
China.
Like again, like I keep saying, like you're saying China and Elon are the exact same, and I've demonstrated a pretty significant difference between the two that you just don't want to.
Well, hold on, but why is he even in China? If what you're saying is true, why is he even in China?
Because he's a businessman and he doesn't leave money on the table.
Okay, so he cares more about money than he does about his principles. I agree with that.
Now the two can be not mutually can be mutually exclusive or not mutually exclusive.
I don't think
Who's
slave
saying
labor and like principles, or at least the kinds of principles that I'm thinking about here, are compatible.
No, he's trying
like-
to sell his cars in China and shit. Okay, like that's what.
Well, no, he's
trying-
exporting his cars from China to the West as well. In fact, more and more of his cars are going to be coming from like cheaper places like that. Like the next place he's going to open up, which is admittedly far better than China, but his next gigafactory is going to be in Mexico. Like he's interested in going where the cheap labor is, and he's
So,
not
like,
particularly interested
You
in.
think anything made in China that's slave labor?
No, I'm saying, well, yeah, probably so, actually. Unless there are individual companies that are in China that are paying above the market rate because of their principles, which there might be some.
The
But
thing is,
yeah,
I would agree there is
mean-
slave labor in China, but I don't think
Right.
every single person laboring in China is a slave per se.
Let me put it this way, like he's got the people that he's
Like the folks in those Muslim minority camps, yeah, that's
yeah,
straight
for
up
sure.
slave labor. Okay, there's
Yeah.
no denying that. But like, once you're like the
But
factory
don't you agree?
worker,
Like,
they should-
isn't Trump all about like disinvesting in China? Biden too.
Oh,
Biden and Trump
China
agree on
does
this,
bad
by the
shit,
way.
but it's mostly like the oppressing of their people is the thing. But like the idea is like, I don't know, like,
But
it's,
should we Should we be helping?
there is a
China,
point
like,
where it's
compete
not quite
against
as
the West?
clean. So is what I'm saying is, what's that?
Should we be helping China like compete against the West?
Oh boy, then you must really not want Biden back in.
Well, no, Biden and Trump agree on this. Like Biden and Trump are both like aggressive against China. Like we've talked about this. Like the most aggressive thing Biden did, which I still to this day can't believe he did this, was make it so that if you work for a chip manufacturer in China, you lose your American citizenship, and that drained a shit ton of talent from the semiconductor like industry in China. And honestly, I'm surprised more people aren't like complaining about it because it was like it was a big deal for like workers like who were making a lot of money working for China in that way. But like he's been very, very aggressive against China. Like this is the new paradigm. It's just that the criticism of investing too much in China has so far escaped Elon. Like the right-wing media that wants to villainize China as a competitor on the world stage or whatever. They're like gloves off, hands off of Elon.
Well, the thing
participation
is,
in
like,
that.
you're putting Elon to a standard that I don't have a feeling you would hold anyone else to, because is Bill
I
Gates
do.
China?
I think Apple should get out.
No, is
Apple
Bill
stayed
Gates
in way
China?
too long.
So Apple and Bill Gates are China.
Oh, no, I'm holding Apple to the same
Well,
standard as I'm holding
you said that
Elon
Elon
to.
and China are the exact same. You see them as indistinguishable. So you see Apple and China as the same and indistinguishable.
I'm
correct?
saying any big corporate interest
Is
that
China?
is propping up China is China. Yeah, I think Apple is China.
So Apple is China.
think-
Bill Gates is China.
Yes,
Warren Buffett is
yes.
China. They're all China.
Ye-
Okay. So
Yes,
anybody that does business with China,
Yeah, because
LeBron James
what's
is
his-
China.
What was the last one? Warren Buffett. Warren
LeBron
Buffett
James.
has invested in the largest EV
Is
company
LeBron
in
James China?
which is now bigger even than Tesla in China. That's Warren Buffett. Yeah.
Is
absolutely.
LeBron James China?
I don't know enough about his investments in China to say.
Oh, he's been getting a lot of money from China, and he has just been. No, the Chinese government is amazing. Like, he's been paying nothing but lip service.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, then he's
All right, so
China. Yeah,
LeBron James.
absolutely.
Okay,
Like, I mean,
okay.
if
So
we're gonna do
anybody
that,
does any business in China is China now.
if we're gonna do what Trump says, which is that we need to like sever them because they are an oppressive regime, like sever their economic power like from the West, the way that he says he wants to do, then we have to include the big players that are enabling China to do this. And by the way, enough of them
You think we should
are
ban TikTok?
yes.
Complete ban.
Oh yeah, for a
Okay,
long time.
complete
Yeah,
ban
for a
of
long
TikTok.
time. Yeah, I was defending. You probably could
My
find
daughter
tweets.
liked you until just 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. No, because listen, like I understand that TikTok claims that it's done things to make it so that their data collection efforts like don't go to the Chinese government anymore or whatever, but I don't believe that shit. Like, TikTok should absolutely there at the very least, like, I don't understand. Do you remember Vines? Didn't that do what TikTok does? Like, I don't understand what happened to Vines. Anyway, yeah, I do. I think we should be a lot more aggressive when it comes to this stuff.
Interesting. Because I think if shit really pops off, I don't think Biden's actually going to push anybody in for like Taiwan.
But he just did. I mean, what do you think about him like taking American citizenship?
He's said a lot
away?
of things, and he's moved.
What do you
some
mean
shit
said he did?
around,
He
but-
did it. He did it. They had to pull. Do you not know about this? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that he's done, but the biggest thing, in my opinion, is the semiconductor American citizenship thing.
Oh yeah, the
where-
chip thing I know about. Yeah. But like, if
You
China
don't think that was a big
actually-
deal?
Oh, yeah, it's a big deal because we're running out of semiconductors and we need them all. And that's basically like we need everything that Taiwan can fucking give us in the next 15 years.
Right. Yes. Absolutely.
Like, and China sure does too. And I think if they roll in, I don't know
yeah.
if we're sending nobody. I don't think we're sparking off World War X over this.
But a shit ton of Americans like left China because of that, because they didn't want to lose their American citizenship. Like, it was a calculation they made. I'm sure some of them did give up their American citizenship in order to stay in China or whatever. But I mean, he was playing hardball there. And the Semiconductor Association, like, I mean, they're pretty pissed about it, right? Because they say we still need Chinese chips. And
we lost you, Rich. You went all robot. That's the thing. Like, the big question, well, we're waiting for Rich to refresh. Is it worth the big exchange? Is it worth going to a big nuclear exchange over? Let me make sure that I'm not the one that's frozen up here. Because eventually, whether we like it or not, it's going to end that way. Somebody's going to have a big nuclear exchange, okay, over this Taiwan thing. And the problem is, kind of like Ukraine, is it worth it? Oh, you're getting me. You're getting beautiful me. Don't worry. All right, and we're starting to get Rich back. Okay. Don't worry, Rich. They were just getting beautiful me for a moment. We don't got any audio from Rich. We see, and he froze up again.
I think can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think our Wi-Fi kind of fritzed for a minute.
You know, on that note, sir, it is 4 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Is there any final notes you'd like to say to the audience?
No. If anybody's still awake, I think we did all right.
Yeah, we got a pretty decent audience even at this hour. It's late. Go to sleep, you miscreant ne'er-do-wells. But folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at Hazard Analysis, episode Lucky 13, ending on hour 7. My goodness, lucky number 7, folks. God bless every last one of you. I hope all of you make it back here to the KOE Nation happy. Well, actually, Hazard Analysis happy, healthy, much the wiser. Find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. And folks, I'm going to leave you like we've talked about a lot of things, but I'm going to leave you with the one true choice for this particular year, folks. In this next election year, there's only one man that you need to consider for the presidency of these United States. Ike Rich, thank you for being here this evening. It's always a pleasure to discuss, and go over all the issues of the day and get deep into theology and back and forth. And it's always fun, sir. Always enjoyable, and you're always welcome here anytime. Folks, be sure to catch us next week, Thursday, Friday. Me and Tony are going to start tacking this down to a much more consistent basis. And you're going to find me and Tony G and hopefully Iko Rich and the whole cast of characters, folks. But until then, God bless. God bless America. God bless this glorious land. And because this land is so glorious, it needs a new president to match that glory. And that person is Phil KOE. Yes, Phil KOE in 2024. A man who truly loves America. A man who loves this nation and the people in it. Phil KOE, the true alternative in 2024. The man you all need. A man of the nation. A man of the country. A man of the people. A man of nature. A man who is going to point us to a brighter tomorrow. Yes, Phil KOE. He is a man of decisive action. Phil KOE. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is for America. I'm going to do that for you in Washington, D.C. Whatever that is, you're going to get a lot of that. Yes, folks, Phil KOE, a man who will make sure to dot the I's and cross the T's of American government. Phil KOE, he will make sure to preserve your freedoms to work on go-karts on the weekend or whatever you call fun in this glorious nation. That's why you need to consider Phil KOE. And that, folks, is why I am asking for your vote in 2024, folks, because I, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, have officially announced my candidacy for the presidency of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful flag. Old Glory is coming with me, folks, and we're going all the way to Washington, D.C. If you're tired of business as usual in D.C., do the right thing. In 2024, vote extreme. Phil KOE, the choice for you, the choice for me, the choice for everyone within all sundry. Folks, God bless every last one of you, and we're taking this all the way to Washington, D.C. in 2024. Vote Phil KOE to fix D.C. Yes, folks, it's going to happen. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be glorious. You're going to join me, the Cabinet of Extreme. Our inauguration party is going to make the Jackson inauguration party look like a debutante ball, folks. It's going to be amazing. Old Glory's coming with me. What else do we need? God bless all of you beautiful people. Travel well, and in 2024, vote Phil KOE.